Chapter 20, Tabooed Persons, Section 1. Chiefs and Kings Tabooed. We have seen that the Mikado's food was cooked every day in new pots and served up in new dishes. Both pots and dishes were of common clay, in order that they might be broken or laid aside after they had been once used. They were generally broken, for it was believed that if anyone else ate his food out of these sacred dishes, his mouth and throat would become swollen and inflamed. The same ill effect was thought to be experienced by anyone who should wear the Mikado's clothes without his leave. He would have swellings and pains all over his body. In Fiji, there is a special name, kanalama, for the disease supposed to be caused by eating out of a chief's dishes or wearing his clothes. The throat and body swell, and the impious person dies. I have find mat given to me by a man who durst not use it because Takamba's eldest son had sat upon it. There was always a family or clan of commoners who were exempt from this danger. I was talking about this once to Takamba. Oh yes, said he. Here, so-and-so. Come and scratch my back. The man scratched. He was one of those who could do it with impunity. The name of the man thus highly privileged was Andukanai, or the dirt of the chief. In the evil effects thus supposed to follow upon the use of the vessels or clothes of the Mikado and a Fijian chief, we see that other side of the God-man's character to which attention has been already called. The divine person is a source of danger as well as of blessing. He must not only be guarded, he must also be guarded against. His sacred organism, so delicate that a touch may disorder it, is also, as it were, electrically charged with a powerful magical or spiritual force which may discharge itself with fatal effect on whatever comes in contact with it. Accordingly, the isolation of the man-god is quite as necessary for the safety of others as for his own. His magical virtue is in the strictest sense of the word contagious. His divinity is a fire, which under proper restraints confers endless blessings, but if rashly touched or allowed to break bounds, burns and destroys what it touches. Hence the disastrous effects supposed to attend a breach of taboo. The offender has thrust his hand into the divine fire, which shrivels up and consumes him on the spot. The Nubas, for example, who inhabit the wooded and fertile range of Jebel Nuba in eastern Africa, believe that they would die if they entered the house of their priestly king, however. They can evade the penalty of their intrusion by baring the left shoulder and getting the king to lay his hand on it. And were any man to sit on a stone which the king has consecrated to his own use, the transgressor would die within leave. The Kazambis of Angola regard their king as so holy that no one can touch him without being killed by the magical power which pervades his sacred person. But since contact with him is sometimes unavoidable, they have devised a means whereby the sinner can escape with his life. Kneeling down before the king, he touches the back of the royal hand with the back of his own, then snaps his fingers. Afterwards, he lays the palm of his hand on the palm of the king's hand, then snaps his fingers again. This ceremony is repeated 4 or 5 times, and averts the imminent danger of death. In Tonga, it was believed that if anyone fed himself with his own hands after touching the sacred person of a superior chief or anything that belonged to him, he would swell up and die. The sanctity of the chief, like a virulent poison, infected the hands of his inferior, and being communicated through them to the food, proved fatal to the eater. A commoner who had incurred this danger could disinfect himself by performing a certain ceremony, which consisted in touching the sole of a chief's foot with the palm and back of each of his hands, and afterwards rinsing his hands in water. If there was no water near, he rubbed his hands with the juicy stem of a plantain or banana. After that, he was free to feed himself with his own hands, without danger of being attacked by the malady which would otherwise follow from eating with tabooed or sanctified hands. But until the ceremony of expiation or disinfection had been performed, if he wished to eat, he had either to get someone to feed him, or else to go down on his knees and pick up the food from the ground with his mouth like a beast. He might not even use a toothpick himself, but might guide the hand of another person holding the toothpick. The Tongans were subject to induration of the liver and certain forms of scrofula, which they often attributed to a failure to perform the requisite expiation after having inadvertently touched a chief or his belongings. Hence, they often went through the ceremony as a precaution, without knowing that they had done anything to call for it. The king of Tonga could not refuse to play his part in the rite by presenting his foot to such as desired to touch it, even when they applied to him at an inconvenient time. A fat, unwieldy king, who perceived his subjects approaching with this intention, while he chanced to be taking his walks abroad, has been sometimes seen to waddle as fast as his legs could carry him out of their way, in order to escape the importunate and not wholly disinterested expression of their homage. If anyone fancied he might have already unwittingly eaten with tabooed hands, he sat down before the chief, and, taking the chief's foot, pressed it against his own stomach, that the food in his belly might not injure him, and that he might not swell up and die. Since scrofula was regarded by the Tongans as a result of eating with tabooed hands, we may conjecture that persons who suffered from it among them often resorted to the touch or pressure of the king's foot as a cure for their malady. The analogy of the custom with the Old English practice of bringing scrofulous patients to the king to be healed by his touch is sufficiently obvious, and suggests, as I have already pointed out elsewhere, that among our own remote ancestors, scrofula may have obtained its name of the king's evil, from a belief like that of the Tongans that it was caused as well as cured by contact with the divine majesty of kings. In New Zealand, the dread of the sanctity of chiefs was at least as great as in Tonga. Their ghostly power, derived from an ancestral spirit, diffused itself by contagion over everything they touched, and could strike dead all who rashly or unwittingly meddled with it. For instance, it once happened that a New Zealand chief of high rank and great sanctity had left the remains of his dinner by the wayside. A slave, a stout, hungry fellow coming up after the chief had gone, saw the unfinished dinner and ate it up without asking questions. Hardly had he finished when he was informed by a horror-stricken spectator that the food of which he had eaten was the chief's. I knew the unfortunate delinquent well. He was remarkable for courage, and had signalized himself in the wars of the tribe, but no sooner did he hear the fatal news than he was seized by the most extraordinary convulsions and cramp in the stomach, which never ceased till he died, about sundown the same day. He was a strong man in the prime of life, and if any Pakeha, European free-thinker, should have said he was not killed by the tapu of the chief which had been communicated to the food by contact, he would have been listened to with feelings of contempt for his ignorance and inability to understand plain and direct evidence. This is not a solitary case. A Maori woman, having eaten of some fruit, and being afterwards told that the fruit had been taken from a tabooed place, exclaimed that the spirit of the chief whose sanctity had been thus profaned would kill her. This was in the afternoon, and next day by 12 o'clock she was dead. A Maori chief's tinder box was once the means of killing several persons, for having been lost by him, and found by some men who used it to light their pipes, they died of fright on learning to whom it had belonged. So, too, the garments of a high New Zealand chief will kill anyone else who wears them. A chief was observed by a missionary to throw down a precipice a blanket which he found too heavy to carry. Being asked by the missionary why he did not leave it on a tree for the use of a future traveler, the chief replied that it was the fear of its being taken by another which caused him to throw it where he did. For if it were worn, his tapu, that is, his spiritual power communicated by contact to the blanket and through the blanket to the man, would kill the person. For a similar reason, a Maori chief would not blow a fire with his mouth, for his sacred breath would communicate its sanctity to the fire, which would pass it on to the pot on the fire, which would pass it on to the meat in the pot, which would pass it on to the man who ate the meat, which was in the pot, which stood on the fire, which was breathed on by the chief, so that the eater infected by the chief's breath conveyed through these intermediaries would surely die, thus in the Polynesian race to which the Maoris belonged. Superstition erected round the persons of sacred chiefs a real, though at the same time purely imaginary barrier, to transgress which actually entailed the death of the transgressor whenever he became aware of what he had done. This fatal power of the imagination working through superstitious terrors is by no means confined to one race. It appears to be common among savages. For example, Among the Aborigines of Australia, a native will die after the infliction of even the most superficial wound, if only he believes that the weapon which inflicted the wound had been sung over and thus endowed with magical virtue. He simply lies down, refuses food, and pines away. Similarly, among some of the Indian tribes of Brazil, if the medicine man predicted the death of anyone who had offended him, the wretch took to his hammock instantly in such full expectation of dying that he would neither eat nor drink, and the prediction was a sentence which faith effectually executed. Section 2. Mourners tabooed. Thus regarding his sacred chiefs and kings as charged with a mysterious spiritual force which, so to say, explodes at contact, the savage naturally ranks them among the dangerous classes of society, and imposes upon them the same sort of restraints that he lays on manslayers, menstruous women, and other persons whom he looks upon with a certain fear and horror. For example, sacred kings and priests in Polynesia were not allowed to touch food with their hands, and it had therefore to be fed by others, and as we have just seen, their vessels, garments, and other property might not be used by others on pain of disease and death. Now precisely the same observances are exacted by some savages from girls at their first menstruation, women after childbirth, homicides, mourners, and all persons who have come into contact with the dead. Thus, for example, to begin with the last class of persons, among the Maoris, anyone who had handled a corpse, helped to convey it to the grave, or touched a dead man's bones, was cut off from all intercourse and almost all communication with mankind. He could not enter any house or come into contact with any person or thing without utterly bedeviling them. He might not even touch food with his hands, which had become so frightfully tabooed or unclean as to be quite useless. Food would be set for him on the ground, and he would then sit or kneel down, and with his hands carefully held behind his back, would gnaw at it as best he could. In some cases he would be fed by another person, who with outstretched arm contrived to do it without touching the tabooed man, but the feeder was himself subjected to many severe restrictions, little less onerous than those which were imposed upon the other. In almost every populous village there lived a degraded wretch, the lowest of the low, who earned a sorry pittance by thus waiting upon the defiled, clad in rags, daubed from head to foot with red ochre and stinking charcoal, always solitary and silent, generally old, haggard and wizened, often half-crazed. He might be seen sitting motionless all day, apart from the common path or thoroughfare of the village, gazing with lackluster eyes on the busy doings in which he might never take a part. Twice a day a dole of food would be thrown on the ground before him, to munch as well as he could without the use of his hands, and at night, huddling his greasy tatters about him, he would crawl into some miserable lair of leaves and refuse, where dirty, cold, and hungry passed in broken ghost-haunted slumbers, a wretched night as a prelude to another wretched day. Such was the only human being deemed fit to associate, at arm's length, with one who had paid the last offices of respect and friendship to the dead. And when the dismal term of his seclusion being over, the mourner was about to mix with his fellows once more, all the dishes he had used in his seclusion were diligently smashed, and all the garments he had worn were carefully thrown away, lest they should spread the contagion of his defilement among others, just as the vessels and clothes of sacred kings and chiefs are destroyed or cast away for a similar reason. So complete in these respects is the analogy which the savage traces between the spiritual influences that emanate from divinities and from the dead, between the odor of sanctity and the stench of corruption. The rule which forbids persons who have been in contact with the dead to touch food with their hands would seem to have been universal in Polynesia. Thus, in Samoa, those who attended the deceased were most careful not to handle food, and for days were fed by others as if they were helpless infants. Baldness and the loss of teeth were supposed to be the punishment inflicted by the household god if they violated the rule. Again, in Tonga, no person can touch a dead chief without being tabooed for 10 lunar months, except chiefs, who are only tabooed for 3, 4, or 5 months, according to the superiority of the dead chief, except again it be the body of Tuatanga, youth a great divine chief, and then even the greatest chief would be tabooed 10 months. During the time a man is tabooed, he must not feed himself with his own hands, but must be fed by somebody else. He must not even use a toothpick himself, but must guide another person's hand holding the toothpick. If he is hungry and there is no one to feed him, he must go down upon his hands and knees and pick up his victuals with his mouth. And if he infringes upon any of these rules, it is firmly expected that he will swell up and die. Among the Shuswap of British Columbia widows and widowers in mourning are secluded and forbidden to touch their own head or body. The cups and cooking vessels which they use may be used by no one else. They must build a sweat house beside a creek, sweat there all night, and bathe regularly, after which they must rub their bodies with branches of spruce. The branches may not be used more than once, and when they have served their purpose, they are stuck into the ground all around the hut. No hunter would come near such mourners, for their presence is unlucky. If their shadow were to fall on anyone, he would be taken ill at once. They employ thorn bushes for bed and pillow in order to keep away the ghost of the deceased, and thorn bushes are also laid all around their beds. This last precaution shows clearly what the spiritual danger is, which leads to the exclusion of such persons from ordinary society. It is simply a fear of the ghost who is supposed to be hovering near them. In the Macao district of British New Guinea, a widower loses all his civil rights and becomes a social outcast, an object of fear and horror, shunned by all. He may not cultivate a garden, nor show himself in public, nor traverse the village, nor walk on the roads and paths. Like a wild beast, he must skulk in the long grass and the bushes, and if he sees or hears anyone coming, especially a woman, he must hide behind a tree or a thicket. If he wishes to fish or hunt, he must do it alone and at night. If he would consult anyone, even the missionary, he does so by stealth and at night. He seems to have lost his voice and speaks only in whispers. Were he to join a party of fishers or hunters, his presence would bring misfortune on them. The ghost of his dead wife would frighten away the fish or the game. He goes about everywhere and at all times armed with a tomahawk to defend himself, not only against wild boars in the jungle, but against the dreaded spirit of his departed spouse, who would do him an ill turn if she could, for all the souls of the dead are malignant, and their only delight is to harm the living. Section 3. Women tabooed at menstruation and childbirth. In general, we may say that the prohibition to use the vessels, garments, and so forth of certain persons, and the effects supposed to follow an infraction of the rule, are exactly the same whether the persons to whom the things belong are sacred, or what we might call unclean and polluted. As the garments which have been touched by a sacred chief kill those who handle them, so do the things which have been touched by a menstruous woman. An Australian blackfellow, who discovered that his wife had lain on his blanket at her menstrual period, killed her and died of terror himself within a fortnight. Hence Australian women at these times are forbidden, under pain of death, to touch anything that men use, or even to walk on a path that any man frequents. They are also secluded at childbirth, and all vessels used by them during their seclusion are burned. In Uganda, the pots which a woman touches, while the impurity of childbirth or of menstruation is on her, should be destroyed. Spears and shields defiled by her touch are not destroyed, but only purified. Among all the Dean and most other American tribes, hardly any other being was the object of so much dread as a menstruating woman. As soon as signs of that condition made themselves apparent in a young girl, she was carefully segregated from all but female company, and had to live by herself in a small hut, away from the gaze of the villagers, or of the male members of the roving band. While in that awful state, she had to abstain from touching anything belonging to man, or the spoils of any venison or other animal, lest she would thereby pollute the same and condemn the hunters to failure, owing to the anger of the game thus slighted. Dried fish formed her diet, and cold water absorbed through a drinking tube was her only beverage. Moreover, as the very sight of her was dangerous to society, a special skin bonnet with fringes falling over her face down to her breast hid her from the public gaze, even some time after she had recovered her normal state. Among the Bribri Indians of Costa Rica, a menstruous woman is regarded as unclean. The only plates she may use for her food are banana leaves, which, when she has done with them, she throws away in some sequestered spot, For were a cow to find them and eat them, the animal would waste away and perish. And she drinks out of a special vessel for a like reason, because if anyone drank out of the same cup after her, he would surely die. Among many people, similar restrictions are imposed on women in childbed, and apparently for similar reasons. At such periods, women are supposed to be in a dangerous condition, which would infect any person or thing they might touch. Hence, they are put into quarantine until, with the recovery of their health and strength, the imaginary danger has passed away. Thus, in Tahiti, a woman after childbirth was secluded for a fortnight or 3 weeks in a temporary hut erected on sacred ground. During the time of her seclusion, she was debarred from touching provisions and had to be fed by another. Further, if anyone else touched the child at this period, he was subjected to the same restrictions as the mother until the ceremony of her purification had been performed. Similarly, in the island of Kadiak off Alaska, a woman about to be delivered retires to a miserable low hovel built of reeds, where she must remain for 20 days after the birth of her child, whatever the season may be, and she is considered so unclean that no one will touch her, and food is reached to her on sticks. The Bribri Indians regard the pollution of childbed as much more dangerous, even than that of menstruation. When a woman feels her time approaching, she informs her husband, who makes haste to build a hut for her in a lonely spot. There she must live alone, holding no converse with anybody save her mother or another woman. After her delivery, the medicine man purifies her by breathing on her and laying an animal. It matters not what upon her, but even this ceremony only mitigates her uncleanness into a state considered to be equivalent to that of a menstruous woman. And for a full lunar month she must live apart from her housemates, observing the same rules with regard to eating and drinking as at her monthly period. The case is still worse. The pollution is still more deadly if she has had a miscarriage or has been delivered of a stillborn child. In that case, she may not go near a living soul. The mere contact with things she has used is exceedingly dangerous. Her food is handed to her at the end of a long stick. This lasts generally for 3 weeks, after which she may go home, subject only to the restrictions incident to an ordinary confinement. Some Bantu tribes entertain even more exaggerated notions of the virulent infection spread by a woman who has had a miscarriage and has concealed it. An experienced observer of these people tells us that the blood of childbirth appears to the eyes of the South Africans to be tainted with a pollution still more dangerous than that of the menstrual fluid. The husband is excluded from the hut for 8 days of the lying-in period, chiefly from fear that he might be contaminated by this secretion. He dare not take his child in his arms for the 3 first months after the birth. But the secretion of childbed is particularly terrible when it is the product of a miscarriage, especially a concealed miscarriage. In this case, it is not merely the man who is threatened or killed. It is the whole country, it is the sky itself which suffers. By a curious association of ideas, a physiological fact causes cosmic troubles. As for the disastrous effect which a miscarriage may have on the whole country, I will quote the words of a medicine man and rainmaker of the Bough tribe. When a woman has had a miscarriage, when she has allowed her blood to flow, and has hidden the child, it is enough to cause the burning winds to blow and to parch the country with heat. The rain no longer falls, for the country is no longer in order. When the rain approaches the place where the blood is, it will not dare to approach. It will fear and remain at a distance. That woman has committed a great fault. She has spoiled the country of the chief, for she has hidden blood which had not yet been well congealed to fashion a man. That blood is taboo, it should never drip on the road. The chief will assemble his men and say to them, "Are you in order in your villages?" Someone will answer, "Such and such a woman was pregnant, and we have not yet seen the child which she has given birth to." Then they go and arrest the woman. They say to her, "Show us where you have hidden it." They go and dig at the spot. They sprinkle the hole with a decoction of 2 sorts of roots prepared in a special pot. They take a little of the earth of this grave. They throw it into the river. Then they bring back water from the river and sprinkle it where she shed her blood. She herself must wash every day with the medicine. Then the country will be moistened again by rain. Further, we medicine men summon the women of the country. We tell them to prepare a ball of the earth which contains the blood. They bring it to us one morning. If we wish to prepare medicine with which to sprinkle the whole country, we crumble this earth to powder. At the end of 5 days, we send little boys and little girls. Girls that yet know nothing of women's affairs and have not yet had relations with men. We put the medicine in the horns of oxen, and these children go to all the fords, to all the entrances of the country. A little girl turns up the soil with her mattock. The others dip a branch in the horn and sprinkle the inside of the hole, saying, "Rain! Rain!" So we remove the misfortune which the women have brought on the roads. The rain will be able to come. The country is purified. Section 4. Warriors tabooed. Once more, warriors are conceived by the savage to move, so to say, in an atmosphere of spiritual danger which constrains them to practice a variety of superstitious observances, quite different in their nature from those rational precautions, which, as a matter of course, they adopt against foes of flesh and blood. The general effect of these observances is to place the warrior, both before and after victory, in the same state of seclusion or spiritual quarantine, in which, for his own safety, primitive man puts his human gods and other dangerous characters. Thus, when the Maoriorists went out on the warpath, they were sacred or taboo in the highest degree, and they and their friends at home had to observe strictly many curious customs over and above the numerous taboos of ordinary life. They became, in the irreverent language of Europeans who knew them in the old fighting days, tabooed an inch thick, and as for the leader of the expedition, he was quite unapproachable. Similarly, when the Israelites marched forth to war, they were bound by certain rules of ceremonial purity, identical with rules observed by Maoris and Australian blackfellows on the warpath. The vessels they used were sacred, and they had to practice continence and a custom of personal cleanliness of which the original motive, if we may judge from the avowed motive of savages who conformed to the same custom, was a fear lest the enemy should obtain the refuse of their persons, and thus be enabled to work their destruction by magic. Among some Indian tribes of North America, a young warrior in his first campaign had to conform to certain customs, of which 2 were identical with the observances imposed by the same Indians on girls at their first menstruation. The vessels he ate and drank out of might be touched by no other person, and he was forbidden to scratch his head or any other part of his body with his fingers. If he could not help scratching himself, he had to do it with a stick. The latter rule, like the one which forbids a tabooed person to feed himself with his own fingers, seems to rest on the supposed sanctity or pollution, whichever we choose to call it, of the tabooed hands. Moreover, among these Indian tribes, the men on the warpath had always to sleep at night, with their faces turned towards their own country. However uneasy the posture, they might not change it. They might not sit upon the bare ground, nor wet their feet, nor walk on a beaten path if they could help it, when they had no choice but to walk on a path. They sought to counteract the ill effect of doing so by doctoring their legs with certain medicines or charms, which they carried with them for the purpose. No member of the party was permitted to step over the legs, hands, or body of any other member who chanced to be sitting or lying on the ground, and it was equally forbidden to step over his blanket, gun, tomahawk, or anything that belonged to him. If this rule was inadvertently broken, it became the duty of the member whose person or property had been stepped over to knock the other member down, and it was similarly the duty of that other to be knocked down peaceably and without resistance. The vessels out of which the warriors ate their food were commonly small bowls of wood or birch bark, with marks to distinguish the 2 sides. In marching from home, the Indians invariably drank out of one side of the bowl, and in returning, they drank out of the other. When on their way home, they came within a day's march of the village. They hung up all their bowls on trees or threw them away on the prairie, doubtless to prevent their sanctity or defilement from being communicated with disastrous effects to their friends, just as we have seen that the vessels and clothes of the sacred Mikado of women at childbirth and menstruation, and of persons defiled by contact with the dead are destroyed or laid aside for a similar reason. The first 4 times that an Apache Indian goes out on the warpath, he is bound to refrain from scratching his head with his fingers and from letting water touch his lips. Hence he scratches his head with a stick and drinks through a hollow reed or cane. Stick and reed are attached to the warrior's belt and to each other by a leathern thong. The rule not to scratch their heads with their fingers, but to use a stick for the purpose instead, was regularly observed by Ojibways on the warpath. With regard to the Creek Indians and kindred tribes, we are told they will not cohabit with women while they are out at war. They religiously abstain from every kind of intercourse, even with their own wives, for the space of 3 days and nights before they go to war, and so after they return home, because they are to sanctify themselves. Among the Bapedi and Bathonga tribes of South Africa, not only have the warriors to abstain from women, but the people left behind in the villages are also bound to continence. They think that any incontinence on their part would cause thorns to grow on the ground traversed by the warriors, and that success would not attend the expedition. Why exactly many savages have made it a rule to refrain from women in time of war, we cannot say for certain, but we may conjecture that their motive was a superstitious fear lest on the principles of sympathetic magic. Close contact with women should infect them with feminine weakness and cowardice. Similarly, some savages imagine that contact with a woman in childbed enervates warriors and enfeebles their weapons. Indeed, the Kayans of central Borneo go so far as to hold that to touch a loom or women's clothes would so weaken a man that he would have no success in hunting, fishing, and war. Hence, it is not merely sexual intercourse with women that the savage warrior sometimes shuns. He is careful to avoid the sex altogether. Thus, among the hill tribes of Assam, not only are men forbidden to cohabit with their wives during or after a raid, but they may not eat food cooked by a woman, nay, should not address a word even to their own wives. Once a woman who unwittingly broke the rule by speaking to her husband while he was under the war taboo sickened and died when she learned the awful crime she had committed. Section 5. Manslayers tabooed. If the reader still doubts whether the rules of conduct, which we have just been considering, are based on superstitious fears or dictated by irrational prudence, his doubts will probably be dissipated when he learns that rules of the same sort are often imposed even more stringently on warriors after the victory has been won, and when all fear of the living corporeal foe is at an end. In such cases, one motive for the inconvenient restrictions lay on the victors in their hour of triumph is probably a dread of the angry ghosts of the slain, and that the fear of the vengeful ghosts does influence the behavior of the slayers is often expressly affirmed. The general effect of the taboos laid on sacred chiefs, mourners, women at childbirth, men on the warpath, and so on, is to seclude or isolate the tabooed persons from ordinary society, this effect being attained by a variety of rules, which oblige the men or women to live in separate huts, or in the open air, to shun the commerce of the sexes, to avoid the use of vessels employed by others, and so forth. Now the same effect is produced by similar means in the case of victorious warriors, particularly such as have actually shed the blood of their enemies. In the island of Timor, when a warlike expedition has returned in triumph bringing the heads of the vanquished foe, the leader of the expedition is forbidden by religion and custom to return at once to his own house. A special hut is prepared for him, in which he has to reside for 2 months, undergoing bodily and spiritual purification. During this time, he may not go to his wife nor feed himself. The food must be put into his mouth by another person. That these observances are dictated by fear of the ghosts of the slain seems certain, for from another account of the ceremonies performed on the return of a successful headhunter in the same island, we learn that sacrifices are offered on this occasion to appease the soul of the man whose head has been taken. The people think that some misfortune would befall the victor were such offerings omitted. Moreover, a part of the ceremony consists of a dance accompanied by a song in which the death of the slain man is lamented and his forgiveness is entreated. Be not angry, they say, because your head is here with us. Had we been less lucky, our heads might now have been exposed in your village. We have offered the sacrifice to appease you. Your spirit may now rest and leave us at peace. Why are you our enemy? Would it not have been better that we should remain friends? Then your blood would not have been spilled, and your head would not have been cut off. The people of Palau and Central Celebes take the heads of their enemies in war, and afterwards propitiate the souls of the slain in the temple. Among the tribes at the mouth of the Wanagela River in New Guinea, a man who has taken life is considered to be impure until he has undergone certain ceremonies. As soon as possible after the deed, he cleanses himself and his weapon. This satisfactorily accomplished, he repairs to his village and seats himself on the logs of sacrificial staging. No one approaches him or takes any notice whatever of him. A house is prepared for him, which is put in charge of 2 or 3 small boys as servants. He may eat only toasted bananas, and only the center portion of them, the ends being thrown away. On the 3rd day of his seclusion, a small feast is prepared by his friends, who also fashion some new perennial bands for him. This is called Evi Pora. The next day, the man dons all his best ornaments and badges for taking life, and sallies forth fully armed and parades the village. The next day, a hunt is organized, and a kangaroo is selected from the game captured. It is cut open, and the spleen and liver rubbed over the back of the man. He then walks solemnly down to the nearest water, and standing straddle-legs in it, washes himself. All the young untried warriors swim between his legs. This is supposed to impart courage and strength to them. The following day, at early dawn, he dashes out of his house fully armed and calls aloud the name of his victim. Having satisfied himself that he has thoroughly scared the ghost of the dead man, he returns to his house. The beating of flooring boards and the lighting of fires is also a certain method of scaring the ghost. A day later, his purification is finished. He can then enter his wife's house in Windesi, Dutch New Guinea, when a party of headhunters has been successful, and they are nearing home. They announce their approach and success by blowing on Triton shells. Their canoes are also decked with branches. The faces of the men who have taken a head are blackened with charcoal. If several have taken part in killing the same victim, his head is divided among them. They always time their arrival so as to reach home in the early morning. They come rowing to the village with a great noise, and the women stand ready to dance in the verandas of the houses. The canoes row past the Roomsrammer house where the young men live, and as they pass, the murderers throw as many pointed sticks or bamboos at the wall or the roof as there were enemies killed. The day is spent very quietly. Now and then, they drum or blow on the conch. At other times, they beat the walls of the houses with loud shouts to drive away the ghosts of the slain. So the Yabim of New Guinea believe that the spirit of a murdered man pursues his murderer and seeks to do him a mischief. Hence they drive away the spirit with shouts and the beating of drums. When the Fijians had buried a man alive, as they often did, they used at nightfall to make a great uproar by means of bamboos, trumpet shells, and so forth, for the purpose of frightening away his ghost, lest he should attempt to return to his old home. And to render his house unattractive to him, they dismantled it and closed it with everything that to their ideas seemed most repulsive. On the evening of the day on which they had tortured a prisoner to death, the American Indians were wont to run through the village with hideous yells, beating with sticks on the furniture, the walls, and the roofs of the huts to prevent the angry ghost of their victim from settling there and taking vengeance for the torments that his body had endured at their hands. Once, says a traveler, on approaching in the night a village of Ottawas, I found all the inhabitants in confusion. They were all busily engaged in raising noises of the loudest and most inharmonious kind. Upon inquiry, I found that a battle had been lately fought between the Ottawas and the Kickapoos, and that the object of all this noise was to prevent the ghosts of the departed combatants from entering the village. Among the Basutos, ablution is specially performed on return from battle. It is absolutely necessary that the warriors should rid themselves as soon as possible of the blood they have shed, or the shades of their victims would pursue them incessantly and disturb their slumbers. They go in a procession and in full armor to the nearest stream. At the moment they enter the water, a diviner, placed higher up, throws some purifying substances into the current. This is, however, not strictly necessary. The javelins and battle axes also undergo the process of washing. Among the Bigashu of East Africa, a man who has killed another may not return to his own house on the same day, though he may enter the village and spend the night in a friend's house. He kills a sheep and smears his chest, his right arm, and his head with the contents of the animal's stomach. His children are brought to him, and he smears them in like manner. Then he smears each side of the doorway with the tripe and entrails, and finally throws the rest of the stomach on the roof of his house. For a whole day he may not touch food with his hands, but picks it up with 2 sticks, and so conveys it to his mouth. His wife is not under any such restrictions. She may even go to mourn for the man whom her husband has killed, if she wishes to do so. Among the Angoni to the north of the Zambesi, warriors who have slain foes on an expedition smear their bodies and faces with ashes, hang garments of their victims on their persons, and tie bark ropes round their necks so that the ends hang down over their shoulders or breast. And rising at break of day, they run through the village uttering frightful yells to drive away the ghosts of the slain, which, if they were not thus banished from the houses, might bring sickness and misfortune on the inmates. In some of these accounts, nothing is said of an enforced seclusion, at least after the ceremonial cleansing. But some South African tribes certainly require the slayer of a very gallant foe in war to keep apart from his wife and family for 10 days after he has washed his body in running water. He also receives from the tribal doctor a medicine which he chews with his food. When a Nandi of East Africa has killed a member of another tribe, he paints one side of his body spear and sword red and the other side white. For 4 days after the slaughter, he is considered unclean and may not go home. He has to build a small shelter by a river and live there. He may not associate with his wife or sweetheart, and he may eat nothing but porridge beef and goat's flesh. At the end of the 4th day, he must purify himself by taking a strong purge made from the bark of the segetet tree and by drinking goat's milk mixed with blood. Among the Bantu tribes of Kavirondo, when a man has killed an enemy in warfare, he shaves his head on his return home and his friends rub a medicine, which generally consists of goat's dung, over his body to prevent the spirit of the slain man from troubling him. Exactly the same custom is practiced for the same reason by the Wajia of East Africa. With the Ja Luo of Kavirondo, the custom is somewhat different. 3 days after his return from the fight, the warrior shaves his head. But before he may enter his village, he has to hang a live fowl, head uppermost, round his neck. Then the bird is decapitated, and its head left hanging round his neck. Soon after his return, a feast is made for the slain man, in order that his ghost may not haunt his slayer. In the Palau Islands, when the men return from a warlike expedition in which they have taken a life, the young warriors who have been out fighting for the first time, and all who handled the slain, are shut up in the large council house and become tabooed. They may not quit the edifice, nor bathe, nor touch a woman, nor eat fish. Their food is limited to cocoa nuts and syrup. They rub themselves with charmed leaves and chew charmed betel. After 3 days, they go together to bathe as near as possible to the spot where the man was killed. Among the Natchez Indians of North America, young braves who had taken their first scalps were obliged to observe certain rules of abstinence for 6 months. They might not sleep with their wives nor eat flesh. Their only food was fish and hasty pudding. If they broke these rules, they believed that the soul of the men they had killed would work their death by magic, that they would gain no more successes over the enemy, and that the least wound inflicted on them. When a Choctaw had killed an enemy and taken his scalp, he went into mourning for a month, during which he might not comb his hair, and if his head itched he might not scratch it, except with a little stick, which he wore fastened to his wrist for the purpose. This ceremonial mourning for the enemies they had slain was not uncommon among the North American Indians. Thus we see that warriors who have taken the life of a foe in battle are temporarily cut off from free intercourse with their fellows, and especially with their wives, and must undergo certain rites of purification before they are admitted to society. Now, if the purpose of their seclusion and of the expiatory rites which they have to perform is, as we have been led to believe, frighten or appease the angry spirit of the slain man, we may safely conjecture that the similar purification of homicides and murderers, who have imbrued their hands in the blood of a fellow tribesman, had at first the same significance, and that the idea of a moral or spiritual regeneration, symbolized by the washing, the fasting, and so on, was merely a later interpretation put upon the old custom by men who had outgrown the primitive modes of thought in which the custom originated. The conjecture will be confirmed if we can show that savages have actually imposed certain restrictions on the murderer of a fellow tribesman from a definite fear that he is haunted by the ghost of his victim. This we can do with regard to the Omahas of North America. Among these Indians, the kinsman of a murdered man had the right to put the murderer to death, but sometimes they waived their right in consideration of presents which they consented to accept. When the life of the murderer was spared, he had to observe certain stringent rules for a period which varied from 2 to 4 years. He must walk barefoot, and he might eat no food, nor raise his voice, nor look around. He was compelled to pull his robe about him and to have it tied at the neck, even in hot weather. He might not let it hang loose or fly open. He might not move his hands about, but had to keep them close to his body. He might not comb his hair, and it might not be blown about by the wind. When the tribe went out hunting, he was obliged to pitch his tent about a quarter of a mile from the rest of the people, lest the ghost of his victim should raise a high wind, which might cause damage. Only one of his kindred was allowed to remain with him at his tent. No one wished to eat with him, for they said, if we eat with him whom Wakanda hates, Wakanda will hate us. Sometimes he wandered at night, crying and lamenting his offense. At the end of his long isolation, the kinsman of the murdered man heard his crying and said, "It is enough. Begone and walk among the crowd. Put on moccasins and wear a good robe." Here the reason alleged for keeping the murderer at a considerable distance from the hunters gives the clue to all the other restrictions laid on him. He was haunted and therefore dangerous. The ancient Greeks believed that the soul of a man who had just been killed was wroth with his slayer and troubled him. Wherefore it was needful even for the involuntary homicide to depart from his country for a year, until the anger of the dead man had cooled down, nor might the slayer return until sacrifice had been offered and ceremonies of purification performed. If his victim chanced to be a foreigner, the homicide had to shun the native country of the dead man as well as his own. The legend of the matricide Orestes, how he roamed from place to place pursued by the furies of his murdered mother, and none would sit at meat with him or take him in till he had been purified, reflects faithfully the real Greek dread of such as were still haunted by an angry ghost. Section 6. Hunters and Fishers tabooed. In savage society, the hunter and the fisherman have often to observe rules of abstinence and to submit to ceremonies of purification of the same sort as those which are obligatory on the warrior and the manslave. And though we cannot in all cases perceive the exact purpose which these rules and ceremonies are supposed to serve, we may with some probability assume that, just as the dread of the spirits of his enemies is the main motive for the seclusion and purification of the warrior who hopes to take or has already taken their lives, so the huntsman or fisherman who complies with similar customs is principally actuated by a fear of the spirits of the beasts, birds, or fish which he has killed or intends to kill. For the savage commonly conceives animals to be endowed with souls and intelligences like his own, and hence he naturally treats them with similar respect. Just as he attempts to appease the ghosts of the men he has slain, so he essays to propitiate the spirits of the animals he has killed. These ceremonies of propitiation will be described later on in this work. Here we have to deal first with the taboos observed by the hunter and the fisherman before or during the hunting and fishing seasons, and second, with the ceremonies of purification which have to be practiced by these men on returning with their booty from a successful chase. While the savage respects more or less the souls of all animals, he treats with particular deference the spirits of such as are either especially useful to him or formidable on account of their size, strength, or ferocity. Accordingly, the hunting and killing of these valuable or dangerous beasts are subject to more elaborate rules and ceremonies than the slaughter of comparatively useless and insignificant creatures. Thus, the Indians of Nootka Sound prepared themselves for catching whales by observing a fast for a week, during which they ate very little, bathed in the water several times a day, sang and rubbed their bodies, limbs, and faces with shells and bushes till they looked as if they had been severely torn with briars. They were likewise required to abstain from any commerce with their women for the like period, this last condition being considered indispensable to their success. A chief who failed to catch a whale has been known to attribute his failure to a breach of chastity on the part of his men. It should be remarked that the conduct thus prescribed as a preparation for whaling is precisely that which, in the same tribe of Indians, was required of men about to go on the war-path. Rules of the same sort are or were formerly observed by Malagasy whalers. For 8 days before they went to sea, the crew of a whaler used to fast, abstaining from women and liquor, and confessing their most secret faults to each other. And if any man was found to have sinned deeply, he was forbidden to share in the expedition. In the island of Mabuya, continence was imposed on the people both before they went to hunt the dugong and while the turtles were pairing. The turtle season lasts during parts of October and November. And if at that time unmarried persons had sexual intercourse with each other, it was believed that when the canoe approached the floating turtle, the male would separate from the female, and both would dive down in different directions. So at Moa in New Guinea, men have no relation with women when the turtles are coupling, though there is considerable laxity of morals at other times. In the island of Uapia, one of the Caroline group, every fisherman plying his craft lies under a most strict taboo during the whole of the fishing season, which lasts for 6 or 8 weeks. Whenever he is on shore, he must spend all his time in the men's clubhouse, and under no pretext whatever may he visit his own house, or so much as look upon the faces of his wife and womenkind. Were he but to steal a glance at them, they think that flying fish must inevitably bore out his eyes at night. If his wife, mother, or daughter brings any gift for him or wishes to talk with him, she must stand down towards the shore with her back turned to the men's clubhouse. Then the fisherman may go out and speak to her, or with his back turned to her, he may receive what she has brought him, after which he must return at once to his rigorous confinement. Indeed, the fishermen may not even join in dance and song with the other men of the clubhouse in the evening. They must keep to themselves and be silent. In Mirzapur, when the seed of the silkworm is brought into the house, the Kol or Puyar puts it in a place which has been carefully plastered with holy cow dung to bring good luck. From that time, the owner must be careful to avoid ceremonial impurity. He must give up cohabitation with his wife. He may not sleep on a bed, nor shave himself, nor cut his nails, nor anoint himself with oil, nor eat food cooked with butter, nor tell lies, nor do anything else that he deems wrong. He vows to Singamati Divai that, if the worms are duly born, he will make her an offering. When the cocoons open and the worms appear, he assembles the women of the house, and they sing the same song as at the birth of a baby, and red lead is smeared on the parting of the hair of all the married women of the neighborhood. When the worms pair, rejoicings are made as at a marriage. Thus the silkworms are treated as far as possible like human beings. Hence, the custom which prohibits the commerce of the sexes while the worms are hatching may be only an extension, by analogy, of the rule which is observed by many races, that the husband may not cohabit with his wife during pregnancy and lactation. In the island of Nias, the hunters sometimes dig pits, cover them lightly over with twigs, grass, and leaves, and then drive the game into them while they are engaged in digging the pits. They have to observe a number of taboos. They may not spit, or the game would turn back in disgust from the pits. They may not laugh, or the sides of the pit would fall in. They may eat no salt, prepare no fodder for swine, and in the pit they may not scratch themselves, for if they did, the earth would be loosened and would collapse. And the night after digging the pit, they may have no intercourse with a woman, or all their labor would be in vain. This practice of observing strict chastity as a condition of success in hunting and fishing is very common among rude races, and the instances of it which have been cited render it probable that the rule is always based on a superstition rather than on a consideration of the temporary weakness which a breach of the custom may entail on the hunter or fisherman. In general, it appears to be supposed that the evil effect of incontinence is not so much that it weakens him, as that, for some reason or other, it offends the animals who in consequence will not suffer themselves to be caught. A carrier Indian of British Columbia used to separate from his wife for a full month before he set traps for bears, and during this time he might not drink from the same vessel as his wife, but had to use a special cup made of birch bark. The neglect of these precautions would cause the game to escape after it had been snared, but when he was about to snare martens, the period of continence was cut down to 10 days. An examination of all the many cases in which the savage bridles his passions and remains chaste for motives of superstition would be instructive, but I cannot attempt it now. I will only add a few miscellaneous examples of the custom before passing to the ceremonies of purification, which are observed by the hunter and fisherman after the chase and the fishing are over. The workers in the salt pans near Saifum in Laos must abstain from all sexual relations at the place where they are at work, and they may not cover their heads nor shelter themselves under an umbrella from the burning rays of the sun. Among the Kachins of Burma, the ferment used in making beer is prepared by 2 women, chosen by lot, who during the 3 days that the process lasts may eat nothing acid and may have no conjugal relations with their husbands. Otherwise it is supposed that the beer would be sour. Among the Maasai, honey wine is brewed by a man and a woman who live in a hut, set apart for them till the wine is ready for drinking. But they are strictly forbidden to have sexual intercourse with each other during this time. It is deemed essential that they should be chaste for 2 days before they begin to brew, and for the whole of the 6 days that the brewing lasts. The Maasai believe that were the couple to commit a breach of chastity, not only would the wine be undrinkable, but the bees which made the honey would fly away. Similarly, they require that a man who is making poison should sleep alone and observe other taboos, which render him almost an outcast. The Wanderobo, a tribe of the same region as the Maasai, believe that the mere presence of a woman in the neighborhood of a man who is brewing poison would deprive the poison of its venom, and that the same thing would happen if the wife of the poison maker were to commit adultery while her husband was brewing the poison. In this last case, it is obvious that a rationalistic explanation of the taboo is impossible. How could the loss of virtue in the poison be a physical consequence of the loss of virtue in the poison maker's wife? Clearly, the effect which the wife's adultery is supposed to have on the poison is a case of sympathetic magic. Her misconduct sympathetically affects her husband and his work at a distance. We may, accordingly, infer with some confidence that the rule of continence imposed on the poison maker himself is also a simple case of sympathetic magic, and not, as a civilized reader might be disposed to conjecture, a wise precaution designed to prevent him from accidentally poisoning his wife. Among the Ba Pedi and Bathonga tribes of South Africa, when the site of a new village has been chosen, and the houses are building, all the married people are forbidden to have conjugal relations with each other. If it were discovered that any couple had broken this rule, the work of building would immediately be stopped and another site chosen for the village. For they think that a breach of chastity would spoil the village which was growing up, that the chief would grow lean and perhaps die, and that the guilty woman would never bear another child. Among the Chams of Cochin China, when a dam is made or repaired on a river for the sake of irrigation, the chief who offers the traditional sacrifices and implores the protection of the deities on the work has to stay all the time in a wretched hovel of straw, taking no part in the labor and observing the strictest continence, for the people believe that a breach of his chastity would entail a breach of the dam. Here it is plain there can be no idea of maintaining the mere bodily vigor of the chief for the accomplishment of a task in which he does not even bear a hand. If the taboos or abstinences observed by hunters and fishermen before and during the chase are dictated, as we have seen reason to believe, by superstitious motives, and chiefly by a dread of offending or frightening the spirits of the creatures whom it is proposed to kill, we may expect that the restraints imposed after the slaughter has been perpetrated will be at least as stringent, the slayer and his friends having now the added fear of the angry ghosts of his victims before their eyes. Whereas on the hypothesis that the abstinences in question, including those from food, drink, and sleep, are merely salutary precautions for maintaining the men in health and strength to do their work, it is obvious that the observance of these abstinences or taboos after the work is done, that is, when the game is killed and the fish caught, must be wholly superfluous, absurd, and inexplicable. But as I shall now show, these taboos often continue to be enforced or even increased in stringency after the death of the animals. In other words, after the hunter or fisher has accomplished his object by making his bag or landing his fish. The rationalistic theory of them therefore breaks down entirely. The hypothesis of superstition is clearly the only one open to us. Among the Inuit or Eskimo of Bering Strait, the dead bodies of various animals must be treated very carefully by the hunter who obtains them, so that their shades may not be offended and bring bad luck or even death upon him or his people. Hence the Inuit hunter who has had a hand in the killing of a white whale, or even has helped to take one from the net. It is not allowed to do any work for the next 4 days, that being the time during which the shade or ghost of the whale is supposed to stay with its body. At the same time, no one in the village may use any sharp or pointed instrument for fear of wounding the whale's shade, which is believed to be hovering invisible in the neighborhood. And no loud noise may be made lest it should frighten or offend the ghost. Whoever cuts a whale's body with an iron axe will die. Indeed, the use of all iron instruments is forbidden in the village during these 4 days. These same Eskimo celebrate a great annual festival in December when the bladders of all the seals, whales, walrus, and white bears that have been killed in the year are taken into the assembly house of the village. They remain there for several days, and so long as they do so, the hunters avoid all intercourse with women, saying that if they failed in that respect, the shades of the dead animals would be offended. Similarly, among the Aleuts of Alaska, the hunter who had struck a whale with a charmed spear would not throw again, but returned at once to his home and separated himself from his people in a hut specially constructed for the purpose, where he stayed for 3 days without food or drink, and without touching or looking upon a woman. During this time of seclusion, he snorted occasionally in imitation of the wounded and dying whale, in order to prevent the whale which he had struck from leaving the coast. On the 4th day he emerged from his seclusion and bathed in the sea, shrieking in a hoarse voice and beating the water with his hands. Then, taking with him a companion, he repaired to that part of the shore where he expected to find the whale stranded. If the beast was dead, he at once cut out the place where the death wound had been inflicted. If the whale was not dead, he again returned to his home and continued washing himself until the whale died. Here the hunter's imitation of the wounded whale is probably intended by means of homeopathic magic to make the beast die in earnest. Once more the soul of the grim polar bear is offended if the taboos which concern him are not observed. His soul tarries for 3 days near the spot where it left his body. And during these days the Eskimo are particularly careful to conform rigidly to the laws of taboo, because they believe that punishment overtakes the transgressor who sins against the soul of a bear far more speedily than him who sins against the souls of the sea beasts. When the Kains have shot one of the dreaded Bornean panthers, they are very anxious about the safety of their souls, for they think that the soul of a panther is almost more powerful than their own. Hence, they step 8 times over the carcass of the dead beast, reciting the spell panther, "Thy soul under my soul." On returning home, they smear themselves, their dogs, and their weapons with the blood of fowls in order to calm their souls and hinder them from fleeing away. For, being themselves fond of the flesh of fowls, they ascribe the same taste to their souls. For 8 days afterwards, they must bathe by day and by night before going out again to the chase. Among the Hottentots, when a man has killed a lion, leopard, elephant, or rhinoceros, he is esteemed a great hero. But he has to remain at home quite idle for 3 days, during which his wife may not come near him. She is also enjoined to restrict herself to a poor diet, and to eat no more than is barely necessary to keep her in health. Similarly, the Lapps deem it the height of glory to kill a bear, which they consider the king of beasts. Nevertheless, all the men who take part in the slaughter are regarded as unclean, and must live by themselves for 3 days in a hut or tent made specially for them, where they cut up and cook the bear's carcass. The reindeer which brought in the carcass on a sledge may not be driven by a woman for a whole year. Indeed, according to one account, it may not be used by anybody for that period. Before the men go into the tent where they are to be secluded, they strip themselves of the garments they had worn in killing the bear, and their wives spit the red juice of alder bark in their faces. They enter the tent not by the ordinary door, but by an opening at the back. When the bear's flesh has been cooked, a portion of it is sent by the hands of 2 men to the women, who may not approach the men's tent while the cooking is going on. The men who convey the flesh to the women pretend to be strangers bringing presents from a foreign land. The women keep up the pretense and promise to tie red threads round the legs of the strangers. The bear's flesh may not be passed in to the women through the door of their tent, but must be thrust in at a special opening made by lifting up the hem of the tent cover. When the 3 days' seclusion is over, and the men are at liberty to return to their wives, they run, one after the other, round the fire, holding the chain by which pots are suspended over it. This is regarded as a form of purification, They may now leave the tent by the ordinary door and rejoin the women. But the leader of the party must still abstain from cohabitation with his wife for 2 days more. Again, the Kaffirs are said to dread greatly the boa constrictor, or an enormous serpent resembling it, and being influenced by certain superstitious notions, they even fear to kill it. The man who happened to put it to death, the man who happened to put it to death. Whether in self-defense or otherwise, was formerly required to lie in a running stream of water during the day for several weeks together, and no beast whatever was allowed to be slaughtered at the hamlet to which he belonged, until this duty had been fully performed. The body of the snake was then taken and carefully buried in a trench dug close to the cattle fold, where its remains, like those of a chief, were henceforward kept perfectly undisturbed. The period of penance, as in the case of mourning for the dead, is now happily reduced to a few days. In Madras it is considered a great sin to kill a cobra. When this has happened, the people generally burn the body of the serpent, just as they burn the bodies of human beings. The murderer deems himself polluted for 3 days. On the second day, milk is poured on the remains of the cobra. On the third day, the guilty wretch is free from pollution. In these last cases, the animal whose slaughter has to be atoned for is sacred. That is, it is one whose life is commonly spared from motives of superstition. Yet the treatment of the sacrilegious slayer seems to resemble so closely the treatment of hunters and fishermen who have killed animals for food in the ordinary course of business, that the ideas on which both sets of customs are based may be assumed to be substantially the same. Those ideas, if I am right, are the respect which the savage feels for the souls of beasts, especially valuable or formidable beasts, and the dread which he entertains of their vengeful ghosts. Some confirmation of this view may be drawn from the ceremonies observed by fishermen of Annam when the carcass of a whale is washed ashore. These fisher-folk, we are told, worship the whale on account of the benefits they derive from it. There is hardly a village on the seashore which has not its small pagoda containing the bones, more or less authentic, of a whale. When a dead whale is washed ashore, the people accord it a solemn burial. The man who first caught sight of it acts as chief mourner, performing the rites which, as chief mourner and heir, he would perform for a human kinsman. He puts on all the garb of woe, the straw hat, the white robe, with long sleeves turned inside out, and the other paraphernalia of full mourning. As next of kin to the deceased, he presides over the funeral rites. Perfumes are burned, sticks of incense kindled, leaves of gold and silver scattered, crackers let off. When the flesh has been cut off and the oil extracted, the remains of the carcass are buried in the sand. Afterwards a shed is set up and offerings are made in it. Usually sometime after the burial, the spirit of the dead whale takes possession of some person in the village, and declares by his mouth whether he is a male or a female. Chapter 21, Tabooed Things, Section 1, The Meaning of Taboo. Thus, in primitive society, the rules of ceremonial purity observed by divine kings, chiefs, and priests agree in many respects with the rules observed by homicides, mourners, women in childbed, girls of puberty, hunters, and fishermen, and so on. To us, these various classes of persons appear to differ totally in character and condition. Some of them we should call holy, others we might pronounce unclean and polluted. But the savage makes no such moral distinction between them. The conceptions of holiness and pollution are not yet differentiated in his mind. To him the common feature of all these persons is that they are dangerous and in danger, and the danger in which they stand and to which they expose others is what we should call spiritual or ghostly, and therefore imaginary. The danger, however, is not less real, because it is imaginary. Imagination acts upon man as really as does gravitation, and may kill him as certainly as a dose of prussic acid. To seclude these persons from the rest of the world, so that the dreaded spiritual danger shall neither reach them nor spread from them, is the object of the taboos which they have to observe. These taboos act, so to say, as electrical insulators to preserve the spiritual force with which these persons are charged from suffering or inflicting harm by contact with the outer world. To the illustrations of these general principles, which have been already given, I shall now add some more, drawing my examples, first, from the class of tabooed things, and second, from the class of tabooed words. For in the opinion of the savage, both things and words may, like persons, be charged or electrified, either temporarily or permanently, with the mysterious virtue of taboo, and may therefore require to be banished for a longer or a shorter time from the familiar usage of common life. And the examples will be chosen with special reference to those sacred chiefs, kings, and priests, who, more than anybody else, live fenced about by taboo as by a wall. Tabooed things will be illustrated in the present chapter, and tabooed words in the next. Section 2. Iron tabooed. In the first place, we may observe that the awful sanctity of kings naturally leads to a prohibition to touch their sacred persons. Thus it was unlawful to lay hands on the person of a Spartan king. No one might touch the body of the king or queen of Tahiti. It is forbidden to touch the person of the king of Siam under pain of death, and no one may touch the king of Cambodia, for any purpose whatever, without his express command. In July 1874, the king was thrown from his carriage and lay insensible on the ground, but not one of his suite dared to touch him. A European coming to the spot carried the injured monarch to his palace. Formerly, no one might touch the king of Korea, and if he deigned to touch a subject, the spot touched became sacred, and the person thus honored had to wear a visible mark, generally a cord of red silk, for the rest of his life. Above all, no iron might touch the king's body. In 1800, King Titsong Taiwan died of a tumor in the back, no one dreaming of employing the lancet, which would probably have saved his life. It is said that one king suffered terribly from an abscess in the lip, till his physician called in a jester, whose pranks made the king laugh heartily, and so the abscess burst. Roman and Sabine priests might not be shaved with iron, but only with bronze razors or shears, and whenever an iron graving tool was brought into the sacred grove of the Arval brothers at Rome for the purpose of cutting an inscription in stone, an expiatory sacrifice of a lamb and a pig must be offered, which was repeated when the graving tool was removed from the grove. As a general rule, iron might not be brought into Greek sanctuaries. In Crete, sacrifices were offered to Menedemus without the use of iron, because the legend ran that Menedemus had been killed by an iron weapon in the Trojan War. The Archon of Plataea might not touch iron, but once a year, at the annual commemoration of the men who fell at the Battle of Plataea, he was allowed to carry a sword wherewith to sacrifice a bull. To this day, a Hottentot priest never uses an iron knife, but always a sharp splint of quartz in sacrificing an animal or circumcising a lad. Among the Ovambo of southwest Africa, custom requires that lads should be circumcised with a sharp flint. If none is to hand, the operation may be performed with iron, but the iron must afterwards be buried. Amongst the Moquillas, Arizona, stone knives, hatchets, and so on have passed out of common use, but are retained in religious ceremonies. After the Pawnees had ceased to use stone arrowheads for ordinary purposes, they still employed them to slay the sacrifices, whether human captives or buffalo and deer. Amongst the Jews, no iron tool was used in building the temple at Jerusalem or in making an altar. The old wooden bridge, Pons Sublicius, at Rome, which was considered sacred, was made and had to be kept in repair without the use of iron or bronze. It was expressly provided by law that the temple of Jupiter Liber at Furfo might be repaired with iron tools. The council chamber at Cyzicus was constructed of wood without any iron nails, the beams being so arranged that they could be taken out and replaced. This superstitious objection to iron perhaps dates from that early time in the history of society when iron was still a novelty, and as such was viewed by many with suspicion and dislike. For everything new is apt to excite the awe and dread of the savage. It is a curious superstition, says a pioneer in Borneo, this of the Dusans to attribute anything, whether good or bad, lucky or unlucky, that happens to them to something novel which has arrived in their country. For instance, my living in Kindram has caused the intensely hot weather we have experienced of late. The unusually heavy rains which happened to follow the English survey of the Nicobar Islands in the winter of 1886 to 1887 were imputed by the alarmed natives to the wrath of the spirits at the theodolites, dumpy levelers, and other strange instruments which had been set up in so many of their favorite haunts. and some of them proposed to soothe the anger of the spirits by sacrificing a pig. In the 17th century, a succession of bad seasons excited a revolt among the Estonian peasantry, who traced the origin of the evil to a watermill, which put a stream to some inconvenience by checking its flow. The first introduction of iron plowshares into Poland having been followed by a succession of bad harvests, the farmers attributed the badness of the crops to the iron plowshares and discarded them for the old wooden ones. To this day, the primitive Badawis of Java, who live chiefly by husbandry, will use no iron tools in tilling their fields. The general dislike of innovation, which always makes itself strongly felt in the sphere of religion, is sufficient by itself to account for the superstitious aversion to iron entertained by kings and priests, and attributed by them to the gods. Possibly this aversion may have been intensified in places by some such accidental cause, as the series of bad seasons which cast discredit on iron plowshares in Poland. But the disfavor in which iron is held by the gods and their ministers has another side. Their antipathy to the metal furnishes men with a weapon which may be turned against the spirits when occasion serves. As their dislike of iron is supposed to be so great that they will not approach persons and things protected by the obnoxious metal, iron may obviously be employed as a charm for banning ghosts and other dangerous spirits, and often it is so used. Thus in the Highlands of Scotland, the great safeguard against the elfin race is iron, or better yet, steel. The metal in any form, whether as a sword, a knife, a gun barrel, or what not, is all powerful for this purpose. Whenever you enter a fairy dwelling, you should always remember to stick a piece of steel, such as a knife, a needle, or a fishhook, in the door, for then the elves will not be able to shut the door till you come out again. So too, when you have shot a deer and are bringing it home at night, be sure to thrust a knife into the carcass, for that keeps the fairies from laying their weight on it. A knife or nail in your pocket is quite enough to prevent the fairies from lifting you up at night. Nails in the front of a bed ward off elves from women in the straw and from their babes. But to make quite sure, it is better to put the smoothing iron under the bed and the reaping hook in the window. If a bull has fallen over a rock and been killed, a nail stuck into it will preserve the flesh from the fairies. Music discoursed on a Jew's harp keeps the elfin women away from the hunter, because the tongue of the instrument is of steel. In Morocco, iron is considered a great protection against demons. Hence it is usual to place a knife or dagger under a sick man's pillow. The Sinhalese believe that they are constantly surrounded by evil spirits who lie in wait to do them harm. A peasant would not dare to carry good food, such as cakes or roast meat, from one place to another, without putting an iron nail on it to prevent a demon from taking possession of the viands, and so making the eater ill. No sick person, whether man or woman, would venture out of the house without a bunch of keys or a knife in his hand, for without such a talisman he would fear that some devil might take advantage of his weak state to slip into his body. And if a man has a large sore on his body, he tries to keep a morsel of iron on it as a protection against demons. On the Slave Coast, when a mother sees her child gradually wasting away, she concludes that a demon has entered into the child, and takes her measures accordingly. To lure the demon out of the body of her offspring, she offers a sacrifice of food, and while the devil is bolting it, she attaches iron rings and small bells to her child's ankles and hangs iron chains around his neck. The jingling of the iron and the tinkling of the bells are supposed to prevent the demon, when he has concluded his repast, from entering again into the body of the little sufferer. Hence many children may be seen in this part of Africa weighed down with iron ornaments. Section 3. Sharp weapons tabooed. There is a priestly king to the north of Zengwe in Burma, revered by the Sadia as the highest spiritual and temporal authority, into whose house no weapon or cutting instrument may be brought. This rule may perhaps be explained by a custom observed by various peoples after a death. They refrain from the use of sharp instruments so long as the ghost of the deceased is supposed to be near, lest they should wound it. Thus, among the Eskimo of Bering Strait, during the day on which a person dies in the village, no one is permitted to work, and the relatives must perform no labor during the 3 following days. It is especially forbidden during this period to cut with any edged instrument, such as a knife or an axe, and the use of pointed instruments, like needles or bodkins, is also forbidden. This is said to be done to avoid cutting or injuring the shade, which may be present at any time during this period, and, if accidentally injured by any of these things, it would become very angry and bring sickness or death to the people. The relatives must also be very careful at this time not to make any loud or harsh noises that may startle or anger the shade. We have seen that in like manner, after killing a white whale, these Eskimo abstain from the use of cutting or pointed instruments for 4 days, lest they should unwittingly cut or stab the whale's ghost. The same taboo is sometimes observed by them when there is a sick person in the village, probably from a fear of injuring his shade, which may be hovering outside of his body. After a death, the Romanians of Transylvania are careful not to leave a knife lying with the sharp edge uppermost so long as the corpse remains in the house, or else the soul will be forced to ride on the blade for 7 days after death. The corpse being still in the house, the Chinese abstain from the use of knives and needles, and even of chopsticks, eating their food with their fingers. On the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 40th days after the funeral, the old Prussians and Lithuanians used to prepare a meal, to which, standing at the door, they invited the soul of the deceased. At these meals they sat silent round the table, and used no knives, and the women who served up the food were also without knives. If any morsels fell from the table, they were left lying there for the lonely souls that had no living relations or friends to feed them. When the meal was over, the priest took a broom and swept the souls out of the house, saying, "Dear souls, ye have eaten and drunk. Go forth, go forth." We can now understand why no cutting instrument may be taken into the house of the Burmese Pandit. Like so many priestly kings, he is probably regarded as divine, and it is therefore right that his sacred spirit should not be exposed to the risk of being cut or wounded whenever it quits his body to hover invisible in the air or to fly on some distant mission. Section 4, Blood Tabooed. We have seen that the Flamen Dialis was forbidden to touch or even name raw flesh. At certain times, a Brahmin teacher is enjoined not to look on raw flesh, blood, or persons whose hands have been cut off. In Uganda, the father of twins is in a state of taboo for some time after birth. Among other rules, he is forbidden to kill anything or to see blood. In the Pelu Islands, when a raid has been made on a village and a head carried off, the relations of the slain man are tabooed and have to submit to certain observances in order to escape the wrath of his goat. They are shut up in the house, touch no raw flesh, and chew betel over which an incantation has been uttered by the exorcist. After this, the ghost of the slaughtered man goes away to the enemy's country in pursuit of his murderer. The taboo is probably based on the common belief that the soul or spirit of the animal is in the blood, as tabooed persons are believed to be in a perilous state, for example. The relations of the slain man are liable to the attacks of his indignant ghost. It is especially necessary to isolate them from contact with spirits, hence the prohibition to touch raw meat. But as usual, the taboo is only the special enforcement of a general precept. In other words, its observance is particularly enjoined in circumstances which seem urgently to call for its application. But apart from such circumstances, the prohibition is also observed, though less strictly, as a common rule of life. Thus, some of the Estonians will not taste blood because they believe that it contains the animal's soul, which would enter the body of the person who tasted the blood. Some Indian tribes of North America, through a strong principle of religion, abstain in the strictest manner from eating the blood of any animal, as it contains the life and spirit of the beast. Jewish hunters poured out the blood of the game they had killed and covered it up with dust. They would not taste the blood, believing that the soul or life of the animal was in the blood, or actually was the blood. It is a common rule that royal blood may not be shed upon the ground. Hence, when a king or one of his family is to be put to death, a mode of execution is devised by which the royal blood shall not be spilt upon the earth. About the year 1688, the generalissimo of the army rebelled against the king of Siam, and put him to death after the manner of royal criminals, or as princes of the blood are treated when convicted of capital crimes, which is by putting them into a large iron cauldron and pounding them to pieces with wooden pestles, because none of their royal blood must be spilt on the ground. It being, by their religion, thought great impiety to contaminate the divine blood by mixing it with earth. When Kublai Khan defeated and took his uncle Nayan, who had rebelled against him, he caused Nayan to be put to death by being wrapped in a carpet and tossed to and fro till he died, because he would not have the blood of his line imperial spilled upon the ground or exposed in the eye of heaven and before the sun. Friar Recold mentions the Tartar maxim, one Khan will put another to death to get possession of the throne. But he takes great care that the blood be not spilt, for they say that it is highly improper that the blood of the great Khan should be spilt upon the ground. So they cause the victim to be smothered somehow or other. The like feeling prevails at the court of Burma, where a peculiar mode of execution without bloodshed is reserved for princes of the blood. The reluctance to spill royal blood seems to be only a particular case of a general unwillingness to shed blood, or at least to allow it to fall on the ground. Marco Polo tells us that in his day, persons caught in the streets of Cambaluc, Peking, at unseasonable hours were arrested, and if found guilty of a misdemeanor, were beaten with a stick. Under this punishment people sometimes die. But they adopt it in order to eschew bloodshed, for their basses say that it is an evil thing to shed man's blood. In West Sussex, people believe that the ground on which human blood has been shed is accursed, and will remain barren forever. Among some primitive peoples, when the blood of a tribesman has to be spilt, it is not suffered to fall upon the ground, but is received upon the bodies of his fellow tribesmen. Thus, in some Australian tribes, boys who are being circumcised are laid on a platform, formed by the living bodies of the tribesmen. And when a boy's tooth is knocked out as an initiatory ceremony, he is seated on the shoulders of a man, on whose breast the blood flows and may not be wiped away. Also, the Gauls used to drink their enemies' blood and paint themselves therewith. So also they write that the old Irish were wont, and so have I seen some of the Irish do, but not their enemies' but friends' blood, as namely at the execution of a notable traitor at Limerick, called Murrogh O'Brien. I saw an old woman, which was his foster mother, take up his head whilst he was quartered, and suck up all the blood that ran thereout, saying that the earth was not worthy to drink it, and therewith also steeped her face and breast, and tore her hair, crying out and shrieking most terribly. Among the Latuka of Central Africa, the earth on which a drop of blood has fallen at childbirth is carefully scraped up with an iron shovel, put into a pot along with the water used in washing the mother, and buried tolerably deep outside the house on the left-hand side. In West Africa, if a drop of your blood has fallen on the ground, you must carefully cover it up, rub, and stamp it into the soil. If it has fallen on the side of a canoe or a tree, the place is cut out and the chip destroyed. One motive of these African customs may be a wish to prevent the blood from falling into the hands of magicians, who might make an evil use of it. That is admittedly the reason why people in West Africa stamp out any blood of theirs which has dropped on the ground, or cut out any wood that has been soaked with it. From a like dread of sorcery, natives of New Guinea are careful to burn any sticks, leaves, or rags which are stained with their blood, and if the blood has dripped on the ground they turn up the soil, and if possible light a fire on the spot. The same fear explains the curious duties discharged by a class of men called Ramanga or blue blood among the Betsaleo of Madagascar. It is their business to eat all the nail parings and to lick up all the spilt blood of the nobles. When the nobles pare their nails, the parings are collected to the last scrap and swallowed by these Ramanga. If the parings are too large, they are minced small and so gulped down. Again, should a nobleman wound himself, say, in cutting his nails or treading on something, the Ramanga lick up the blood as fast as possible. Nobles of high rank hardly go anywhere without these humble attendants. But if it should happen that there are none of them present, the cut nails and the spilt blood are carefully collected to be afterwards swallowed by the Ramanga. There is scarcely a nobleman of any pretensions who does not strictly observe this custom, the intention of which probably is to prevent these parts of his person from falling into the hands of sorcerers, who on the principles of contagious magic could work him harm thereby. The general explanation of the reluctance to shed blood on the ground is probably to be found in the belief that the soul is in the blood, and that therefore any ground on which it may fall necessarily becomes taboo or sacred. In New Zealand, anything upon which even a drop of a high chief's blood chances to fall becomes taboo or sacred to him. For instance, a party of natives having come to visit a chief in a fine new canoe, the chief got into it, but in doing so a splinter entered his foot, and the blood trickled on the canoe, which at once became sacred to him. The owner jumped out, dragged the canoe ashore opposite the chief's house, and left it there. Again, the chief, in entering a missionary's house, knocked his head against a beam, and the blood flowed. The native said that in former times the house would have belonged to the chief, as usually happens with taboos of universal application. The prohibition to spill the blood of a tribesman on the ground applies with peculiar stringency to chiefs and kings, and is observed in their case long after it has ceased to be observed in the case of others. Section 5. The head tabooed. Many peoples regard the head as peculiarly sacred. The special sanctity attributed to it is sometimes explained by a belief that it contains a spirit which is very sensitive to injury or disrespect. Thus the Yorubas hold that every man has 3 spiritual inmates, of whom the first, called Olori, dwells in the head and is the man's protector, guardian, and guide. Offerings are made to this spirit, chiefly of fowls, and some of the blood mixed with palm oil is rubbed on the forehead. The Karens suppose that a being called the TSO resides in the upper part of the head, and while it retains its seat, no harm can befall the person from the efforts of the 7 kalas, or personified passions. But if the TSO becomes heedless or weak, certain evil to the person is the result. Hence the head is carefully attended to, and all possible pains are taken to provide such dress and attire as will be pleasing to the TSO. The Siamese think that a spirit called Huan or Woon dwells in the human head, of which it is the guardian spirit. The spirit must be carefully protected from injury of every kind. Hence the act of shaving or cutting the hair is accompanied with many ceremonies. The Kuin is very sensitive on points of honor, and would feel mortally insulted if the head in which he resides were touched by the hand of a stranger. The Cambodians esteem it a grave offense to touch a man's head. Some of them will not enter a place where anything whatever is suspended over their heads, and the meanest Cambodian would never consent to live under an inhabited room. Hence, the houses are built of 1 story only, and even the government respects the prejudice by never placing a prisoner in the stocks under the floor of a house, though the houses are raised high above the ground. The same superstition exists amongst the Malays, for an early traveler reports that in Java, people wear nothing on their heads, and say that nothing must be on their heads. And if any person were to put his hand upon their head, they would kill him. And they do not build houses with stories, in order that they may not walk over each other's heads. The same superstition as to the head is found in full force throughout Polynesia. Thus of Gatanewa, a Marquesan chief, it is said that to touch the top of his head, or anything which had been on his head, was sacrilege. To pass over his head was an indignity never to be forgotten. The son of a Marquesan high priest has been seen to roll on the ground in an agony of rage and despair, begging for death, because someone had desecrated his head and deprived him of his divinity by sprinkling a few drops of water on his hair. But it was not the Marquesan chiefs only whose heads were sacred. The head of every Marquesan was taboo, and might neither be touched nor stepped over by another. Even a father might not step over the head of his sleeping child. Women were forbidden to carry or touch anything that had been in contact with, or had merely hung over. The head of their husband or father no one was allowed to be over the head of the king of Tonga. In Tahiti, anyone who stood over the king or queen or passed his hand over their heads might be put to death. Until certain rites were performed over it, a Tahitian infant was especially taboo. Whatever touched the child's head while it was in this state became sacred and was deposited in a consecrated place railed in for the purpose at the child's house. If a branch of a tree touched the child's head, the tree was cut down, and if in its fall it injured another tree so as to penetrate the bark, that tree also was cut down as unclean and unfit for use. After the rites were performed, these special taboos ceased. But the head of a Tahitian was always sacred. He never carried anything on it, and to touch it was an offense. So sacred was the head of a Maori chief that if he only touched it with his fingers, he was obliged immediately to apply them to his nose and snuff up the sanctity which they had acquired by the touch, and thus restore it to the part from whence it was taken. On account of the sacredness of his head, a Maori chief could not blow the fire with his mouth, for the breath being sacred communicated his sanctity to it. and a brand might be taken by a slave or a man of another tribe, or the fire might be used for other purposes, such as cooking, and so cause his death. Section 6. Hair tabooed. When the head was considered so sacred that it might not even be touched without grave offense, it is obvious that the cutting of the hair must have been a delicate and difficult operation. The difficulties and dangers which, on the primitive view, beset the operation are of two kinds. There is first the danger of disturbing the spirit of the head, which may be injured in the process, and may revenge itself upon the person who molested him. Secondly, there is the difficulty of disposing of the shorn locks. For the savage believes that the sympathetic connection which exists between himself and every part of his body continues to exist even after the physical connection has been broken, and that therefore he will suffer from any harm that may befall the several parts of his body, such as the clippings of his hair, or the parings of his nails. Accordingly, he takes care that these severed portions of himself shall not be left in places where they might either be exposed to accidental injury or fall into the hands of malicious persons who might work magic on them to his detriment or death. Such dangers are common to all, but sacred persons have more to fear from them than ordinary people, so the precautions taken by them are proportionately stringent. The simplest way of evading the peril is not to cut the hair at all, and this is the expedient adopted where the risk is thought to be more than usually great. The Frankish kings were never allowed to crop their hair. From their childhood upwards they had to keep it unshorn. To pull the long locks that floated on their shoulders would have been to renounce their right to the throne. When the wicked brothers Clotaire and Childebert coveted the kingdom of their dead brother Clodomir, they inveigled into their power their little nephews, the two sons of Clodomir, and having done so, they sent a messenger bearing scissors and a naked sword to the children's grandmother, Queen Clotilde, at Paris. The envoy showed the scissors and the sword to Clotilde, and bade her choose whether the children should be shorn and live, or remain unshorn and die. The proud queen replied that if her grandchildren were not to come to the throne, she would rather see them dead than shorn, and murdered they were by their ruthless uncle Clotaire with his own hand. The king of Ponape, one of the Caroline Islands, must wear his hair long, and so must his grandees. Among the Hos, a Negro tribe of West Africa, there are priests on whose head no razor may come during the whole of their lives. The God who dwells in the man forbids the cutting of his hair on pain of death. If the hair is at last too long, the owner must pray to his God to allow him at least to clip the tips of it. The hair is in fact conceived as the seat and lodging place of his God, so that were it shorn, the god would lose his abode in the priest. The members of a Maasai clan, who are believed to possess the art of making rain, may not pluck out their beards, because the loss of their beards would, it is supposed, entail the loss of their rain-making powers. The head chief and the sorcerers of the Maasai observe the same rule for a like reason. They think that were they to pull out their beards, their supernatural gifts would desert them. Again, men who have taken a vow of vengeance sometimes keep their hair unshorn till they have fulfilled their vow. Thus of the Marquesans, we are told that occasionally they have their head entirely shaved, except one lock on the crown, which is worn loose or put up in a knot. But the latter mode of wearing the hair is only adopted by them when they have a solemn vow as to revenge the death of some near relation, etc. In such case, the lock is never cut off until they have fulfilled their promise. A similar custom was sometimes observed by the ancient Germans. Among the Chatti, the young warriors never clipped their hair or their beard till they had slain an enemy. Among the Torajas, when a child's hair is cut to rid it of vermin, some locks are allowed to remain on the crown of the head as a refuge for one of the child's souls. Otherwise, the soul would have no place in which to settle and the child would sicken. The Karabadoks are much afraid of frightening away the soul of a child. Hence, when they cut its hair, they always leave a patch unshorn, to which the soul can retreat before the shears. Usually this lock remains unshorn all through life, or at least up till manhood. Section 7. Ceremonies at haircutting. But when it becomes necessary to crop the hair, measures are taken to lessen the dangers which are supposed to attend the operation. The chief of Namosi in Fiji always ate a man by way of precaution when he had had his hair cut. There was a certain clan that had to provide the victim, and they used to sit in solemn council among themselves to choose him. It was a sacrificial feast to avert evil from the chief. Amongst the Maoris, many spells were uttered at hair-cutting. One, for example, was spoken to consecrate the obsidian knife with which the hair was cut. Another was pronounced to avert the thunder and lightning, which hair-cutting was believed to cause. He who has had his hair cut is in immediate charge of the Achua spirit. He is removed from the contact and society of his family and his tribe. He dare not touch his food himself. It is put into his mouth by another person. Nor can he for some days resume his accustomed occupations or associate with his fellow men. The person who cuts the hair is also tabooed, his hands having been in contact with a sacred head. He may not touch food with them or engage in any other employment. He is fed by another person with food cooked over a sacred fire. He cannot be released from the taboo before the following day. When he rubs his hands with potato or fern root which has been cooked on a sacred fire, and this food having been taken to the head of the family in the female line and eaten by her, his hands are freed from the taboo. In some parts of New Zealand, the most sacred day of the year was that appointed for hair cutting. The people assembled in large numbers on that day from all the neighborhood. Section 8. Disposal of cut hair and nails. But even when the hair and nails have been safely cut, there remains the difficulty of disposing of them, for their owner believes himself liable to suffer from any harm that may befall. The notion that a man may be bewitched by means of the clippings of his hair, the parings of his nails, or any other severed portion of his person is almost worldwide, and attested by evidence too ample, too familiar, and too tedious in its uniformity to be here analyzed at length. The general idea on which the superstition rests is that of the sympathetic connection supposed to persist between a person and everything that has once been part of his body, or in any way closely related to it. A very few examples must suffice. They belong to that branch of sympathetic magic which may be called contagious. Dread of sorcery, we are told, formed one of the most salient characteristics of the Marquesan Islanders in the old days. The sorcerer took some of the hair, spittle, or other bodily refuse of the man he wished to injure, wrapped it up in a leaf, and placed the packet in a bag woven of threads or fibers, which were knotted in an intricate way. The whole was then buried with certain rites, and thereupon the victim wasted away of a languishing sickness which lasted 20 days. His life, however, might be saved by discovering and digging up the buried hair, spittle, or what not. For as soon as this was done, the power of the charm ceased. A Maori sorcerer intent on bewitching somebody sought to get a tress of his victim's hair, the parings of his nails, some of his spittle, or a shred of his garment. Having obtained the object, whatever it was, he chanted certain spells and curses over it in a falsetto voice, and buried it in the ground. As the thing decayed, the person to whom it had belonged was supposed to waste away. When an Australian blackfellow wishes to get rid of his wife, he cuts off a lock of her hair in her sleep, ties it to a spear thrower, and goes with it to a neighboring tribe, where he gives it to a friend. His friend sticks the spear thrower up every night before the campfire, and when it falls down, it is a sign that the wife is dead. The way in which the charm operates was explained to Dr. Howitt by a weird juryman. You see, he said, when a blackfellow doctor gets hold of something belonging to a man and roasts it with things and sings over it, the fire catches hold of the smell of the man. And that settles the poor fellow. The Hoozles of the Carpathians imagine that if mice get a person's shorn hair and make a nest of it, the person will suffer from headache or even become idiotic. Similarly, in Germany, it is a common notion that if birds find a person's cut hair and build their nests with it, the person will suffer from headache. Sometimes it is thought that he will have an eruption on the head. The same superstition prevails, or used to prevail, in West Sussex. Again, it is thought that cut or combed out hair may disturb the weather by producing rain and hail, thunder and lightning. We have seen that in New Zealand a spell was uttered at hair cutting to avert thunder and lightning. In the Tyrol, witches are supposed to use cut or combed out hair to make hailstones or thunderstorms with. Flinkied Indians have been known to attribute stormy weather to the rash act of a girl who had combed her hair outside of the house. The Romans seem to have held similar views, for it was a maxim with them that no one on shipboard should cut his hair or nails except in a storm. that is, when the mischief was already done. In the Highlands of Scotland, it is said that no sister should comb her hair at night if she have a brother at sea. In West Africa, when the Mani of Kitombe or Jumba died, the people used to run in crowds to the corpse and tear out his hair, teeth, and nails, which they kept as a rain charm, believing that otherwise no rain would fall. The Makoko of the Anzikos begged the missionaries to give him half their beards as a rain charm, if cut hair and nails remain in sympathetic connection with the person from whose body they have been severed. It is clear that they can be used as hostages for his good behavior by anyone who may chance to possess them, for on the principles of contagious magic he has only to injure the hair and nails in order to hurt simultaneously their original owner. Hence, when the Nandi have taken a prisoner, they shave his head and keep the shorn hair as a surety that he will not attempt to escape. But when the captive is ransomed, they return his shorn hair with him to his own people. To preserve the cut hair and nails from injury and from the dangerous uses to which they may be put by sorcerers, it is necessary to deposit them in some safe place. The shorn locks of a Maori chief were gathered with much care and placed in an adjoining cemetery. The Tahitians buried the cuttings of their hair at the temples. In the streets of Suku, a modern traveler observed cairns of large stones piled against walls, with tufts of human hair inserted in the crevices. On asking the meaning of this, he was told that when any native of the place pulled his hair, he carefully gathered up the clippings and deposited them in one of these cairns, all of which were sacred to the fetish and therefore inviolable. These cairns of sacred stones, he further learned, were simply a precaution against witchcraft. For if a man were not thus careful in disposing of his hair, some of it might fall into the hands of his enemies, who would, by means of it, be able to cast spells over him and so compass his destruction. When the top knot of a Siamese child has been cut with great ceremony, the short hairs are put into a little vessel made of plantain leaves and set adrift on the nearest river or canal. As they float away, all that was wrong or harmful in the child's disposition is believed to depart with it. The long hairs are kept till the child makes a pilgrimage to the holy footprint of Buddha on the sacred hill at Prabhat. They are then presented to the priests, who are supposed to make them into brushes with which they sweep the footprint. But in fact, so much hair is thus offered every year that the priest cannot use it all. So they quietly burn the superfluity as soon as the pilgrims' backs are turned. The cut hair and nails of the Flamen Dialis were buried under a lucky tree. The shorn tresses of the Vestal Virgins were hung on an ancient lotus tree. Often the clipped hair and nails are stowed away in any secret place, not necessarily in a temple or cemetery or at a tree, as in the cases already mentioned. Thus, in Swabia, you are recommended to deposit your clipped hair in some spot where neither sun nor moon can shine on it, for example, in the earth or under a stone. In Danzig, it is buried in a bag under the threshold. In Ugi, one of the Solomon Islands, men bury their hair lest it should fall into the hands of an enemy, who would make magic with it, and so bring sickness or calamity on them. The same fear seems to be general in Melanesia, and has led to a regular practice of hiding cut hair and nails. The same practice prevails among many tribes of South Africa, from a fear lest wizards should get hold of the severed particles and work evil with them. The Kaffirs carry still further this dread of allowing any portion of themselves to fall into the hands of an enemy, for not only do they bury their cut hair and nails in a secret spot, but when one of them cleans the head of another, he preserves the vermin which he catches, carefully delivering them to the person to whom they originally appertained, supposing, according to their theory, that, as they derive their support from the blood of the man from whom they were taken, should they be killed by another, the blood of his neighbor would be in his possession, thus placing in his hands the power of some superhuman influence. Sometimes the severed hair and nails are preserved, not to prevent them from falling into the hands of a magician, but that the owner may have them at the resurrection of the body, to which some races look forward. Thus the Incas of Peru took extreme care to preserve the nail parings and the hairs that were shorn off or torn out with a comb, placing them in holes or niches in the walls, and if they fell out, any other Indian that saw them picked them up and put them in their places again. I very often asked different Indians at various times why they did this in order to see what they would say, and they all replied in the same words, saying, Know that all persons who are born must return to life. They have no word to express resurrection. And the souls must rise out of their tombs with all that belong to their bodies. We therefore, in order that we may not have to search for our hair and nails at a time when there will be much hurry and confusion, place them in one place that they may be brought together more conveniently, and whenever it is possible. We are also careful to spit in one place. Similarly, the Turks never throw away the parings of their nails, but carefully stow them in cracks of the walls or of the boards, in the belief that they will be needed at the resurrection. The Armenians do not throw away their cut hair and nails and extracted teeth, but hide them in places that are esteemed holy, such as a crack in the church wall, a pillar of the house, or a hollow tree. They think that all these severed portions of themselves will be wanted at the resurrection, and that he who has not stowed them away in a safe place will have to hunt about for them on the great day. In the village of Drumconrath in Ireland, there used to be some old women who, having ascertained from Scripture that the hairs of their heads were all numbered by the Almighty, expected to have to account for them at the day of judgment. In order to be able to do so, they stuffed the severed hair away in the thatch of their cottages. Some people burned their loose hair to save it from falling into the hands of sorcerers. This is done by the Patagonians and some of the Victorian tribes. In the Upper Vosges, they say that you should never leave the clippings of your hair and nails lying about, but burn them to hinder the sorcerers from using them against you. For the same reason, Italian women either burn their loose hairs or throw them into a place where no one is likely to look for them. The almost universal dread of witchcraft induces the West African Negroes, the Makaloa of South Africa, and the Tahitians to burn or bury their shorn hair. In the Tyrol, many people burn their hair lest the witches should use it to raise thunderstorms. Others burn or bury it to prevent the birds from lining their nests with it, which would cause the heads from which the hair came to ache. This destruction of the hair and nails plainly involves an inconsistency of thought. The object of the destruction is avowedly to prevent these severed portions of the body from being used by sorcerers. But the possibility of their being so used depends upon the supposed sympathetic connection between them and the man from whom they were severed. And if this sympathetic connection still exists, clearly these severed portions cannot be destroyed without injury to the man. Section 9, Spittle Tabooed. The same fear of witchcraft which has led so many people to hide or destroy their loose hair and nails has induced other or the same people to treat their spittle in a like fashion. For on the principles of sympathetic magic, the spittle is part of the man, and whatever is done to it will have a corresponding effect on him. A Chilote Indian who has gathered up the spittle of an enemy will put it in a potato and hang the potato in the smoke, uttering certain spells as he does so in the belief that his foe will waste away as the potato dries in the smoke. Or he will put the spittle in a frog and throw the animal into an inaccessible, unnavigable river, which will make the victim quake and shake with ague. The natives of Urera, a district of New Zealand, enjoyed a high reputation for their skill in magic. It was said that they made use of people's spittle to bewitch them. Hence, visitors were careful to conceal their spittle, lest they should furnish these wizards with a handle for working them harm. Similarly, among some tribes of South Africa, no man will spit when an enemy is near, lest his foe should find the spittle and give it to a wizard, who would then mix it with magical ingredients, so as to injure the person from whom it fell. Even in a man's own house, his saliva is carefully swept away and obliterated for a similar reason. If common folk are thus cautious, it is natural that kings and chiefs should be doubly so. In the Sandwich Islands, chiefs were attended by a confidential servant bearing a portable spittoon, and the deposit was carefully buried every morning to put it out of the reach of sorcerers. On the Slave Coast, for the same reason, whenever a king or chief expectorates, the saliva is scrupulously gathered up and hidden or buried. The same precautions are taken for the same reason with the spittle of the chief of Tabali in southern Nigeria. The magical use to which spittle may be put marks it out like blood or nail parings as a suitable material basis for a covenant, since by exchanging their saliva, the covenanting parties give each other a guarantee of good faith. If either of them afterwards forswears himself, the other can punish his perfidy by a magical treatment of the perjurer's spittle, which he has in his custody. Thus when the Wajaga of East Africa desire to make a covenant, The two parties will sometimes sit down with a bowl of milk or beer between them, and after uttering an incantation over the beverage, they each take a mouthful of the milk or beer and spit it into the other's mouth. In urgent cases, when there is no time to spend on ceremony, the two will simply spit into each other's mouth, which seals the covenant just as well. Section 10 Foods Tabooed, as might have been expected. The superstitions of the savage cluster thick about the subject of food, and he abstains from eating many animals and plants wholesome enough in themselves, which for one reason or another he fancies would prove dangerous or fatal to the eater. Examples of such abstinence are too familiar and far too numerous to quote. But if the ordinary man is thus deterred by superstitious fear from partaking of various foods, the restraints of this kind, which are laid upon sacred or tabooed persons, such as kings and priests, are still more numerous and stringent. We have already seen that the flamen dialis was forbidden to eat or even name several plants and animals, and that the flesh diet of Egyptian kings was restricted to veal and goose. In antiquity, many priests and many kings of barbarous peoples abstained wholly from a flesh diet. The Gangas, or fetish priests of the Loango coast, are forbidden to eat or even see a variety of animals and fish, in consequence of which their flesh diet is extremely limited. Often they live only on herbs and roots, though they may drink fresh blood. The heir to the throne of Loango is forbidden from infancy to eat pork. From early childhood he is interdicted the use of the cola fruit and company. At puberty he is taught by a priest not to partake of fowls, except such as he has himself killed and cooked, and so the number of taboos goes on increasing with his years. In Fernando Po, the king, after installation, is forbidden to eat caco, aramacola, deer, and porcupine, which are the ordinary foods of the people. The head chief of the Maasai may eat nothing but milk, honey, and the roasted livers of goats, for if he partook of any other food, he would lose his power of soothsaying and of compounding charms. Section 11, Knots and Rings Tabooed. We have seen that among the many taboos which the flamen dialis at Rome had to observe, there was one that forbade him to have a knot on any part of his garment, and another that obliged him to wear no ring unless it were broken. In like manner, Moslem pilgrims to Mecca are in a state of sanctity or taboo, and may wear on their persons neither knots nor rings. These rules are probably of kindred significance, and may conveniently be considered together. To begin with knots, many people in different parts of the world entertain a strong objection to having any knot about their person at certain critical seasons, particularly childbirth, marriage, and death. Thus, among the Saxons of Transylvania, when a woman is in travail, all knots on her garments are untied, because it is believed that this will facilitate her delivery, and with the same intention all the locks in the house, whether on doors or boxes, are unlocked. The Lapps think that a lying-in woman should have no knot on her garment, because a knot would have the effect of making the delivery difficult and painful. In the East Indies, this superstition is extended to the whole time of pregnancy. The people believe that if a pregnant woman were to tie knots, or braid, or make anything fast, the child would thereby be constricted, or the woman would herself be tied up when her time came. Nay, some of them enforce the observance of the rule on the father, as well as the mother of the unborn child. Among the Sea Dyaks, neither of the parents may bind up anything with a string, or make anything fast during the wife's pregnancy. In the Tumblu tribe of North Celebes, a ceremony is performed in the 4th or 5th month of a woman's pregnancy, and after it her husband is forbidden, among many other things, to tie any fast knots and to sit with his legs crossed over each other. In all these cases, the idea seems to be that the tying of a knot would, as they say in the East Indies, tie up the woman. In other words, impede and perhaps prevent her delivery, or delay her convalescence after the birth. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, the physical obstacle or impediment of a knot on a cord would create a corresponding obstacle or impediment in the body of the woman. That this is really the explanation of the rule appears from a custom observed by the Hoas of West Africa. At a difficult birth, when a woman is in hard labor and cannot bring forth, they call in a magician to her aid. He looks at her and says the child is bound in the womb. That is why she cannot be delivered. On the entreaties of her female relations, he then promises to loosen the bond so that she may bring forth. For that purpose, he orders them to fetch a tough creeper from the forest, and with it he binds the hands and feet of the sufferer on her back. Then he takes a knife and calls out the woman's name. And when she answers, he cuts through the creeper with a knife, saying, I cut through today thy bonds and thy child's bonds. After that, he chops up the creeper small, puts the bits in a vessel of water, and bathes the woman with the water. Here the cutting of the creeper with which the woman's hands and feet are bound is a simple piece of homeopathic or imitative magic. By releasing her limbs from their bonds, the magician imagines that he simultaneously releases the child in her womb from the trammels which impede its birth. The same train of thought underlies a practice observed by some peoples of opening all locks, doors, and so on, while a birth is taking place in the house. We have seen that at such a time the Germans of Transylvania open all the locks, and the same thing is done also in Voigtland and Mecklenburg. In northwestern Argyllshire, superstitious people used to open every lock in the house at childbirth. In the island of Salsette near Bombay, when a woman is in hard labor, all locks of doors or drawers are opened with a key to facilitate her delivery. Among the Mandlings of Sumatra, the lids of all chests, boxes, pans, and so forth are opened. And if this does not produce the desired effect, the anxious husband has to strike the projecting ends of some of the house beams in order to loosen them, for they think that everything must be open and loose to facilitate the delivery. In Chittagong, when a woman cannot bring her child to the birth, the midwife gives orders to throw all doors and windows wide open, to uncork all bottles, to remove the bungs from all casks, to unloose the cows in the stall, the horses in the stable, the watchdog in his kennel, to set free sheep, fowls, ducks, and so forth. This universal liberty accorded to the animals, and even to inanimate things, is, according to the people, an infallible means of ensuring the woman's delivery and allowing the babe to be born. In the island of Sagalian, when a woman is in labor, her husband undoes everything that can be undone. He loosens the plaits of his hair and the laces of his shoes. Then he unties whatever is tied in the house or its vicinity. In the courtyard he takes the axe out of the log in which it is stuck. He unfastens the boat. If it is moored to a tree, he withdraws the cartridges from his gun and the arrows from his crossbow. Again, we have seen that a Tumbaloo man abstains not only from tying knots, but also from sitting with crossed legs during his wife's pregnancy. The train of thought is the same in both cases, whether you cross threads and tie a knot, or only cross your legs and sitting at your ease. You are equally on the principles of homeopathic magic, crossing or thwarting the free course of things. And your action cannot but check and impede whatever may be going forward in your neighborhood. Of this important truth the Romans were fully aware. To sit beside a pregnant woman or a patient under medical treatment with clasped hands, says the grave Pliny, is to cast a malignant spell over the person, and it is worse still if you nurse your leg or legs with your clasped hands or lay one leg over the other. Such postures were regarded by the old Romans as a let and hindrance to business of every sort, and at a council of war or a meeting of magistrates, at prayers and sacrifices, no man was suffered to cross his legs or clasp his hand. The stock instance of the dreadful consequences that might flow from doing one or the other was that of Alcmena, who travailed with Hercules for 7 days and 7 nights, because the goddess Lucina sat in front of the house with clasped hands and crossed legs, and the child could not be born until the goddess had been beguiled into changing her attitude. It is a Bulgarian superstition that if a pregnant woman is in the habit of sitting with crossed legs, she will suffer much in childbed. In some parts of Bavaria, when conversation comes to a standstill and silence ensues, they say, "Surely somebody has crossed his legs." The magical effect of knots in trammeling and obstructing human activity was believed to be manifested at marriage, not less than at birth. During the Middle Ages and down to the 18th century, it seems to have been commonly held in Europe that the consummation of marriage could be prevented by anyone who, while the wedding ceremony was taking place, either locked a lock or tied a knot in a cord, and then threw the lock or the cord away. The lock or the knotted cord had to be flung into water, and until it had been found and unlocked or untied, no real union of the married pair was possible. Hence, it was a grave offense not only to cast such a spell, but also to steal or make away with the material instrument of it whether lock or knotted cord. In the year 1718, the Parliament of Bordeaux sentenced someone to be burned alive for having spread desolation through a whole family by means of knotted cords. And in 1705, 2 persons were condemned to death in Scotland for stealing certain charmed knots which a woman had made, in order thereby to mar the wedded happiness of Spalding of Ashantilly. The belief in the efficacy of these charms appears to have lingered in the Highlands of Perthshire down to the end of the 18th century, for at that time it was still customary in the beautiful parish of La Girette, between the River Tummel and the River Tay, to unloose carefully every knot in the clothes of the bride and bridegroom before the celebration of the marriage ceremony. We meet with the same superstition and the same custom at the present day in Syria. The persons who help a Syrian bridegroom to don his wedding garments take care that no knot is tied on them and no button buttoned. For they believe that a button buttoned or a knot tied would put it within the power of his enemies to deprive him of his nuptial rights by magical means. The fear of such charms is diffused all over North Africa at the present day. To render a bridegroom impotent, the enchanter has only to tie a knot in a handkerchief which he had previously placed quietly on some part of the bridegroom's body, when he was mounted on horseback ready to fetch his bride. So long as the knot in the handkerchief remains tied, so long will the bridegroom remain powerless to consummate the marriage. The maleficent power of knots may also be manifested in the infliction of sickness, disease, and all kinds of misfortune. Thus, among the Haus of West Africa, a sorcerer will sometimes curse his enemy and tie a knot in a stalk of grass, saying, "I have tied up so-and-so in this knot. May all evil light upon him. When he goes into the field, may a snake sting him. When he goes to the chase, may a ravening beast attack him. And when he steps into a river, may the waters sweep him away. When it rains, may the lightning strike him. May evil nights be his. It is believed that in the knot the sorcerer has bound up the life of his enemy." In the Quran there is an allusion to the mischief of those who puff into the knots, and an Arab commentator on the passage explains that the words refer to women who practice by tying knots in cords, and then blowing and spitting upon them. He goes on to relate how, once upon a time, a wicked Jew bewitched the Prophet Muhammad himself by tying 9 knots on a string, which he then hid in a well. So the prophet fell ill, and nobody knows what might have happened if the archangel Gabriel had not opportunely revealed to the holy man the place where the knotted cord was concealed. The trusty Ali soon fetched the baleful thing from the well, and the prophet recited over it certain charms which were specially revealed to him for the purpose. At every verse of the charms, a knot untied itself, and the prophet experienced a certain relief. If knots are supposed to kill, they are also supposed to cure. This follows from the belief that to undo the knots which are causing sickness will bring the sufferer relief. But apart from this negative virtue of maleficent knots, there are certain beneficent knots to which a positive power of healing is ascribed. Pliny tells us that some folk cured diseases of the groin by taking a thread from a web, tying 7 or 9 knots on it, and then fastening it to the patient's groin. But to make the cure effectual, it was necessary to name some widow as each knot was tied. O'Donovan describes a remedy for fever employed among the Turkomans. The enchanter takes some camel hair and spins it into a stout thread, droning a spell the while. Next he ties 7 knots on the thread, blowing on each knot before he pulls it tight. This knotted thread is then worn as a bracelet on his wrist by the patient. Every day one of the knots is untied and blown upon, and when the 7th knot is undone, the whole thread is rolled up into a ball and thrown into a river, bearing away, as they imagine, the fever with it. Again, knots may be used by an enchantress to win a lover and attach him firmly to herself. Thus the lovesick maiden Virgil seeks to draw Daphnis to her from the city by spells and by tying 3 knots on each of 3 strings of different colors. So an Arab maiden, who had lost her heart to a certain man, tried to gain his love and bind him to herself by tying knots in his whip. But her jealous rival undid the knots. On the same principle, magic knots may be employed to stop a runaway. In Swaziland, you may often see grass tied in knots at the side of the footpaths. Every one of these knots tells of a domestic tragedy. A wife has run away from her husband, and he and his friends have gone in pursuit, binding up the paths, as they call it, in this fashion to prevent the fugitive from doubling back over them. A net, from its affluence of knots, has always been considered in Russia very efficacious against sorcerers. Hence, in some places, when a bride is being dressed in her wedding attire, a fishing net is flung over her to keep her out of harm's way. For a similar purpose, the bridegroom and his companions are often girt with pieces of net, or at least with tight-drawn girdles, for before a wizard can begin to injure them, he must undo all the knots in the net, or take off the girdles. But often a Russian amulet is merely a knotted thread. A skein of red wool wound about the arms and legs is thought to ward off agues and fevers, and 9 skeins fastened round child's neck are deemed a preservative against scarlatina. In the Tver government, a bag of a special kind is tied to the neck of the cow, which walks before the rest of a herd, in order to keep off wolves. Its force binds the maw of the ravening beast. On the same principle, a padlock is carried thrice round a herd of horses before they go afield in the spring, and the bearer locks and unlocks it as he goes, saying, "I lock from my herd the mouths of the gray wolves with this steel lock." Knots and locks may serve to avert not only wizards and wolves, but death itself. When they brought a woman to the stake at St. Andrews in 1572 to burn her alive for a witch, they found on her a white cloth like a collar, with strings and many knots on the strings. They took it from her, sorely against her will, for she seemed to think that she could not die in the fire, if only the cloth with the knotted strings was on her. When it was taken away, she said, "Now I have no hope of myself." In many parts of England, it is thought that a person cannot die so long as any locks are locked or bolts shot in the house. It is therefore a very common practice to undo all locks and bolts when the sufferer is plainly near his end, in order that his agony may not be unduly prolonged. For example, in the year 1863 at Taunton, a child lay sick of scarlatina and death seemed inevitable. A jury of matrons was, as it were, empaneled, and to prevent the child dying hard, all the doors in the house, all the drawers, all the boxes, all the cupboards were thrown wide open, the keys taken out, and the body of the child placed under a beam, whereby a sure, certain, and easy passage into eternity could be secured. Strange to say. The child declined to avail itself of the facilities for dying so obligingly placed at its disposal by the sagacity and experience of the British matrons of Taunton. It preferred to live rather than give up the ghost just then. The rule which prescribes that at certain magical and religious ceremonies the hair should hang loose and the feet should be bare is probably based on the same fear of trammeling and impeding the action in hand, whatever it may be, by the presence of any knot or constriction, whether on the head or on the feet of the performer. A similar power to bind and hamper spiritual as well as bodily activities is ascribed by some people to rings. Thus, in the island of Carpathos, people never button the clothes they put upon a dead body, and they are careful to remove all rings from it. For the spirit, they say, can even be detained in the little finger, and cannot rest. Here it is plain that even if the soul is not definitely supposed to issue at death from the fingertips, yet the ring is conceived to exercise a certain constrictive influence which detains and imprisons the immortal spirit in spite of its efforts to escape from the tabernacle of clay. In short, the ring, like the knot, acts as a spiritual fetter. This may have been the reason of an ancient Greek maxim attributed to Pythagoras, which forbade people to wear rings. Nobody might enter the ancient Arcadian sanctuary of the mistress at Lycosura with a ring on his or her finger. Persons who consulted the oracle of Faunus had to be chaste, to eat no flesh, and to wear no rings. On the other hand, the same constriction which hinders the egress of the soul may prevent the entrance of evil spirits. Hence we find rings used as amulets against demons, witches, and ghosts. In the Tyrol, it is said that a woman in childbed should never take off her wedding ring, or spirits and witches will have power over her. Among the Lapps, the person who is about to place a corpse in the coffin receives from the husband, wife, or children of the deceased a brass ring, which he must wear fastened to his right arm until the corpse is safely deposited in the grave. The ring is believed to serve the person as an amulet against any harm which the ghost might do to him. How far the custom of wearing finger rings may have been influenced by, or even have sprung from, a belief in their efficacy as amulets to keep the soul in the body, or demons out of it, is a question which seems worth considering. Here we are only concerned with the belief in so far as it seems to throw light on the rule that the flamen dialis might not wear a ring, unless it were broken. Taken in conjunction with the rule which forbade him to have a knot on his garments, it points to a fear that the powerful spirit embodied in him might be trammeled and hampered in its goings out and comings in by such corporeal and spiritual fetters as rings and knots. Chapter 22, Tabooed Words, Section 1. Personal names tabooed. Unable to discriminate clearly between words and things, the savage commonly fancies that the link between a name and the person or thing denominated by it is not a mere arbitrary and ideal association, but a real and substantial bond which unites the two in such a way that magic may be wrought on a man just as easily through his name as through his hair, his nails, or any other material part of his person. In fact, primitive man regards his name as a vital portion of himself and takes care of it accordingly. Thus, for example, the North American Indian regards his name not as a mere label, but as a distinct part of his personality, just as much as are his eyes or his teeth, and believes that injury will result as surely from the malicious handling of his name as from a wound inflicted on any part of his physical organism. This belief was found among the various tribes from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and has occasioned a number of curious regulations in regard to the concealment and change of names. Some Eskimo take new names when they are old, hoping thereby to get a new lease of life. The Talampus of Celebes believe that if you write a man's name down, you can carry off his soul along with it. Many savages at the present day regard their names as vital parts of themselves, and therefore take great pains to conceal their real names, lest these should give to evil-disposed persons a handle by which to injure their owners. Thus, to begin with the savages who rank at the bottom of the social scale, we are told that the secrecy with which among the Australian Aborigines personal names are often kept from general knowledge arises in great measure from the belief that an enemy, who knows your name, has in it something which he can use magically to your detriment. An Australian black, says another writer, is always very unwilling to tell his real name, and there is no doubt that this reluctance is due to the fear that through his name he may be injured by sorcerers. Amongst the tribes of Central Australia, every man, woman, and child has, besides a personal name which is in common use, a secret or sacred name which is bestowed by the older men upon him or her soon after birth, and which is known to none but the fully initiated members of the group. This secret name is never mentioned except upon the most solemn occasions. To utter it in the hearing of women or of men of another group would be a most serious breach of tribal custom, as serious as the most flagrant case of sacrilege among ourselves. When mentioned at all, the name is spoken only in a whisper, and not until the most elaborate precautions have been taken, that it shall be heard by no one but members of the group. The native thinks that a stranger, knowing his secret name, would have special power to work him ill by means of magic. The same fear seems to have led to a custom of the same sort amongst the ancient Egyptians, whose comparatively high civilization was strangely dashed and checkered with relics of the lowest savagery. Every Egyptian received two names, which were known respectively as the true name and the good name, or the great name and the little name. And while the good or little name was made public, the true or great name appears to have been carefully concealed. A Brahmin child receives two names, one for common use, the other a secret name which none but his father and mother should know. The latter is only used at ceremonies such as marriage. The custom is intended to protect the person against magic, since a charm only becomes effectual in combination with the real name. Similarly, the natives of Nias believe that harm may be done to a person by the demons who hear his name pronounced. Hence the names of infants who are especially exposed to the assaults of evil spirits are never spoken, and often in haunted spots, such as the gloomy depths of the forest, the banks of a river, or beside a bubbling spring, Men will abstain from calling each other by their names for a like reason. The Indians of Chilo keep their names secret and do not like to have them uttered aloud, for they say that there are fairies or imps on the mainland or neighboring islands who, if they knew folks' names, would do them an injury. But so long as they do not know the names, these mischievous sprites are powerless. The Araucanians will hardly ever tell a stranger their names, because they fear that he would thereby acquire some supernatural power over themselves. Asked his name by a stranger who is ignorant of their superstitions, an Araucanian will answer, "I have none." When an Ojibwe is asked his name, he will look at some bystander and ask him to answer. This reluctance arises from an impression they receive when young, that if they repeat their own names, it will prevent their growth, and they will be small in stature, on account of this unwillingness to tell their names. Many strangers have fancied that they either have no names or have forgotten them. In this last case, no scruple seems to be felt about communicating a man's name to strangers, and no ill effects appear to be dreaded as a consequence of divulging it. Harm is only done when a name is spoken by its owner. Why is this? And why in particular should a man be thought to stunt his growth by uttering his own name? We may conjecture that, to savages who act and think thus, a person's name only seems to be a part of himself when it is uttered with his own breath. Uttered by the breath of others, it has no vital connection with him, and no harm can come to him through it. Whereas so these primitive philosophers may have argued, when a man lets his own name pass his lips, he is parting with a living piece of himself. And if he persists in so reckless a course, he must certainly end by dissipating his energy and shattering his constitution. Many a broken down debauchee, many a feeble frame, wasted with disease, may have been pointed out by these simple moralists to their awe-struck disciples as a fearful example of the fate that must sooner or later overtake the profligate who indulges immoderately in the seductive habit of mentioning his own name. However we may explain it, the fact is certain that many a savage evinces the strongest reluctance to pronounce his own name, while at the same time he makes no objection at all to other people pronouncing it, and will even invite them to do so for him in order to satisfy the curiosity of an inquisitive stranger. Thus, in some parts of Madagascar, it is taboo for a person to tell his own name, but a slave or attendant will answer for it. The same curious inconsistency, as it may seem to us, is recorded of some tribes of American Indians. Thus we are told that the name of an American Indian is a sacred thing, not to be divulged by the owner himself without due consideration. One may ask a warrior of any tribe to give his name, and the question will be met with either a point-blank refusal or the more diplomatic evasion that he cannot understand what is wanted of him. The moment a friend approaches, the warrior first interrogated will whisper what is wanted, and the friend can tell the name, receiving a reciprocation of the courtesy from the other. This general statement applies, for example, to the Indian tribes of British Columbia, as to whom it is said that one of their strangest prejudices, which appears to pervade all tribes alike, is a dislike to telling their names. Thus you never get a man's right name from himself. But they will tell each other's names without hesitation. In the whole of the East Indian archipelago, the etiquette is the same. As a general rule, no one will utter his own name. To inquire, "What is your name?" is a very indelicate question in native society. When in the course of administrative or judicial business, a native is asked his name, instead of replying, he will look at his comrade to indicate that he is to answer for him, or he will say straight out, "Ask him." The superstition is current all over the East Indies without exception, and it is found also among the Motu and Motu tribes, the Papuans of Finchhaven in North New Guinea, the Nufoors of Dutch New Guinea, and the Melanesians of the Bismarck Archipelago. Among many tribes of South Africa, men and women never mention their names, if they can get anyone else to do it for them, but they do not absolutely refuse when it cannot be avoided. Sometimes the embargo laid on personal names is not permanent. It is conditional on circumstances, and when these change, it ceases to operate. Thus, when the Nandi men are away on a foray, nobody at home may pronounce the names of the absent warriors. They must be referred to as birds, should a child so far forget itself as to mention one of the distant ones by name. The mother would rebuke it, saying, "Don't talk of the birds who are in the heavens, among the Bengala of the upper Congo while a man is fishing, and when he returns with his catch, his proper name is in abeyance, and nobody may mention it. Whatever the fisherman's real name may be, he is called Moella without distinction. The reason is that the river is full of spirits who, if they heard the fisherman's real name, might so work against him that he would catch little or nothing. Even when he has caught his fish and landed with them, the buyer must still not address him by his proper name, but must only call him Moella, for even then, if the spirits were to hear his proper name, they would either bear it in mind and serve him out another day, or they might so mar the fish he had caught that he would get very little for them. Hence, the fisherman can extract heavy damages from anybody who mentions his name, or can compel the thoughtless speaker to relieve him of the fish at a good price so as to restore his luck. When the Sulka of New Britain are near the territory of their enemies, the Gokte, they take care not to mention them by their proper name, believing that were they to do so, their foes would attack and slay them. Hence, in these circumstances, they speak of the Gokte as olapsi, that is, the rotten tree trunks, and they imagine that by calling them that they make the limbs of their dreaded enemies ponderous and clumsy like logs. This example illustrates the extremely materialistic view which these savages take of the nature of words. They suppose that the mere utterance of an expression signifying clumsiness will homeopathically affect with clumsiness the limbs of their distant foemen. Another illustration of this curious misconception is furnished by a Caffrey superstition that the character of a young thief can be reformed by shouting his name over a boiling kettle of medicated water, then clapping a lid on the kettle and leaving the name to steep in the water for several days. It is not in the least necessary that the thief should be aware of the use that is being made of his name behind his back. The moral reformation will be effected without his knowledge. When it is deemed necessary that a man's real name should be kept secret, it is often customary, as we have seen, to call him by a surname or nickname. As distinguished from the real or primary names, these secondary names are apparently held to be no part of the man himself, so that they may be freely used and divulged to everybody without endangering his safety thereby. Sometimes, in order to avoid the use of his own name, a man will be called after his child. Thus we are informed that the Gippsland blacks objected strongly to let anyone outside the tribe know their names, lest their enemies learning them should make them vehicles of incantation and so charm their lives away. As children were not thought to have enemies, they used to speak of a man as the father, uncle, or cousin of so-and-so, naming a child, but on all occasions abstained from mentioning the name of a grown-up person. The Alfours of Poso and Celebes will not pronounce their own names. Among them, accordingly, if you wish to ascertain a person's name, you ought not to ask the man himself, but should inquire of others. But if this is impossible, for example, when there is no one else near, you should ask him his child's name, and then address him as the father of so-and-so. Nay, these Alfours are shy of uttering the names even of children, so when a boy or girl has a nephew or niece, he or she is addressed as uncle of so-and-so or aunt of so-and-so. In pure Malay society, we are told, a man is never asked his name, and the custom of naming parents after their children is adopted only as a means of avoiding the use of the parents' own names. The writer who makes this statement adds in confirmation of it that childless persons are named after their younger brothers. Among the Land Dayak's children as they grow up are called according to their sex. The father or mother of a child of their father's or mother's younger brother or sister, that is, they are called the father or mother of what we should call their first cousin. The Kaffirs used to think it discourteous to call a bride by her own name, so they would call her the mother of so-and-so even when she was only betrothed, far less a wife and a mother. Among the Kukis and Zemis or Kacha and Agas of Assam parents drop their names after the birth of a child, and are named father and mother of so-and-so. Childless couples go by the name of the childless father, the childless mother, the father of no child, the mother of no child. The widespread custom of naming a father after his child has sometimes been supposed to spring from a desire on the father's part to assert his paternity, apparently as a means of obtaining those rights over his children, which had previously, under a system of motherkin, been possessed by the mother. But this explanation does not account for the parallel custom of naming the mother after her child, which seems commonly to coexist with the practice of naming the father after the child. Still less, if possible, does it apply to the customs of calling childless couples the father and mother of children which do not exist, of naming people after their younger brothers, and of designating children as the uncles and aunts of so-and-so, or as the fathers and mothers of their first cousins. But all these practices are explained in a simple and natural way, if we suppose that they originate in a reluctance to utter the real names of persons addressed or directly referred. That reluctance is probably based partly on a fear of attracting the notice of evil spirits, partly on a dread of revealing the name to sorcerers, who would thereby obtain a handle for injuring the owner of the name. Section 2. Names of relations tabooed. It might naturally be expected that the reserve so commonly maintained with regard to personal names would be dropped, or at least relaxed among relations and friends. But the reverse of this is often the case. It is precisely the persons most intimately connected by blood, and especially by marriage, to whom the rule applies with the greatest stringency. Such people are often forbidden not only to pronounce each other's names, but even to utter ordinary words which resemble or have a single syllable in common with these names. The persons who are thus mutually debarred from mentioning each other's names are especially husbands and wives, a man and his wife's parents, and a woman and her husband's father. For example, among the Kafirs, a woman may not publicly pronounce the birth name of her husband or of any of his brothers, nor may she use the interdicted word in its ordinary sense. If her husband, for instance, be called Uampaka, from Impaka, a small feline animal, she must speak of that beast by some other name. Further, a Kafri wife is forbidden to pronounce even mentally the names of her father-in-law, and of all her husband's male relations in the ascending line, and whenever the emphatic syllable of any of their names occurs in another word, she must avoid it by substituting either an entirely new word, or at least another syllable in its place. Hence this custom has given rise to an almost distinct language among the women, which the Kafirs call women's speech. The interpretation of this women's speech is naturally very difficult, for no definite rules can be given for the formation of these substituted words, nor is it possible to form a dictionary of them, their number being so great, since there may be many women, even in the same tribe, who would be no more at liberty to use the substitutes employed by some others than they are to use the original words themselves. A Kafir man, on his side, may not mention the name of his mother-in-law, nor may she pronounce his, but he is free to utter words in which the emphatic syllable of her name occurs. A Kyrgyz woman dares not pronounce the names of the older relations of her husband, nor even use words which resemble them in sound. For example, if one of these relations is called shepherd, she may not speak of sheep, but must call them the bleating ones. If his name is lamb, she must refer to lambs as the young bleating ones. In southern India, wives believe that to tell their husband's name, or to pronounce it even in a dream, would bring him to an untimely end. Among the Sea Dayaks, a man may not pronounce the name of his father-in-law or mother-in-law without incurring the wrath of the spirit. And since he reckons as his father-in-law and mother-in-law not only the father and mother of his own wife, but also the fathers and mothers of his brothers' wives and sisters' husbands, and likewise the fathers and mothers of all his cousins, the number of tabooed names may be very considerable, and the opportunities of error correspondingly numerous. To make confusion worse confounded, the names of persons are often the names of common things, such as moon, bridge, barley, cobra, leopard, so that when any of a man's many fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law are called by such names, these common words may not pass his lips. Among the Alfoors of Minahassa in Celebes, the custom is carried still further, so as to forbid the use even of words which merely resemble the personal names in sound. It is especially the name of a father-in-law which is thus laid under an interdict. If he, for example, is called Kalala, his son-in-law may not speak of a horse by its common name Kawalo. He must call it a riding beast, Sasake. So, among the Alfoors of the island of Bough, it is taboo to mention the names of parents and parents-in-law, or even to speak of common objects by words which resemble these names in sound. Thus, if your mother-in-law is called Dalu, which means beetle, you may not ask for beetle by its ordinary name. You must ask for red mouth. If you want beetle leaf, you may not say beetle leaf, Dalaman. You must say Karen Fenna. In the same island, it is also taboo to mention the name of an elder brother in his presence. Transgressions of these rules are punished with fines. In Sunda, it is thought that a particular crop would be spoiled if a man were to mention the names of his father and mother. Among the Newfoors of Dutch New Guinea, persons who are related to each other by marriage are forbidden to mention each other's names. Among the connections whose names are thus tabooed are wife, mother-in-law, father-in-law. Your wife's uncles and aunts, and also her granduncles and grandaunts, and the whole of your wife's or your husband's family, in the same generation as yourself, except that men may mention the names of their brothers-in-law, though women may not. The taboo comes into operation as soon as the betrothal has taken place and before the marriage has been celebrated. Families thus connected by the betrothal of two of their members are not only forbidden to pronounce each other's names, they may not even look at each other, and the rule gives rise to the most comical scenes when they happen to meet unexpectedly. And not merely the names themselves, but any words that sound like them are scrupulously avoided and other words used in their place. If it should chance that a person has inadvertently uttered a forbidden name, he must at once throw himself on the floor and say, "I have mentioned a wrong name. I throw it through the chinks of the floor in order that I may eat well." In the western islands of Torres Straits, a man never mentioned the personal names of his father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. And a woman was subject to the same restrictions. A brother-in-law might be spoken of as the husband or brother of someone whose name it was lawful to mention. And similarly, a sister-in-law might be called the wife of so-and-so. If a man by chance used the personal name of his brother-in-law, he was ashamed and hung his head. His shame was only relieved when he had made a present as compensation to the man whose name he had taken in vain. The same compensation was made to a sister-in-law, a father-in-law, and a mother-in-law for the accidental mention of their names. Among the natives who inhabit the coast of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, to mention the name of a brother-in-law is the grossest possible affront you can offer to him. It is a crime punishable with death. In the Banks Islands, Melanesia, the taboos laid on the names of persons connected by marriage are very strict. A man will not mention the name of his father-in-law, much less the name of his mother-in-law, nor may he name his wife's brother, but he may name his wife's sister. She is nothing to him. A woman may not name her father-in-law, nor on any account her son-in-law. Two people whose children have intermarried are also debarred from mentioning each other's names. And not only are all these persons forbidden to utter each other's names, they may not even pronounce ordinary words which chance to be either identical with these names or to have any syllables in common with them. Thus we hear of a native of these islands who might not use the common words for pig and to die, because these words occurred in the polysyllabic name of his son-in-law. And we are told of another unfortunate who might not pronounce the everyday words for hand and hot on account of his wife's brother's name, and who was even debarred from mentioning the number one, because the word for one formed part of the name of his wife's cousin. The reluctance to mention the names or even syllables of the names of persons connected with the speaker by marriage can hardly be separated from the reluctance evinced by so many people to utter their own names or the names of the dead or of the dead or of chiefs and kings, and if the reticence as to these latter names springs mainly from superstition, we may infer that the reticence as to the former has no better foundation, that the savage's unwillingness to mention his own name is based, at least in part, on a superstitious fear of the ill use that might be made of it by his foes, whether human or spiritual, has already been shown. It remains to examine the similar usage in regard to the names of the dead and of royal personages. Section 3. Names of the dead tabooed. The custom of abstaining from all mention of the names of the dead was observed in antiquity by the Albanians of the Caucasus, and at the present day it is in full force among many savage tribes. Thus we are told that one of the customs most rigidly observed and enforced amongst the Australian Aborigines is never to mention the name of a deceased person, whether male or female. To name aloud one who has departed this life would be a gross violation of their most sacred prejudices, and they carefully abstain from it. The chief motive for this abstinence appears to be a fear of evoking the ghost, although the natural unwillingness to revive past sorrows undoubtedly operates also to draw the veil of oblivion over the names of the dead. Once Mr. Oldfield so terrified a native by shouting out the name of a deceased person that the man fairly took to his heels and did not venture to show himself again for several days. At their next meeting, he bitterly reproached the rash white man for his indiscretion, nor could I, adds Mr. Oldfield, induce him by any means to utter the awful sound of a dead man's name, for by so doing he would have placed himself in the power of the malign spirits. Among the aborigines of Victoria, the dead were very rarely spoken of, and then never by their names. They were referred to in a subdued voice as the lost one or the poor fellow that is no more. To speak of them by name would, it was supposed, excite the malignity of Kukil, the spirit of the departed, which hovers on earth for a time before it departs forever towards the setting sun. Of the tribes on the lower Murray River, we are told that when a person dies, they carefully avoid mentioning his name. But if compelled to do so, they pronounce it in a very low whisper, so faint that they imagine the spirit cannot hear their voice. Amongst the tribes of Central Australia, no one may utter the name of the deceased during the period of mourning, unless it is absolutely necessary to do so, and then it is only done in a whisper for fear of disturbing and annoying the man's spirit, which is walking about in ghostly form. If the ghost hears his name mentioned, he concludes that his kinsfolk are not mourning for him properly. If their grief were genuine, they could not bear to bandy his name about. Touched to the quick by their hard-hearted indifference, the indignant ghost will come and trouble them in dreams. The same reluctance to utter the names of the dead appears to prevail among all the Indian tribes of America, from Hudson's Bay Territory to Patagonia. Among the Goajiro of Colombia, to mention the dead before his kinsmen is a dreadful offense, which is often punished with death, for if it happens on the rancho of the deceased, in presence of his nephew or uncle, they will assuredly kill the offender on the spot if they can. But if he escapes, the penalty resolves itself into a heavy fine, usually of 2 or more oxen. A similar reluctance to mention the names of the dead is reported of people so widely separated from each other as the Samoyeds of Siberia and the Todas of southern India, the Mongols of Tartary, and the Tuaregs of the Sahara, the Ainos of Japan, and the Akamba and Nandi of eastern Africa, the Tinguains of the Philippines, and the inhabitants of the Nicobar Islands, of Borneo, of Madagascar, and of Tasmania. In all cases, even where it is not expressly stated, the fundamental reason for this avoidance is probably the fear of the ghost. That this is the real motive with the Tuaregs, we are positively informed. They dread the return of the dead man's spirit, and do all they can to avoid it by shifting their camp after a death, ceasing forever to pronounce the name of the departed, and eschewing everything that might be regarded as an evocation or recall of his soul. Hence, they do not, like the Arabs, designate individuals by adding to their personal names the names of their fathers. They never speak of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so. They give to every man a name which will live and die with him. So among some of the Victorian tribes in Australia, personal names were rarely perpetuated because the natives believed that anyone who adopted the name of a deceased person would not live long. Probably his ghostly namesake was supposed to come and fetch him away to the spirit land. The same fear of the ghost, which moves people to suppress his old name, naturally leads all persons who bear a similar name to exchange it for another, lest its utterance should attract the attention of the ghost, who cannot reasonably be expected to discriminate between all the different applications of the same name. Thus we are told that in the Adelaide End encounter, Bay tribes of South Australia, the repugnance to mentioning the names of those who have died lately is carried so far that persons who bear the same name as the deceased abandon it, and either adopt temporary names or are known by any others that happen to belong to them. A similar custom prevails among some of the Queensland tribes, but the prohibition to use the names of the dead is not permanent, though it may last for many years. In some Australian tribes, the change of name thus brought about is permanent. The old name is laid aside forever, and the man is known by his new name for the rest of his life, or at least until he is obliged to change it again for a like reason. Among the North American Indians, all persons, whether men or women, who bore the name of one who had just died, were obliged to abandon it and to adopt other names, which was formerly done at the first ceremony of mourning for the dead. In some tribes to the east of the Rocky Mountains, this change of name lasted only during the season of mourning, but in other tribes on the Pacific coast of North America, it seems to have been permanent. Sometimes, by an extension of the same reasoning, all the near relations of the deceased change their names, whatever they may happen to be, doubtless from a fear that the sound of the familiar names might lure back the vagrant spirit to its old home. Thus, in some Victorian tribes, the ordinary names of all the next of kin were disused during the period of mourning, and certain general terms, prescribed by custom, were substituted for them. To call a mourner by his own name was considered an insult to the departed, and often led to fighting and bloodshed. Among Indian tribes of northwestern America, near relations of the deceased often change their names, under an impression that spirits will be attracted back to earth if they hear familiar names often repeated. Among the Kiowa Indians, the name of the dead is never spoken in the presence of the relatives, and on the death of any member of a family, all the others take new names. This custom was noted by Raleigh's colonists on Roanoke Island more than 3 centuries ago. Among the Lengua Indians, not only is a dead man's name never mentioned, but all the survivors change their names also. They say that death has been among them and has carried off a list of the living, and that he will soon come back for more victims. Hence, in order to defeat his fell purpose, they change their names, believing that on his return death, though he has got them all on his list, will not be able to identify them under their new names, and will depart to pursue the search elsewhere. Nickaberee's mourners take new names in order to escape the unwelcome attentions of the ghost, and for the same purpose they disguise themselves by shaving their heads so that the ghost is unable to recognize them. Further, when the name of the deceased happens to be that of some common object, such as an animal, or plant, or fire, or water, it is sometimes considered necessary to drop that word in ordinary speech and replace it by another. A custom of this sort, it is plain, may easily be a potent agent of change in language, for where it prevails to any considerable extent, many words must constantly become obsolete and new ones spring up. And this tendency has been remarked by observers who have recorded the custom in Australia, America, and elsewhere. For example, with regard to the Australian Aborigines, it has been noted that the dialects change with almost every tribe. Some tribes name their children after natural objects, and when the person so named dies, the word is never again mentioned. Another word has therefore to be invented for the object after which the child was called. The writer gives as an instance the case of a man whose name Carla signified fire. When Carla died, a new word for fire had to be introduced. Hence, adds the writer, the language is always changing. Again, in the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, if a man of the name of Ning, which means water, were to die, the whole tribe would be obliged to use some other word to express water for a considerable time after his decease. The writer who records this custom surmises that it may explain the presence of a number of synonyms in the language of the tribe. This conjecture is confirmed by what we know of some Victorian tribes, whose speech comprised a regular set of synonyms to be used instead of the common terms by all members of a tribe in times of mourning. For instance, if a man called Wah Crow departed this life during the period of mourning for him, nobody might call a crow a Wah. Everybody had to speak of the bird as a narrow part. When a person who rejoiced in the title of ringtail, opossum, wern, had gone the way of all flesh, his sorrowing relations and the tribe at large were bound for a time to refer to ringtail opossums by the more sonorous name of Manuankurt. If the community were plunged in grief for the loss of a respected female who bore the honorable name of Turkey Bustard, the proper name for turkey bustard, which was went out. And so mutatis mutandis with the names of black cockatoo, gray duck, gigantic crane, kangaroo, eagle, dingo, and the rest. A similar custom used to be constantly transforming the language of the Abipones of Paraguay, amongst whom, however, a word once abolished seems never to have been revived. New words, says the missionary Dobrishofer, sprang up every year like mushrooms in a night, because all words that resembled the names of the dead were abolished by proclamation, and others coined in their place. The mint of words was in the hands of the old women of the tribe, and whatever term they stamped with their approval and put in circulation was immediately accepted without a murmur by high and low alike, and spread like wildfire through every camp and settlement of the tribe. You would be astonished, says the same missionary, to see how meekly the whole nation acquiesces in the decision of a withered old hag, and how completely the old familiar words fall instantly out of use and are never repeated either through force of habit or forgetfulness. In the 7 years that Dobrajoffer spent among these Indians, the native word for jaguar was changed thrice, and the words for crocodile, thorn, and the slaughter of cattle underwent similar though less varied vicissitudes. As a result of this habit, the vocabularies of the missionaries teemed with erasures, old words having constantly to be struck out as obsolete and new ones inserted in their place. In many tribes of British New Guinea, the names of persons are also the names of common things. The people believe that if the name of a deceased person is pronounced, his spirit will return. And as they have no wish to see it back among them, the mention of his name is tabooed, and a new word is created to take its place, whenever the name happens to be a common term of the language. Consequently, many words are permanently lost or revived with modified or new meanings. In the Nicobar Islands, a similar practice has similarly affected the speech of the natives. A most singular custom, says Mr. de Roopstorff, prevails among them which one would suppose must most effectually hinder the making of history, or, at any rate, the transmission of historical narrative. By a strict rule which has all the sanction of Nicobar superstition, no man's name may be mentioned after his death. To such a length is this carried that when, as very frequently happens, the man rejoiced in the name of fowl, hat, fire, road, etc., in its Nicobarese equivalent, the use of these words is carefully eschewed for the future, not only as being the personal designation of the deceased, but even as the names of the common things they represent. The words die out of the language, and either new vocables are coined to express the thing intended, or a substitute for the disused word is found in other Nicobarese dialects, or in some foreign tongue. This extraordinary custom not only adds an element of instability to the language, but destroys the continuity of political life, and renders the record of past events precarious and vague. If not impossible, that a superstition which suppresses the names of the dead must cut at the very root of historical tradition has been remarked by other workers in this field. The Klamath people, observes Mr. A.S. Gatchett, possessed no historic traditions going further back in time than a century, for the simple reason that there was a strict law prohibiting the mention of the person or acts of a deceased individual by using his name. This law was rigidly observed among the Californians no less than among the Oregonians, and on its transgression the death penalty could be inflicted. This is certainly enough to suppress all historical knowledge within a people. How can history be written without names? In many tribes, however, the power of this superstition to blot out the memory of the past is to some extent weakened and impaired by a natural tendency of the human mind. Time, which wears out the deepest impressions, inevitably dulls, if it does not wholly efface, the print left on the savage mind by the mystery and horror of death. Sooner or later, as the memory of his loved ones fades slowly away, he becomes more willing to speak of them, and thus their rude names may sometimes be rescued by the philosophic inquirer before they have vanished, like autumn leaves or winter snows, into the vast undistinguished limbo of the past. In some of the Victorian tribes, the prohibition to mention the names of the dead remained in force only during the period of mourning. In the Port Lincoln tribe of South Australia, it lasted many years. Among the Chinook Indians of North America, custom forbids the mention of a dead man's name, at least till many years have elapsed after the bereavement. Among the Puyallup Indians, the observance of the taboo is relaxed after several years, when the mourners have forgotten their grief, and if the deceased was a famous warrior, one of his descendants, for instance a great-grandson, may be named after him. In this tribe, the taboo is not much observed at any time except by the relations of the dead. Similarly, the Jesuit missionary Lafitau tells us that the name of the departed and the similar names of the survivors were, so to say, buried with the corpse until the poignancy of their grief being abated, it pleased the relations to lift up the tree and raise the dead. By raising the dead, they meant bestowing the name of the departed upon someone else, who thus became to all intents and purposes a reincarnation of the deceased, since on the principles of savage philosophy, the name is a vital part, if not the soul, of the man. When a woman was with child and near the time of her delivery, a deceased ancestor or relation used to appear to her in a dream and inform her what dead person was to be born again in her infant, and whose name the child was therefore to bear. If the woman had no such dream, it fell to the father or the relatives to determine the name by divination or by consulting a wizard. Among the Khans, a birth is celebrated on the 7th day after the event by a feast given to the priest and to the whole village. To determine the child's name, the priest drops grains of rice into a cup of water, naming with each grain a deceased ancestor, from the movements of the seed of water and from observations made on the person of the infant. He pronounces which of his progenitors has reappeared in him, and the child generally, at least among the northern tribes, receives the name of that ancestor. Among the Yorubas, soon after a child has been born, a priest of Ifa, the god of divination, appears on the scene to ascertain what ancestral soul has been reborn in the infant, as soon as this has been decided. The parents are told that the child must conform in all respects to the manner of life of the ancestor who now animates him or her. And if, as often happens, they profess ignorance, the priest supplies the necessary information. The child usually receives the name of the ancestor who has been born again in him. Section 4. Names of kings and other sacred persons tabooed. When we see that in primitive society the names of mere commoners, whether alive or dead, are matters of such anxious care, we need not be surprised that great precautions should be taken to guard from harm the names of sacred kings and priests. Thus the name of the king of Dahomey is always kept secret, lest the knowledge of it should enable some evil-minded person to do him a mischief. The appellations by which the different kings of Dahomey have been known to Europeans are not their true names, but mere titles, or what the natives call strong names. The natives seem to think that no harm comes of such titles being known, since they are not, like the birth names, vitally connected with their owners. In the Gala kingdom of Gera, the birth name of the sovereign may not be pronounced by a subject under pain of death, and common words which resemble it in sound are changed for others. Among the Bahima of Central Africa, when the king dies, his name is abolished from the language, and if his name was that of an animal, a new appellation must be found for the creature at once. For example, the king is often called a lion, hence, at the death of a king named Lion, a new name for lions in general has to be coined. In Siam, it used to be difficult to ascertain the king's real name, since it was carefully kept secret from fear of sorcery. Anyone who mentioned it was clapped into gaol. The king might only be referred to under certain high-sounding titles, such as the August, the Perfect, the Supreme, the Great Emperor, descendant of the angels, and so on. In Burma, it was accounted an impiety of the deepest dye to mention the name of the reigning sovereign. Burmese subjects, even when they were far from their country, could not be prevailed upon to do so. After his accession to the throne, the king was known by his royal titles only. Among the Zulus, no man will mention the name of the chief of his tribe, or the names of the progenitors of the chief, so far as he can remember them. Nor will he utter common words which coincide with or merely resemble in sound tabooed name. In the tribe of the Duanwas, there was a chief called Langa, which means the sun. Hence the name of the sun was changed from Langa to Gala, and so remains to this day, though Langa died more than 100 years ago. Again, in the ex-Numayo tribe, the word meaning to herd cattle was changed from Alusa or Ayusa to Kajesa, because Yumayusi was the name of the chieftain. Besides these taboos, which were observed by each tribe separately, all the Zulu tribes united in tabooing the name of the king who reigned over the whole nation. Hence, for example, when Panda was king of Zululand, the word for a root of a tree, which is impando, was changed to Nexabo. Again, the word for lies or slander was altered from Amasibo to Amakwata, because Amasibo contains a syllable of the name of the famous King Sechuayo. These substitutions are not, however, carried so far by the men as by the women, who omit every sound even remotely resembling one that occurs in a tabooed name. At the king's kraal, indeed, it is sometimes difficult to understand the speech of the royal wives, as they treat in this fashion the names not only of the king and his forefathers, but even of his and their brothers back for generations. When to these tribal and national taboos we add those family taboos on the names of connections by marriage, which have been already described, we can easily understand how it comes about that, in Zululand, every tribe has words peculiar to itself, and that the women have a considerable vocabulary of their own. Members, too, of one family may be debarred from using words employed by those of another. The women of one kraal, for instance, may call a hyena by its ordinary name. Those of the next may use the common substitute, while in a third the substitute may also be unlawful, and another term may have to be invented to supply its place. Hence, the Zulu language at the present day almost presents the appearance of being a double one. Indeed, for multitudes of things it possesses 3 or 4 synonyms, which through the blending of tribes are known all over Zululand. In Madagascar, a similar custom everywhere prevails and has resulted, as among the Zulus, in producing certain dialectic differences in the speech of the various tribes. There are no family names in Madagascar, and almost every personal name is drawn from the language of daily life and signifies some common object or action or quality, such as a bird, a beast, a tree, a plant, a color, and so on. Now, whenever one of these common words forms the name or part of the name of the chief of the tribe, it becomes sacred and may no longer be used in its ordinary signification as the name of a tree, an insect, or whatnot. Hence, a new name for the object must be invented to replace the one which has been discarded. It is easy to conceive what confusion and uncertainty may thus be introduced into a language when it is spoken by many little local tribes, each ruled by a petty chief with his own sacred name. Yet there are tribes and people who submit to this tyranny of words as their fathers did before them from time immemorial. The inconvenient results of the custom are especially marked on the western coast of the island, where, on account of the large number of independent chieftains, the names of things, places, and rivers have suffered so many changes that confusion often arises. For when once common words have been banned by the chiefs, the natives will not acknowledge to have ever known them in their old sense. But it is not merely the names of living kings and chiefs which are tabooed in Madagascar. The names of dead sovereigns are equally under a ban, at least in some parts of the island. Thus, among the Sakalavas, when a king has died, the nobles and people meet in council round the dead body and solemnly choose a new name by which the deceased monarch shall be henceforth known. After the new name has been adopted, the old name by which the king was known during his life becomes sacred and may not be pronounced under pain of death. Further, words in the common language which bear any resemblance to the forbidden name also become sacred and have to be replaced by others. Persons who uttered these forbidden words were looked on not only as grossly rude, but even as felons. They had committed a capital crime. However, these changes of vocabulary are confined to the district over which the deceased king reigned. In the neighboring districts, the old words continued to be employed in the old sense. The sanctity attributed to the persons of chiefs in Polynesia naturally extended also to their names, which, on the primitive view, are hardly separable from the personality of their owners. Hence, in Polynesia, we find the same systematic prohibition to utter the names of chiefs or of common words resembling them which we have already met with in Zululand and Madagascar. Thus, in New Zealand, the name of a chief is held so sacred that, when it happens to be a common word, it may not be used in the language, and another has to be found to replace it. For example, a chief of the southward of East Cape bore the name of Marapi, which signified a knife, hence a new word, nikere, for knife, was introduced, and the old one became obsolete. Elsewhere, the word for water, wai had to be changed, because it chanced to be the name of the chief, and would have been desecrated by being applied to the vulgar fluid, as well as to his sacred person. This taboo naturally produced a plentiful crop of synonyms in the Maori language, and travelers newly arrived in the country were sometimes puzzled at finding the same things called by quite different names in neighboring tribes. When a king comes to the throne in Tahiti, any words in the language that resemble his name in sound must be changed for others. In former times, if any man were so rash as to disregard this custom, and to use the forbidden words. Not only he but all his relations were immediately put to death. But the changes thus introduced were only temporary. On the death of the king, the new words fell into disuse, and the original ones were revived. In ancient Greece, the names of the priests and other high officials who had to do with the performance of the Eleusinian mysteries might not be uttered in their lifetime. To pronounce them was a legal offense. The pedant in Lucian tells how he fell in with these august personages hailing along to the police court, a ribald fellow who had dared to name them, though well he knew that ever since their consecration it was unlawful to do so, because they had become anonymous, having lost their old names and acquired new and sacred titles. From 2 inscriptions found at Eleusis, it appears that the names of the priests were committed to the depths of the sea. Probably they were engraved on tablets of bronze or lead, which were then thrown into deep water in the Gulf of Salamis. The intention, doubtless, was to keep the names a profound secret. And how could that be done more surely than by sinking them in the sea? What human vision could spy them glimmering far down in the dim depths of the green water? A clearer illustration of the confusion between the incorporeal and the corporeal, between the name and its material embodiment, could hardly be found than in this practice of civilized Greece. Section 5. Names of gods tabooed. Primitive man creates his gods in his own image. Xenophanes remarked long ago that the complexion of Negro gods was black and their noses flat, that Thracian gods were ruddy and blue-eyed, and that if horses, oxen, and lions only believed in gods and had hands wherewith to portray them, they would doubtless fashion their deities in the form of horses and oxen and lions. Hence, just as the furtive savage conceals his real name, because he fears that sorcerers might make an evil use of it, so he fancies that his gods must likewise keep their true names secret, lest other gods or even men should learn the mystic sounds and thus be able to conjure with them. Nowhere was this crude conception of the secrecy and magical virtue of the divine name more firmly held or more fully developed than in ancient Egypt, where the superstitions of a dateless past were embalmed in the hearts of the people hardly less effectually than the bodies of cats and crocodiles and the rest of the divine menagerie in their rock-cut tombs. The conception is well illustrated by a story which tells how the subtle Isis wormed his secret name from Ra, the great Egyptian god of the sun. Isis, so runs the tale, was a woman mighty in words, and she was weary of the world of men and yearned after the world of the gods. And she meditated in her heart, saying, "Cannot I, by virtue of the great name of Ra, make myself a goddess and reign like him in heaven and earth? For Ra had many names, but the great name which gave him all power over gods and men was known to none but himself." Now the god was by this time grown old. He slobbered at the mouth, and his spittle fell upon the ground. So Isis gathered up the spittle and the earth with it, and kneaded thereof a serpent, and laid it in the path where the great god passed every day to his double kingdom after his heart's desire. And when he came forth according to his wont, attended by all his company of gods, the sacred serpent stung him, and the god opened his mouth and cried, and his cry went up to heaven. And the company of gods cried, "What aileth thee?" And the gods shouted, "Lo and behold!" But he could not answer. His jaws rattled, his limbs shook. The poison ran through his flesh as the Nile floweth over the land. When the great god had stilled his heart, he cried to his followers, "Come to me, O my children, offspring of my body. I am a prince, the son of a prince, the divine seed of a god. My father devised my name, my father and my mother gave me my name, and it remained hidden in my body since my birth, that no magician might have magic power over me. I went out to behold that which I have made. I walked in the 2 lands which I have created. And lo, something stung me. What it was I know not. Was it fire? Was it water? My heart is on fire. My flesh trembles. My lips do quake. Bring me the children of the gods with healing words and understanding lips, whose power reacheth to heaven. Then came to him the children of the gods, and they were very sorrowful. And Isis came with her craft, whose mouth is full of the breath of life, whose spells chase pain away, whose word maketh the dead to live. She said, "What is it, divine father? What is it?" The holy god opened his mouth. He spake and said, I went upon my way. I walked after my heart's desire in the two regions, which I have made to behold that which I have created. And lo, a serpent that I saw not stung me. Is it fire? Is it water? I am colder than water. I am hotter than fire. All my limbs sweat. I tremble. Mine eye is not steadfast. I behold not the sky. The moisture bedeweth my face as in summer time. Then spake Isis, tell me thy name, divine Father. For the man shall live who is called by his name. Then answered Ra, I created the heavens and the earth. I ordered the mountains. I made the great and wide sea. I stretched out the two horizons like a curtain. I am he who openeth his eyes, and it is light, and who shutteth them, and it is dark. At his command the Nile riseth, but the gods know not his name. I am Khepra in the morning. I am Ra at noon. I am Tum at eve. But the poison was not taken away from him. It pierced deeper, and the great god could no longer walk. Then said Isis to him, that was not thy name that thou spakest unto me. Oh, tell it me, that the poison may depart, for he shall live whose name is named. Now the poison burned like fire. It was hotter than the flame of fire. The god said, I consent that Isis shall search into me, and that my name shall pass from my breast into hers. Then the god hid himself from the gods, and his place in the ship of eternity was empty. Thus was the name of the great god taken from him. And Isis the witch spake, flow away, poison depart from Ra. It is I, even I, who overcome the poison, and cast it to the earth. For the name of the great god hath been taken away from him. Let Ra live, and let the poison die. Thus spake great Isis, the queen of the gods, she who knows Ra and his true name. From this story it appears that the real name of the god, with which his power was inextricably bound up, was supposed to be lodged in an almost physical sense somewhere in his breast, from which Isis extracted it by a sort of surgical operation and transferred it with all its supernatural powers to herself. In Egypt, attempts like that of Isis to appropriate the power of a high god by possessing herself of his name were not mere legends told of the mythical beings of a remote past. Every Egyptian magician aspired to wield like powers by similar means. For it was believed that he who possessed the true name possessed the very being of God or man, and could force even a deity to obey him as a slave obeys his master. Thus, the art of the magician consisted in obtaining from the gods a revelation of their sacred names, and he left no stone unturned to accomplish his end. When once a god in a moment of weakness or forgetfulness had imparted to the wizard the wondrous lore, the deity had no choice but to submit humbly to the man or pay the penalty of his contumacy. The belief in the magic virtue of divine names was shared by the Romans. When they sat down before a city, the priests addressed the guardian deity of the place in a set form of prayer or incantation, inviting him to abandon the beleaguered city and come over to the Romans, who would treat him as well as or better than he had ever been treated in his old home. Hence the name of the guardian deity of Rome was kept a profound secret, lest the enemies of the Republic might lure him away, even as the Romans themselves had induced many gods to desert, like rats, the falling fortunes of cities that had sheltered them in happier days. Nay, the real name, not merely of its guardian deity, but of the city itself, was wrapped in mystery and might never be uttered, not even in the sacred rites. A certain Valerius Serranus, who dared to divulge the priceless secret, was put to death or came to a bad end. In like manner, it seems, the ancient Assyrians were forbidden to mention the mystic names of their cities. And down to modern times, the Cheremists of the Caucasus keep the names of their communal villages secret from motives of superstition. If the reader has had the patience to follow this examination of the superstitions attaching to personal names, he will probably agree that the mystery in which the names of royal personages are so often shrouded is no isolated phenomenon, no arbitrary expression of courtly servility and adulation, but merely the particular application of a general law of primitive thought, which includes within its scope common folk and gods, as well as kings and priests. Chapter 23. Our Debt to the Savage. It would be easy to extend the list of royal and priestly taboos, but the instances collected in the preceding pages may suffice as specimens. To conclude this part of our subject, it only remains to state summarily the general conclusions to which our inquiries have thus far conducted us. We have seen that in savage or barbarous society, there are often found men to whom the superstition of their fellows ascribes a controlling influence over the devil. Such men are accordingly adored and treated as gods. Whether these human divinities also hold temporal sway over the lives and fortunes of their adorers, or whether their functions are purely spiritual and supernatural. In other words, whether they are kings as well as gods, or only the latter, is a distinction which hardly concerns us here. Their supposed divinity is the essential fact with which we have to deal. In virtue of it, they are a pledge and guarantee to their worshippers of the continuance and orderly succession of those physical phenomena upon which mankind depends for subsistence. Naturally, therefore, the life and health of such a god-man are matters of anxious concern to the people whose welfare and even existence are bound up with his. Naturally, he is constrained by them to conform to such rules as the wit of early man has devised for averting the ills to which flesh is heir, including the last ill, death. These rules, as an examination of them has shown, are nothing but the maxims with which, on the primitive view, every man of common prudence must comply if he would live long in the land. But while in the case of ordinary men, the observance of the rules is left to the choice of the individual, in the case of the god-man, it is enforced under penalty of dismissal from his high station, or even of death. For his worshippers have far too great a stake in his life to allow him to play fast and loose with it. Therefore, all the quaint superstitions, the old-world maxims, the venerable saws which the ingenuity of savage philosophers elaborated long ago, and which old women at chimney corners still impart as treasures of great price to their descendants, gathered round the cottage fire on winter evenings. All these antique fancies clustered. All these cobwebs of the brain were spun about the path of the old king, the human god, who, enmeshed in them like a fly in the toils of a spider, could hardly stir a limb for the threads of custom. Light as air but strong as links of iron, that crossing and recrossing each other in an endless maze, bound him fast within a network of observances from which death or deposition alone could release him. Thus, to students of the past, the life of the old kings and priests teems with instruction. In it was summed up all that passed for wisdom when the world was young. It was the perfect pattern after which every man strove to shape his life, a faultless model constructed with rigorous accuracy upon the lines laid down by a barbarous philosophy. Crude and false as that philosophy may seem to us, it would be unjust to deny it the merit of logical consistency. Starting from a conception of the vital principle as a tiny being or soul existing, inseparable from the living being, it deduces for the practical guidance of life a system of rules which in general hangs well together and forms a fairly complete and harmonious whole. The flaw, and it is a fatal one, of the system lies not in its reasoning, but in its premises, in its conception of the nature of life, not in any irrelevancy of the conclusions which it draws from that conception. But to stigmatize these premises as ridiculous because we can easily detect their falseness would be ungrateful as well as unphilosophical. We stand upon the foundation reared by the generations that have gone before, and we can but dimly realize the painful and prolonged efforts which it has cost humanity to struggle up to the point, no very exalted one after all, which we have reached. Our gratitude is due to the nameless and forgotten toilers whose patient thought and active exertions have largely made us what we are. The amount of new knowledge which one age, certainly which one man, can add to the common store is small, and it argues stupidity or dishonesty besides ingratitude to ignore the heap while vaunting the few grains which it may have been our privilege to add to it. There is indeed little danger at present of undervaluing the contributions which modern times and even classical antiquity have made to the general advancement of our race, but when we pass these limits, the case is different. Contempt and ridicule or abhorrence and denunciation are too often the only recognition vouchsafed to the savage and his ways. Yet of the benefactors whom we are bound thankfully to commemorate, many, perhaps most, were savages. For when all is said and done, our resemblances to the savage are still far more numerous than our differences from him, and what we have in common with him, and deliberately retain as true and useful. We owe to our savage forefathers who slowly acquired by experience and transmitted to us by inheritance those seemingly fundamental ideas which we are apt to regard as original and intuitive. We are like heirs to a fortune which has been handed down for so many ages that the memory of those who built it up is lost, and its possessors for the time being regard it as having been an original and unalterable possession of their race since the beginning of the world. But reflection and inquiry should satisfy us that to our predecessors we are indebted for much of what we thought most our own, and that their errors were not willful extravagances or the ravings of insanity, but simply hypotheses, justifiable as such at the time when they were propounded, but which a fuller experience has proved to be inadequate. It is only by the successive testing of hypotheses and rejection of the false that truth is at last elicited. After all, what we call truth is only the hypothesis which is found to work best. Therefore, in reviewing the opinions and practices of ruder ages and races, we shall do well to look with leniency upon their errors as inevitable slips made in the search for truth, and to give them the benefit of that indulgence which we ourselves may one day stand in need of, cum excusation itac vitras audiendi sunt. Chapter 24. The Killing of the Divine King. Section 1. The Mortality of the Gods. Man has created gods in his own likeness, and being himself mortal, he has naturally supposed his creatures to be in the same sad predicament. Thus, the Greenlanders believed that a wind could kill their most powerful god, and that he would certainly die if he touched a dog. When they heard of the Christian God, they kept asking if he never died, and being informed that he did not, they were much surprised, and said that he must be a very great god indeed. In answer to the inquiries of Colonel Dodge, a North American Indian stated that the world was made by the Great Spirit. Being asked which Great Spirit he meant, the good one or the bad one, "Oh, neither of them," replied he. "The Great Spirit that made the world is dead long ago. He could not possibly have lived as long as this." A tribe in the Philippine Islands told the Spanish conquerors that the grave of the Creator was upon the top of Mount Kabunian. Haitsi Ibib, a god or divine hero of the Hottentots, died several times and came to life again. His graves are generally to be met with in narrow defiles between mountains. When the Hottentots pass one of them, they throw a stone on it for good luck, sometimes muttering, "Give us plenty of cattle." The grave of Zeus, the great god of Greece, was shown to visitors in Crete as late as about the beginning of our era. The body of Dionysus was buried at Delphi beside the golden statue of Apollo, and his tomb bore the inscription, "Here lies Dionysus dead, the son of Semele." According to one account, Apollo himself was buried at Delphi. For Pythagoras is said to have carved an inscription on his tomb, setting forth how the god had been killed by the python and buried under the tripod. The great gods of Egypt themselves were not exempt from the common lot. They too grew old and died. But when at a later time the discovery of the art of embalming gave a new lease of life to the souls of the dead by preserving their bodies for an indefinite time from corruption, the deities were permitted to share the benefit of an invention which held out to gods as well as to men a reasonable hope of immortality. Every province then had the tomb and mummy of its dead god. The mummy of Osiris was to be seen at Mendes. Thinis boasted of the mummy of Enhuri, and Heliopolis rejoiced in the possession of that of Tumba. The high gods of Babylon also, though they appeared to their worshippers only in dreams and visions, were conceived to be human in their bodily shape, human in their passions, and human in their fate. For like men they were born into the world, and like men they loved and fought and died. Section 2. Kings killed when their strength fails. If the high gods, who dwell remote from the fret and fever of this earthly life, are yet believed to die at last, it is not to be expected that a god who lodges in a frail tabernacle of flesh should escape the same fate. Though we hear of African kings who have imagined themselves immortal by virtue of their sorceries. Now, primitive peoples, as we have seen, sometimes believe that their safety and even that of the world is bound up with the life of one of these god-men or human incarnations of the divinity. Naturally, therefore, they take the utmost care of his life out of a regard for their own, But no amount of care and precaution will prevent the man-god from growing old and feeble and at last dying. His worshippers have to lay their account with this sad necessity and to meet it as best they can. The danger is a formidable one. For if the course of nature is dependent on the man-god's life, what catastrophes may not be expected from the gradual enfeeblement of his powers and their final extinction in death? There is only one way of averting these dangers. The man-god must be killed as soon as he shows symptoms that his powers are beginning to fail, and his soul must be transferred to a vigorous successor before it has been seriously impaired by the threatened decay. The advantages of thus putting the man-god to death instead of allowing him to die of old age and disease are to the savage obvious enough. For if the man-god dies what we call a natural death, it means, according to the savage, that his soul has either voluntarily departed from his body and refuses to return, or more commonly that it has been extracted, or at least detained in its wanderings by a demon or sorcerer. In any of these cases, the soul of the man-god is lost to his worshippers, and with it their prosperity is gone and their very existence endangered. Even if they could arrange to catch the soul of the dying god, as it left his lips or his nostrils, and so transferred to a successor, this would not affect their purpose. For dying of disease, his soul would necessarily leave his body in the last stage of weakness and exhaustion, and so enfeebled it would continue to drag out a languid, inert existence in any body to which it might be transferred. Whereas by slaying him his worshippers could, in the first place, make sure of catching his soul as it escaped and transferring it to a suitable successor. And, in the second place, by putting him to death before his natural force was abated. They would secure that the world should not fall into decay with the decay of the man-god. Every purpose, therefore, was answered, and all dangers averted by thus killing the man-god and transferring his soul, while yet at its prime, to a vigorous successor. The mystic kings of fire and water in Cambodia are not allowed to die a natural death. Hence, when one of them is seriously ill, and the elders think that he cannot recover, they stab him to death. The people of Congo believed, as we have seen, that if their Pontiff Kitame were to die a natural death, the world would perish, and the earth, which he alone sustained by his power and merit, would immediately be annihilated. Accordingly, when he fell ill and seemed likely to die, the man who was destined to be his successor entered the pontiff's house with a rope or a club, and strangled or clubbed him to death. The Ethiopian kings of Meroe were worshipped as gods, but whenever the priests chose, they sent a messenger to the king, ordering him to die, and alleging an oracle of the gods as their authority for the command. This command the kings always obeyed down to the reign of Ergomenes, a contemporary of Ptolemy II, king of Egypt. Having received a Greek education, which emancipated him from the superstitions of his countrymen, Ergomenes ventured to disregard the command of the priests, and, entering the golden temple with a body of soldiers, put the priests to the sword. Customs of the same sort appear to have prevailed in this part of Africa down to modern times. In some tribes of Fezzakal, the king had to administer justice daily under a certain tree. If, from sickness or any other cause, he was unable to discharge this duty for 3 whole days, he was hanged on the tree in a noose, which contained 2 razors so arranged that when the noose was drawn tight by the weight of the king's body, they cut his throat. A custom of putting their divine kings to death at the first symptoms of infirmity or old age prevailed until lately, if indeed it is even now extinct and not merely dormant among the Shilluk of the White Nile, and in recent years it has been carefully investigated by Dr. C.G. Seligman. The reverence which the Shilluk pay to their king appears to arise chiefly from the conviction that he is a reincarnation of the spirit of Nyakan, the semi-divine hero, who founded the dynasty and settled the tribe in their present territory. It is a fundamental article of the Shilluk Creed that the spirit of the divine or semi-divine Nyakan is incarnate in the reigning king, who is accordingly himself invested to some extent with the character of a divinity. But while the Shilluk hold their kings in high, indeed religious reverence, and take every precaution against their accidental death, nevertheless they cherish the conviction that the king must not be allowed to become ill or senile, lest with his diminishing vigor the cattle should sicken and fail to bear their increase. the crops should rot in the fields, and man stricken with disease should die in ever-increasing numbers. To prevent these calamities, it used to be the regular custom with the shilluk to put the king to death whenever he showed signs of ill health or failing strength. One of the fatal symptoms of decay was taken to be an incapacity to satisfy the sexual passions of his wives, of whom he has very many, distributed in a large number of houses at Fashoda, when this ominous weakness manifested itself. The wives reported it to the chiefs, who are popularly said to have intimated to the king his doom by spreading a white cloth over his face and knees, as he lay slumbering in the heat of the sultry afternoon. Execution soon followed the sentence of death. A hut was specially built for the occasion. The king was led into it and lay down with his head resting on the lap of a nuptial virgin. The door of the hut was then walled up, and the couple were left without food, water, or fire to die of hunger and suffocation. This was the old custom, but it was abolished some 5 generations ago on account of the excessive sufferings of one of the kings who perished in this way. It is said that the chiefs announce his fate to the king, and that afterwards he is strangled in a hut which has been specially built for the occasion. From Dr. Seligman's inquiries, it appears that not only was the Shilluk king liable to be killed with due ceremony at the first symptoms of incipient decay, but even while he was yet in the prime of health and strength, he might be attacked at any time by a rival, and have to defend his crown in a combat to the death. According to the common Shilluk tradition, any son of a king had the right thus to fight the king in possession, and if he succeeded in killing him, to reign in his stead. As every king had a large harem and many sons, the number of possible candidates for the throne at any time may well have been not inconsiderable, and the reigning monarch must have carried his life in his hand. But the attack on him could only take place with any prospect of success at night, for during the day the king surrounded himself with his friends and bodyguards, and an aspirant to the throne could hardly hope to cut his way through them and strike home. It was otherwise at night, for then the guards were dismissed, and the king was alone in his enclosure with his favorite wives, and there was no man near to defend him, except a few herdsmen, whose huts stood a little way off. The hours of darkness were therefore the season of peril for the king. It is said that he used to pass them in constant watchfulness, prowling round his huts fully armed, peering into the blackest shadows, or himself standing silent and alert, like a sentinel on duty in some dark corner. When at last his rival appeared, the fight would take place in grim silence, broken only by the clash of spears and shields, for it was a point of honor with the king not to call the herdsmen to his assistance. Like New Kang himself, their founder, each of the Shilluk kings after death is worshipped at a shrine, which is erected over his grave, and the grave of a king is always in the village where he was born. The tomb shrine of a king resembles the shrine of Nyakan, consisting of a few huts enclosed by a fence. One of the huts is built over the king's grave. The others are occupied by the guardians of the shrine. Indeed, the shrines of Nyakan and the shrines of the kings are scarcely to be distinguished from each other, and the religious rituals observed at all of them are identical in form and vary only in matters of detail, the variations being due apparently to the far greater sanctity attributed to the shrines of Nyakan. The grave shrines of the kings are tended by certain old men or women, who correspond to the guardians of the shrines of Nyakan. They are usually widows or old men servants of the deceased king, and when they die they are succeeded in their office by their descendants. Moreover, cattle are dedicated to the grave shrines of the kings and sacrifices are offered at them, just as at the shrines of Nyakan. In general, the principal element in the religion of the Shilluk would seem to be the worship which they pay to their sacred or divine kings, whether dead or alive. These are believed to be animated by a single divine spirit, which has been transmitted from the semi-mythical, but probably, in substance historical, founder of the dynasty through all his successors to the present day. Regarding their kings as incarnate divinities on whom the welfare of men, of cattle, and of the corn implicitly depends, the Shilluk naturally pay them the greatest respect and take every care of them, and however strange it may seem to us, their custom of putting the divine king to death as soon as he shows signs of ill health or failing strength springs directly from their profound veneration for him, and from their anxiety to preserve him, or rather, the divine spirit by which he is animated in the most perfect state of efficiency. Nay, we may go further and say that their practice of regicide is the best proof they can give of the high regard in which they hold their king. For they believe, as we have seen, that the king's life or spirit is so sympathetically bound up with the prosperity of the whole country, that if he fell ill or grew senile, the cattle would sicken and cease to multiply. The crops would rot in the fields, and men would perish of widespread disease. Hence, in their opinion, the only way of averting these calamities is to put the king to death while he is still hale and hearty, in order that the divine spirit, which he has inherited from his predecessors, may be transmitted in turn by him to his successor while it is still in full vigor and has not yet been impaired by the weakness of disease and old age. In this connection, the particular symptom which is commonly said to seal the king's death warrant is highly significant when he can no longer satisfy the passions of his numerous wives, in other words, when he has ceased, whether partially or wholly, to be able to reproduce his kind. It is time for him to die, and to make room for a more vigorous successor. Taken along with the other reasons which are alleged for putting the king to death, this one suggests that the fertility of men, of cattle, and of the crops is believed to depend sympathetically on the generative power of the king, so that the complete failure of that power in him would involve a corresponding failure in men, animals, and plants, and would thereby entail at no distant date the entire extinction of all life, whether human, animal, or vegetable. No wonder that with such a danger before their eyes, the Shilluk should be most careful not to let the king die what we should call a natural death of sickness or old age. It is characteristic of their attitude towards the death of the kings that they refrain from speaking of it as death. They do not say that a king has died, but simply that he has gone away like his divine ancestors, Yakang and Dag. The two first kings of the dynasty, both of whom are reported not to have died, but to have disappeared. The similar legends of the mysterious disappearance of early kings in other lands, for example at Rome and in Uganda, may well point to a similar custom of putting them to death for the purpose of preserving their life. On the whole, the theory and practice of the divine kings of the Shilluk correspond very nearly to the theory and practice of the priests of Nemi, the kings of the wood, if my view of the latter is correct. In both, we see a series of divine kings on whose life the fertility of men, of cattle, and of vegetation is believed to depend, and who are put to death, whether in single combat or otherwise, in order that their divine spirit may be transmitted to their successors in full vigor, uncontaminated by the weakness and decay of sickness or old age, because any such degeneration on the part of the king would, in the opinion of his worshippers, entail a corresponding degeneration on man-king, on cattle, and on the crops. Some points in this explanation of the custom of putting divine kings to death, particularly the method of transmitting their divine souls to their successors, will be dealt with more fully in the sequel. Meantime, we pass to other examples of the general practice. The Dinka are a congeries of independent tribes in the valley of the White Nile. They are essentially a pastoral people, passionately devoted to the care of their numerous herds of oxen, though they also keep sheep and goats, and the women cultivate small quantities of millet and sesame. For their crops and above all for their pastures, they depend on the regularity of the rains. In seasons of prolonged drought, they are said to be reduced to great extremity. Hence, the rainmaker is a very important personage among them to this day. Indeed, the men in authority whom travelers dub chiefs or sheikhs are in fact the actual or potential rainmakers of the tribe or community. Each of them is believed to be animated by the spirit of a great rainmaker, which has come down to him through a succession of rainmakers. And in virtue of this inspiration, a successful rainmaker enjoys very great power and is consulted on all important matters, yet in spite or rather in virtue of the high honor in which he is held. No Dinka rainmaker is allowed to die a natural death of sickness or old age, for the Dinka believe that if such an untoward event were to happen, the tribe would suffer from disease and famine, and the herds would not yield their increase. So when a rainmaker feels that he is growing old and infirm, he tells his children that he wishes to die, Among the Agar Dinka, a large grave is dug, and the Rainmaker lies down in it, surrounded by his friends and relatives. From time to time, he speaks to the people, recalling the past history of the tribe, reminding them how he has ruled and advised them, and instructing them how they are to act in the future. Then, when he has concluded his admonition, he bids them cover him up, so the earth is thrown down on him as he lies in the grave, and he soon dies of suffocation. Such, with minor variations, appears to be the regular end of the honorable career of a rainmaker in all the Dinka tribes. The Koradar Dinka told Dr. Seligman that when they have dug the grave for their rainmaker, they strangle him in his house. The father and paternal uncle of one of Dr. Seligman's informants had both been rainmakers, and both had been killed in the most regular and orthodox fashion. Even if a rainmaker is quite young, he will be put to death should he seem likely to perish of disease. Further, every precaution is taken to prevent a rainmaker from dying an accidental death for such an end, though not nearly so serious a matter as death from illness or old age would be sure to entail sickness on the tribe. As soon as a rainmaker is killed, his valuable spirit is supposed to pass to a suitable successor, whether a son or other near blood relation. In the Central African kingdom of Bunyoro down to recent years, custom required that as soon as the king fell seriously ill or began to break up from age, he should die by his own hand, for, according to an old prophecy, the throne would pass away from the dynasty if ever the king were to die a natural death. He killed himself by draining a poisoned cup. If he faltered or were too ill to ask for the cup, it was his wife's duty to administer the poison. When the king of Kibanga on the upper Congo seems near his end, the sorcerers put a rope round his neck, which they draw gradually tighter till he dies. If the king of Ginjiro happens to be wounded in war, he is put to death by his comrades, or if they fail to kill him, by his kinsfolk, however hard he may beg for mercy. They say they do it that he may not die by the hands of his enemies. The Jukos are a heathen tribe of the Benue River, a great tributary of the Niger. In their country, the town of Gatri is ruled by a king who is elected by the big men of the town as follows. When in the opinion of the big men the king has reigned long enough, they give out that the king is sick, a formula understood by all to mean that they are going to kill him, though the intention is never put more plainly. They then decide who is to be the next king. How long he is to reign is settled by the influential men at a meeting. The question is put and answered by each man throwing on the ground a little piece of stick for each year he thinks the new king should rule. The king is then told, and a great feast prepared at which the king gets drunk on guinea corn beer. After that he is speared, and the man who is chosen becomes king. Thus, each Juko king knows that he cannot have very many more years to live, and that he is certain of his predecessor's fate. This, however, does not seem to frighten candidates. The same custom of king killing is said to prevail at Kwanda and Wukari as well as at Gatri. In the three Hausa kingdoms of Gober, Katsina, and Dora in northern Nigeria, as soon as a king showed signs of failing health or growing infirmity, an official who bore the title of Killer of the Elephant appeared and throttled him. The Madiamvo is a great king or emperor in the interior of Angola. One of the inferior kings of the country, by name Chala, gave to a Portuguese expedition the following account of the manner in which the Matiavo comes by his end. It has been customary, he said, for our Matiavos to die either in war or by a violent death, and the present Matiavo's last fate, as in consequence of his great exactions, he has lived long enough. When we come to this understanding and decide that he should be killed, we invite him to make war with our enemies, on which occasion we all accompany him and his family to the war, when we lose some of our people. If he escapes unhurt, we return to the war again and fight for 3 or 4 days. We then suddenly abandon him and his family to their fate, leaving him in the enemy's hands. Seeing himself thus deserted, he causes his throne to be erected, and sitting down, calls his family around him. He then orders his mother to approach. She kneels at his feet. He first cuts off her head, then decapitates his sons in succession, next his wives and relatives, and last of all his most beloved wife called Anakilo. This slaughter being accomplished, the Matiamo dressed in all his pomp, awaits his own death, which immediately follows by an officer sent by the powerful neighboring chiefs Kanakina and Kanaka. This officer first cuts off his legs and arms at the joints, and lastly he cuts off his head, after which the head of the officer is struck off. All the potentates retire from the encampment in order not to witness his death. It is my duty to remain and witness his death, and to mark the place where the head and arms have been deposited by the two great chiefs, the enemies of the Matiamvo. They also take possession of all the property belonging to the deceased monarch and his family, which they convey to their own residence. I then provide for the funeral of the mutilated remains of the late Matiamvo, after which I retire to his capital and proclaim the new government. I then return to where the head, legs, and arms have been deposited, and for 40 slaves I ransom them, together with the merchandise and other property belonging to the deceased, which I give up to the new Matiamvo, who has been proclaimed. This is what has happened to many Matiamos, and what must happen to the present one. It appears to have been a Zulu custom to put the king to death as soon as he began to have wrinkles or gray hairs. At least this seems implied in the following passage written by one who resided for some time at the court of the notorious Zulu tyrant Chaka in the early part of the 19th century. The extraordinary violence of the king's rage with me was mainly occasioned by that absurd nostrum, the hair oil, with the notion of which Mr. Farewell had impressed him as being a specific for removing all indications of age. From the first moment of his having heard that such a preparation was attainable, he evinced a solicitude to procure it, and on every occasion never forgot to remind us of his anxiety respecting it. More especially on our departure on the mission, his injunctions were particularly directed to this object. It will be seen that it is one of the barbarous customs of the Zulus, in their choice or election of their kings, that he must neither have wrinkles nor gray hair, as they are both distinguishing marks of disqualification for becoming a monarch of a warlike people. It is also equally indispensable that their king should never exhibit those proofs of having become unfit and incompetent to reign. It is therefore important that they should conceal these indications so long as they possibly can. Chaka had become greatly apprehensive of the approach of gray hairs, which would at once be the signal for him to prepare to make his exit from this sublunary world. It being always followed by the death of the monarch, the writer to whom we are indebted for this instructive anecdote of the hair oil omits to specify the mode in which a gray-haired and wrinkled Zulu chief used to make his exit from this sublunary world, but on analogy we may conjecture that he was killed. The custom of putting kings to death as soon as they suffered from any personal defect prevailed 2 centuries ago in the Kaffir kingdom of Sofala. We have seen that these kings of Sofala were regarded as gods by their people, being entreated to give rain or sunshine, according as each might be wanted. Nevertheless, a slight bodily blemish, such as the loss of a tooth, was considered a sufficient cause for putting one of these godmen to death, as we learn from the following passage of an old Portuguese historian. It was formerly the custom of the kings of this land to commit suicide by taking poison when any disaster or natural physical defect fell upon them, such as impotence, infectious disease, the loss of their front teeth by which they were disfigured, or any other deformity or affliction. To put an end to such defects, they killed themselves, saying that the king should be free from any blemish, and, if not, it was better for his honor that he should die, seek another life where he would be made whole. For there everything was perfect. But the quit king, who reigned when I of those parts, would not imitate his predecessors in this. Being discreet and dreaded as he was, for having lost a front tooth, he caused it to be proclaimed throughout the kingdom that all should be aware that he had lost a tooth, and should recognize him when they saw him without it. And if his predecessors killed themselves for such things, they were very foolish, and he would not do so. On the contrary, he would be very sorry when the time came for him to die a natural death. For his life was very necessary to preserve his kingdom and defend it from his enemies. And he recommended his successors to follow his example. The king of Sofala, who dared to survive the loss of his front tooth, was thus a bold reformer like Ergomenes, king of Ethiopia. We may conjecture that the ground for putting the Ethiopian kings to death was, as in the case of the Zulu and Sofala kings, the appearance on their person of any bodily defect or sign of decay, and that the oracle which the priests alleged as the authority for the royal execution was to the effect that great calamities would result from the reign of a king who had any blemish on his body. Just as an oracle warned Sparta against a lame reign, that is, the reign of a lame king. It is some confirmation of this conjecture that the kings of Ethiopia were chosen for their size, strength, and beauty, long before the custom of killing them was abolished. To this day, the Sultan of Wadai must have no obvious bodily defect, and the king of Angoi cannot be crowned if he has a single blemish, such as a broken or a filed tooth or the scar of an old wound. According to the Book of Akil and many other authorities, no king who is afflicted with a personal blemish might reign over Ireland at Tara. Hence, when the great King Cormac Mac lost one eye by an accident, he at once abdicated. Many days' journey to the northeast of Abomey, the old capital of Dahomey, lies the kingdom of Io. The Ios are governed by a king no less absolute than the king of Dahomey, yet subject to a regulation of state, at once humiliating and extraordinary. When the people have conceived an opinion of his ill government, which is sometimes insidiously infused into them by the artifice of his discontented ministers, they send a deputation to him with a present of parrots' eggs as a mark of its authenticity, to represent to him that the burden of government must have so far fatigued him that they consider it full time for him to repose from his cares and indulge himself with a little sleep. He thanks his subjects for their attention to his ease, retires to his own apartment as if to sleep, and there gives directions to his women to strangle him. This is immediately executed, and his son quietly ascends the throne upon the usual terms of holding the reins of government, no longer than whilst he merits the approbation of the people. About the year 1774, a king of Io, whom his ministers attempted to remove in the customary manner, positively refused to accept the proffered parrots' eggs at their hands, telling them that he had no mind to take a nap, but on the contrary was resolved to watch for the benefit of his subjects. The ministers, surprised and indignant at his recalcitrancy, raised a rebellion, but were defeated with great slaughter, and thus, by his spirited conduct, the king freed himself from the tyranny of his counselors and established a new precedent for the guidance of his successors. However, the old custom seems to have revived and persisted until late in the 19th century. For a Catholic missionary, writing in 1884, speaks of the practice as if it were still in vogue. Another missionary, writing in 1881, thus describes the usage of the Egbas and the Yorubas of West Africa. Among the customs of the country, one of the most curious is unquestionably that of judging and punishing the king. Should he have earned the hatred of his people by exceeding his rights, one of his counselors, on whom the heavy duty is laid, requires of the prince that he shall go to sleep, which means simply take poison and die. If his courage fails him at the supreme moment, a friend renders him this last service, and quietly, without betraying the secret. They prepare the people for the news of the king's death. In Yoruba, the thing is managed a little differently. When a son is born to the king of Oyo, they make a model of the infant's right foot in clay, and keep it in the house of the elders, Ogboni. If the king fails to observe the customs of the country, a messenger, without speaking a word, shows him his child's foot. The king knows what that means. He takes poison and goes to sleep. The old Prussians acknowledged as their supreme lord a ruler who governed them in the name of the gods, and was known as God's Mouth. When he felt himself weak and ill, if he wished to leave a good name behind him, he had a great heap made of thorn bushes and straw, on which he mounted and delivered a long sermon to the people, exhorting them to serve the gods and promising to go to the gods and speak for the people. Then he took some of the perpetual fire which burned in front of the holy oak tree, and lighting the pile with it, burned himself to death. Section 3. Kings killed at the end of a fixed term. In the cases hitherto described, the divine king or priest is suffered by his people to retain office until some outward defect, some visible symptom of failing health or advancing age, warns them that he is no longer equal to the discharge of his divine duties, but not until such symptoms have made their appearance is he put to death. Some peoples, however, appear to have thought it unsafe to wait for even the slightest symptom of decay, and have preferred to kill the king while he was still in the full vigor of life. Accordingly, they have fixed a term beyond which he might not reign, and at the close of which he must die, the term fixed upon being short enough to exclude the probability of his degenerating physically in the interval. In some parts of southern India, the period fixed was 12 years. Thus, according to an old traveler in the province of Kulakar, there is a Gentile house of prayer, in which there is an idol which they hold in great account, and every 12 years they celebrate a great feast to it, whither all the Gentiles go as to a jubilee. This temple possesses many lands and much revenue. It is a very great affair. This province has a king over it, who has not more than 12 years to reign from jubilee to jubilee. His manner of living is in this wise, that is to say, when the 12 years are completed on the day of this feast, there assembled together innumerable people, and much money is spent in giving food to Brahmins. The king has a wooden scaffolding made, spread over with silken hangings, and on that day he goes to bathe at a tank with great ceremonies and sound of music. After that, he comes to the idol and prays to it, and mounts on to the scaffolding. And there before all the people he takes some very sharp knives, and begins to cut off his nose, and then his ears, and his lips, and all his members, and as much flesh off himself as he can, and he throws it away very hurriedly until so much of his blood is spilled that he begins to faint. And then he cuts his throat himself, and he performs this sacrifice to the idol. And whoever desires to reign another 12 years and undertake this martyrdom for love of the idol has to be present looking on at this, and from that place they raise him up as king. The king of Calicut on the Malabar coast bears the title of Samara or Samari. He pretends to be of a higher rank than the Brahmins, and to be inferior only to the invisible gods, a pretension that was acknowledged by his subjects, but which is held as absurd and abominable by the Brahmins, by whom he is only treated as a Sudra. Formerly the Samarin had to cut his throat in public at the end of a 12 years' reign. But towards the end of the 17th century, the rule had been modified as follows. Many strange customs were observed in this country in former times, and some very odd ones are still continued. It was an ancient custom for the Samarin to reign but 12 years, and no longer. If he died before his term was expired, it saved him a troublesome ceremony of cutting his own throat on a public scaffold erected for the purpose. He first made a feast for all his nobility and gentry, who were very numerous. After the feast he saluted his guests and went on the scaffold, and very decently cut his own throat in the view of the assembly, and his body was a little while after burned with great pomp and ceremony, and the grandees elected a new Samarin. Whether that custom was a religious or a civil ceremony, I know not, but it is now laid aside, and a new custom is followed by the modern Samarins, that Jubilee is proclaimed throughout his dominions at the end of 12 years. And a tent is pitched for him in a spacious plain, and a great feast is celebrated for 10 or 12 days, with mirth and jollity, guns firing night and day. So at the end of the feast, any four of the guests that have a mind to gain a crown by a desperate action, in fighting their way through 30 or 40 of his guards, and kill the Samarin in his tent. He that kills him succeeds him in his empire. In anno 1695, one of those jubilees happened, and the tent pitched near Penany, a seaport of his about 15 leagues to the southward of Calicut. There were but 3 men that would venture on that desperate action, who fell in with sword and target among the guard, and after they had killed and wounded many, were themselves killed. One of the desperadoes had a nephew of 15 or 16 years of age, that kept close by his uncle in the attack on the guards. And when he saw him fall, the youth got through the guards into the tent, and made a stroke at his majesty's head, and had certainly dispatched him if a large brass lamp, which was burning over his head, had not marred the blow. But before he could make another, he was killed by the guards, and I believe the same Samarin reigns yet. I chanced to come that time along the coast and heard the guns for 2 or 3 days and nights successively. The English traveler whose account I have quoted did not himself witness the festival he describes. Though he heard the sound of the firing in the distance, fortunately exact records of these festivals, and of the number of men who perished at them, have been preserved in the archives of the royal family at Calicut. In the latter part of the 19th century, they were examined by Mr. W. Logan, with the personal assistance of the reigning king. And from his work it is possible to gain an accurate conception both of the tragedy and of the scene where it was periodically enacted, down to 1743, when the ceremony took place for the last time. The festival at which the king of Calicut staked his crown and his life on the issue of battle was known as the Great Sacrifice. It fell every 12th year when the planet Jupiter was in retrograde motion in the sign of the Crab, and it lasted 28 days, culminating at the time of the 8th lunar asterism in the month of Makaram. As the date of the festival was determined by the position of Jupiter in the sky, and the interval between two festivals was 12 years, which is roughly Jupiter's period of revolution round the Sun, we may conjecture that the splendid planet was supposed to be, in a special sense, the king's star, and to rule his destiny, the period of its revolution in heaven corresponding to the period of his reign on earth. However that may be, the ceremony was observed with great pomp at the Tirunavai temple on the north bank of the Panani River. The spot is close to the present railway line. As the train rushes by, you can just catch a glimpse of the temple, almost hidden behind a clump of trees on the riverbank from the western gateway of the temple, a perfectly straight road, hardly raised above the level of the surrounding rice fields and shaded by a fine avenue, runs for half a mile to a high ridge, with a precipitous bank, on which the outlines of 3 or 4 terraces can still be traced. On the topmost of these terraces the king took his stand on the eventful day. The view which it commands is a fine one, across the flat expanse of the rice fields, with the broad, placid river winding through them. The eye ranges eastward to high tablelands, their lower slopes embowered in woods, while afar off looms the great chain of the western Ghauts, and in the furthest distance the Neilharries or Blue Mountains, hardly distinguishable from the azure of the sky above. But it was not to the distant prospect that the king's eyes naturally turned at this crisis of his fate. His attention was arrested by a spectacle nearer at hand, for all the plain below was alive with troops, their banners waving gaily in the sun, the white tents of their many camps standing sharply out against the green and gold of the rice fields. 40,000 fighting men or more were gathered there to defend the king, but if the plain swarmed with soldiers, the road that cuts across it from the temple to the king's stand was clear of them. Not a soul was stirring on. Each side of the way was barred by palisades, and from the palisades on either hand a long hedge of spears, held by strong arms, projected into the empty road, their blades meeting in the middle and forming a glittering arch of steel. All was now ready. The king waved his sword. At the same moment a great chain of massy gold, enriched with bosses, was placed on an elephant at his side. That was the signal. On the instant a stir might be seen half a mile away at the gate of the temple. A group of swordsmen, decked with flowers and smeared with ashes, has stepped out from the crowd. They have just partaken of their last meal on earth, and they now receive the last blessings and farewells of their friends. A moment more, and they are coming down the lane of spears, hewing and stabbing right and left at the spearmen, winding and turning and writhing among the blades, as if they had no bones in their bodies. It is all in vain. One after the other they fall, some nearer the king, some farther off, content to die, not for the shadow of a crown, but for the mere sake of approving their dauntless valor and swordsmanship to the world. On the last days of the festival, the same magnificent display of gallantry, the same useless sacrifice of life was repeated again and again. Yet perhaps no sacrifice is wholly useless, which proves that there are men who prefer honor to life. It is a singular custom in Bengal, says an old native historian of India, that there is little of hereditary descent in succession to the sovereignty. Whoever kills the king and succeeds in placing himself on that throne is immediately acknowledged as king. All the emirs, wazirs, soldiers, and peasants instantly obey and submit to him, and consider him as being as much their sovereign as they did their former prince, and obey his orders implicitly. The people of Bengal say, "We are faithful to the throne. Whoever fills the throne, we are obedient and true to it." A custom of the same sort formerly prevailed in the little kingdom of Pasir on the northern coast of Sumatra. The old Portuguese historian de Barros, who informs us of it, remarks with surprise that no wise man would wish to be king of Pasir, since the monarch was not allowed by his subjects to live long. From time to time, a sort of fury seized the people, and they marched through the streets of the city, chanting with loud voices the fatal words, "The king must die." When the king heard that song of death, he knew that his hour had come. The man who struck the fatal blow was of the royal lineage, and as soon as he had done the deed of blood and seated himself on the throne, he was regarded as the legitimate king, provided that he contrived to maintain his seat peaceably for a single day. This, however, the regicide did not always succeed in doing. When Fernão Pérez de Andrade, on a voyage to China, put in at Passier for a cargo of spices, 2 kings were massacred, and that in the most peaceable and orderly manner, without the smallest sign of tumult or sedition in the city, where everything went on in its usual course, as if the murder or execution of a king were a matter of everyday occurrence. Indeed, on one occasion, 3 kings were raised to the dangerous elevation and followed each other in the dusty road of death in a single day. The people defended the custom, which they esteemed very laudable, and even of divine institution, by saying that God would never allow so high and mighty a being as a king, who reigned as his vicegerent, to perish by violence unless for his sins he thoroughly deserved it, far away from the tropical island of Sumatra. A rule of the same sort appears to have obtained among the old Slavs. When the captives Gun and Jarmeric contrived to slay the king and queen of the Slavs and made their escape, they were pursued by the barbarians, who shouted after them that if they would only come back, they would reign instead of the murdered monarch, since by a public statute of the ancients, the succession to the throne fell to the king's assassin. But the flying regicides turned a deaf ear to promises which they regarded as mere baits to lure them back to destruction. They continued their flight, and the shouts and clamor of the barbarians gradually died away in the distance. When kings were bound to suffer death, whether at their own hands or at the hands of others, on the expiration of a fixed term of years, it was natural that they should seek to delegate the painful duty, along with some of the privileges of sovereignty, to a substitute who should suffer vicariously in their stead. This expedient appears to have been resorted to by some of the princes of Malabar. Thus we are informed by a native authority on that country that in some places all powers, both executive and judicial, were delegated for a fixed period to natives by the sovereign. This institution was styled Dalavetaparatheum, or authority obtained by decapitation. It was an office tenable for 5 years, during which its bearer was invested with supreme despotic powers within his jurisdiction. On the expiry of the 5 years, the man's head was cut off and thrown up in the air amongst a large concourse of villagers, each of whom vied with the other in trying to catch it in its course down. He who succeeded was nominated to the post for the next 5 years. When once kings who had hitherto been bound to die a violent death at the end of a term of years conceived the happy thought of dying by deputy in the persons of others, they would very naturally put it in practice, and accordingly we need not wonder at finding so popular an expedient, or traces of it, in many lands. Scandinavian traditions contain some hints that of old the Swedish kings reigned only for periods of 9 years, after which they were put to death or had to find a substitute to die in their stead. Thus An or An, king of Sweden, is said to have sacrificed to Odin for length of days, and to have been answered by the god that he should live so long as he sacrificed one of his sons every 9th year. He sacrificed 9 of them in this manner, and would have sacrificed the 10th and last, but the Swedes would not allow him. So he died and was buried in a mound at Uppsala. Another indication of a similar tenure of the crown occurs in a curious legend of the deposition and banishment of Odin. Offended at his misdeeds, the other gods outlawed and exiled him, but set up in his place a substitute, Oler by name, a cunning wizard, to whom they accorded the symbols both of royalty and of godhead. The deputy bore the name of Odin, and reigned for nearly 10 years when he was driven from the throne, while the real Odin came to his own again. His discomfited rival retired to Sweden and was afterwards slain in an attempt to repair his shattered fortunes. As gods are often merely men who loom large through the mists of tradition, we may conjecture that this Norse legend preserves a confused reminiscence of ancient Swedish kings who reigned for 9 or 10 years together, then abdicated, delegating to others the privilege of dying for their country. The great festival, which was held at Uppsala every 9 years, may have been the occasion on which the king or his deputy was put to death. We know that human sacrifices form part of the rites. There are some grounds for believing that the reign of many ancient Greek kings was limited to 8 years, or at least that at the end of every period of 8 years, a new consecration, a fresh outpouring of the divine grace, was regarded as necessary in order to enable them to discharge their civil and religious duties. Thus, it was a rule of the Spartan constitution that every 8th year the ephors should choose a clear and moonless night, and sitting down observe the sky in silence. If during their vigil they saw a meteor or shooting star, they inferred that the king had sinned against the deity, and they suspended him from his functions until the Delphic or Olympic oracle should reinstate him in them, which has all the air of great antiquity, was not suffered to remain a dead letter, even in the last period of the Spartan monarchy. For in the 3rd century, before our era, a king, who had rendered himself obnoxious to the reforming party, was actually deposed on various trumped-up charges, among which the allegation that the ominous sign had been seen in the sky took a prominent place. If the tenure of the regal office was formerly limited among the Spartans to 8 years, we may naturally ask, why was that precise period selected as the measure of a king's reign? The reason is probably to be found in those astronomical considerations which determined the early Greek calendar. The difficulty of reconciling lunar with solar time is one of the standing puzzles which has taxed the ingenuity of men who are emerging from barbarism. Now an octennial cycle is the shortest period at the end of which sun and moon really mark time together after overlapping. So to say, throughout the whole of the interval, thus for example, it is only once in every 8 years that the full moon coincides with the longest or shortest day. And as this coincidence can be observed with the aid of a simple dial, the observation is naturally one of the first to furnish a base for a calendar which shall bring lunar and solar times into tolerable, though not exact harmony. But in early days, the proper adjustment of the calendar is a matter of religious concern, since on it depends a knowledge of the right seasons for propitiating the deities whose favor is indispensable to the welfare of the community. No wonder, therefore, that the king, as the chief priest of the state, or as himself a god, should be liable to deposition or death at the end of an astronomical period, when the great luminaries had run their course on high, and were about to renew the heavenly race. It might well be thought that the king should renew his divine energies, or prove them unabated, under pain of making room for a more vigorous successor. In southern India, as we have seen, the king's reign and life terminated with the revolution of the planet Jupiter round the sun. In Greece, on the other hand, the king's fate seems to have hung in the balance at the end of every 8 years, ready to fly up and kick the beam as soon as the opposite scale was loaded with a falling star. Whatever its origin may have been, the cycle of 8 years appears to have coincided with the normal length of the king's reign in other parts of Greece besides Sparta. Thus Minos, king of Knossos in Crete, whose great palace has been unearthed in recent years, is said to have held office for periods of 8 years together. At the end of each period, he retired for a season to the oracular cave on Mount Ida, and there communed with his divine father Zeus, giving him an account of his kingship in the years that were past, and receiving from him instructions for his guidance in those which were to come. The tradition plainly implies that at the end of every 8 years, the king's sacred powers needed to be renewed by intercourse with the Godhead, and that without such a renewal, he would have forfeited his right to the throne. Without being unduly rash, we may surmise that the tribute of 7 youths and 7 maidens, whom the Athenians were bound to send to Minos every 8 years, had some connection with the renewal of the king's power for another octennial cycle. Traditions varied as to the fate which awaited the lads and damsels on their arrival in Crete, but the common view appears to have been that they were shut up in the labyrinth, there to be devoured by the Minotaur, or at least to be imprisoned for life. Perhaps they were sacrificed by being roasted alive in a bronze image of a bull, or of a bull-headed man, in order to renew the strength of the king, and of the son whom he personated. This, at all events, is suggested by the legend of Talos, a bronze man who clutched people to his breast and leaped with them into the fire, so that they were roasted alive. He is said to have been given by Zeus to Europa, or by Hephaestus to Minos, to guard the island of Crete, which he patrolled thrice daily. According to one account, he was a bull. According to another, he was a sun. Probably he was identical with the Minotaur, and stripped of his mythical features was nothing but a bronze image of the sun represented as a man with a bull's head. In order to renew the solar fires, human victims may have been sacrificed to the idol by being roasted in its hollow body or placed on its sloping hands and allowed to roll into a pit of fire. It was in the latter fashion that the Carthaginians sacrificed their offspring to Moloch. The children were laid on the hands of a calf-headed image of bronze, from which they slid into a fiery oven, while the people danced to the music of flutes and timbrels to drown the shrieks of the burning victims. The resemblance which the Cretan traditions bear to the Carthaginian practice suggests that the worship associated with the names of Minos and the Minotaur may have been powerfully influenced by that of a Semitic Baal. In the tradition of Phalaris, tyrant of Agrigentum, and his brazen bull, we may have an echo of similar rites in Sicily, where the Carthaginian power struck deep roots. In the province of Lagos, the Ijibu tribe of the Yoruba race is divided into two branches, which are known respectively as the Ijibu Ode and the Ijebu Rem. The Ode branch of the tribe is ruled by a chief who bears the title of Hawujale and is surrounded by a great deal of mystery. Down to recent times, his face might not be seen even by his own subjects, and if circumstances obliged him to communicate with them, he did so through a screen which hid him from view. The other, Riman branch of the Ijibu tribe is governed by a chief who ranks below the Awujale. Mr. John Parkinson was informed that in former times this subordinate chief used to be killed with ceremony after a rule of 3 years. As the country is now under British protection, the custom of putting the chief to death at the end of a 3 years' reign has long been abolished, and Mr. Parkinson was unable to ascertain any particulars on the subject. At Babylon within historical times, the tenure of the kingly office was in practice lifelong, yet in theory it would seem to have been merely annual. For every year at the festival of Zagmuk, the king had to renew his power by seizing the hands of the image of Marduk in his great temple of Esagil at Babylon, even when Babylon passed under the power of Assyria. The monarchs of that country were expected to legalize their claim to the throne every year by coming to Babylon and performing the ancient ceremony at the New Year festival. And some of them found the obligation so burdensome that rather than discharge it, they renounced the title of king altogether and contented themselves with the humbler one of governor. Further, it would appear that in remote times, though not within the historical period, the kings of Babylon or their barbarous predecessors forfeited not merely their crown, but their life at the end of a year's tenure of office. At least this is the conclusion to which the following evidence seems to point. According to the historian Berosus, who as a Babylonian priest spoke with ample knowledge, there was annually celebrated in Babylon a festival called the Sakia. It began on the 16th day of the month, Laos, and lasted for 5 days, during which masters and servants changed places, the servants giving orders and the masters obeying them. A prisoner condemned to death was dressed in the king's robes, seated on the king's throne, allowed to issue whatever commands he pleased, to eat, drink, and enjoy himself, and to lie with the king's concubines. But at the end of the 5 days, he was stripped of his royal robes, scourged, and hanged or impaled. During his brief term of office, he bore the title of Zoganes. This custom might perhaps have been explained as merely a grim jest perpetrated in a season of jollity at the expense of an unhappy criminal. But one circumstance, the leave given to the mock king to enjoy the king's concubines, is decisive against this interpretation. Considering the jealous seclusion of an oriental despot's harem, we may be quite certain that permission to invade it would never have been granted by the despot, least of all to a condemned criminal, except for the very gravest cause. This cause could hardly be other than that the condemned man was about to die in the king's stead, and that to make the substitution perfect it was necessary he should enjoy the full rights of royalty during his brief reign. There is nothing surprising in this substitution. The rule that the king must be put to death either on the appearance of any symptom of bodily decay or at the end of a fixed period is certainly one which sooner or later the kings would seek to abolish or modify. We have seen that in Ethiopia, Sofala, and Io the rule was boldly set aside by enlightened monarchs, and that in Calicut the old custom of killing the king at the end of 12 years was changed into a permission granted to anyone at the end of the 12 years period to attack the king, and in the event of killing him, to reign in his stead. Though, as the king took care at these times to be surrounded by his guards, the permission was little more than a form. Another way of modifying the stern old rule is seen in the Babylonian custom just described. When the time drew near for the king to be put to death, in Babylon this appears to have been at the end of a single year's reign, he abdicated for a few days, during which a temporary king reigned and suffered in his stead. At first, the temporary king may have been an innocent person, possibly a member of the king's own family. But with the growth of civilization, the sacrifice of an innocent person would be revolting to the public sentiment, and accordingly a condemned criminal would be invested with the brief and fatal sovereignty. In the sequel, we shall find other examples of a dying criminal representing a dying god. For we must not forget that, as the case of the Shilluk kings clearly shows, the king is slain in his character a god or a demigod, his death and resurrection, as the only means of perpetuating the divine life unimpaired, being deemed necessary for the salvation of his people and the world. A vestige of a practice of putting the king to death at the end of a year's reign appears to have survived in the festival called Makahadi, which used to be celebrated in Hawaii during the last month of the year. About 100 years ago, a Russian voyager described the custom as follows. The taboo Makahadi is not unlike to our festival of Christmas. It continues a whole month, during which the people amuse themselves with dances, plays, and sham fights of every kind. The king must open this festival wherever he is. On this occasion, His Majesty dresses himself in his richest cloak and helmet, and is paddled in a canoe along the shore, followed sometimes by many of his subjects. He embarks early and must finish his excursion at sunrise. The strongest and most expert of the warriors is chosen to receive him on his landing. This warrior watches the canoe along the beach, and as soon as the king lands and has thrown off his cloak, he darts his spear at him from a distance of about 30 paces, and the king must either catch the spear in his hand or suffer from it. There is no jesting in the business. Having caught it, he carries it under his arm with the sharp end downwards into the temple or havu. On his entrance, the assembled multitude begin their sham fights, and immediately the air is obscured by clouds of spears, made for the occasion with blunted ends. Hamamia, the king, has been frequently advised to abolish this ridiculous ceremony, in which he risks his life every year, but to no effect. His answer always is that he is as able to catch a spear as anyone on the island is to throw it at him. During the Makahadi, all punishments are remitted throughout the country, and no person can leave the place in which he commences these holidays. Let the affair be ever so important, that a king should regularly have been put to death at the close of a year's reign will hardly appear improbable, when we learn that to this day there is still a kingdom in which the reign and the life of the sovereign are limited to a single day. In Ngoyo, a province of the ancient kingdom of Congo, the rule obtains that the chief who assumes the cap of sovereignty is always killed on the night after his coronation. The right of succession lies with the chief of the Musirango, but we need not wonder that he does not exercise it, and that the throne stands vacant. No one likes to lose his life for a few hours' glory on the Ngoyo throne. Chapter 25. Temporary Kings. In some places, the modified form of the old custom of regicide, which appears to have prevailed at Babylon, has been further softened down. The king still abdicates annually for a short time, and his place is filled by a more or less nominal sovereign. But at the close of his short reign, the latter is no longer killed, though sometimes a mock execution still survives as a memorial of the time when he was actually put to death. To take examples, in the month of Meek, February, the king of Cambodia annually abdicated for 3 days. During this time, he performed no act of authority. He did not touch the seals. He did not even receive the revenues which fell due. In his stead, there reigned a temporary king called Asdak Meek, that is, King February. The office of temporary king was hereditary in a family distantly connected with the royal house, the sons succeeding the fathers and the younger brothers. the elder brothers, just as in the succession to the real sovereignty. On a favorable day fixed by the astrologers, the temporary king was conducted by the mandarins in triumphal procession. He rode one of the royal elephants, seated in the royal palanquin, and escorted by soldiers who dressed in appropriate costumes, represented the neighboring peoples of Siam and Laos and so on. In place of the golden crown, he wore a peaked white cap, and his regalia, instead of being of gold encrusted with diamonds, were of rough wood, after paying homage to the real king, from whom he received the sovereignty for 3 days. Together, with all the revenues accruing during that time, though this last custom has been omitted for some time, he moved in procession round the palace and through the streets of the capital. On the 3rd day after the usual procession, the temporary king gave orders that the elephants should trample underfoot the mountain of rice, which was a scaffold of bamboo surrounded by sheaves of rice. The people gathered up the rice, each man taking home a little with him to secure a good harvest. Some of it was also taken to the king, who had it cooked and presented to the monks. In Siam, on the 6th day of the moon in the 6th month, the end of April, a temporary king is appointed who for 3 days enjoys the royal prerogatives, the real king remaining shut up in his palace. This temporary king sends his numerous satellites in all directions to seize and confiscate whatever they can find in the bazaar and open shops. Even the ships and junks which arrive in harbor during the 3 days are forfeited to him and must be redeemed. He goes to a field in the middle of the city, whither they bring a gilded plow drawn by gaily decked oxen. After the plow has been anointed and the oxen rubbed with incense, the mock king traces 9 furrows with the plow, followed by aged dames of the palace scattering the first seed of the season. As soon as the 9 furrows are drawn, the crowd of spectators rushes in and scrambles for the seed which has just been sown, believing that mixed with the seed rice it will ensure a plentiful crop. Then the oxen are unyoked and rice maize. Sesame, sago, bananas, sugarcane, melons, and so on are set before them. Whatever they eat first will, it is thought, be dear in the year following, though some people interpret the omen in the opposite sense. During this time, the temporary king stands leaning against a tree with his right foot resting on his left knee. From standing thus on one foot, he is popularly known as King Hop, but his official title is Phaya Falathep, Lord of the Heavenly Hosts. He is a sort of minister of agriculture. All disputes about fields, rice, and so forth are referred to him. There is, moreover, another ceremony in which he personates the king. It takes place in the 2nd month, which falls in the cold season, and lasts 3 days. He is conducted in procession to an open place opposite the temple of the Brahmins, where there are a number of poles dressed like maypoles, upon which the Brahmins swing. All the while that they swing and dance, the Lord of the Heavenly Hosts has to stand on one foot upon a seat which is made of bricks plastered over, covered with a white cloth, and hung with tapestry. He is supported by a wooden frame with a gilt canopy, and 2 Brahmins stand one on each side of him. The dancing Brahmins carry buffalo horns with which they draw water from a large copper cauldron and sprinkle it on the spectators. This is supposed to bring good luck, causing the people to dwell in peace and quiet, health and prosperity. The time during which the Lord of the Heavenly Hosts has to stand on one foot is about 3 hours. This is thought to prove the dispositions of the devatas and spirits. If he lets his foot down, he is liable to forfeit his property and have his family enslaved by the king, as it is believed to be a bad omen, portending destruction to the state and instability to the throne. But if he stand firm, he is believed to have gained a victory over evil spirits. And he has moreover the privilege, ostensibly at least, of seizing any ship which may enter the harbor during these 3 days, and taking its contents, and also of entering any open shop in the town and carrying away what he chooses. Such were the duties and privileges of the Siamese King Hop, down to about the middle of the 19th century or later. Under the reign of the late enlightened monarch, this quaint personage was to some extent both shorn of the glories and relieved of the burden of his office. He still watches, as of old, the Brahmins rushing through the air in a swing, suspended between 2 tall masts, each some 90 feet high, but he is allowed to sit instead of stand, and, although public opinion still expects him to keep his right foot on his left knee during the whole of the ceremony, he would incur no legal penalty were he, to the great chagrin of the people, to put his weary foot to the ground. Other signs, too, tell of the invasion of the East by the ideas and civilization of the West. The thoroughfares that lead to the scene of the performance are blocked with carriages, lamp-posts, and telegraph posts, to which eager spectators cling like monkeys, rise above the dense crowd, and while a tattered band of the old style, in gaudy garb of vermilion and yellow, bangs and tootles away on drums and trumpets of an antique pattern. The procession of barefooted soldiers in brilliant uniforms steps briskly along to the lively strains of a modern military band playing Marching Through Georgia, on the first day of the 6th month, which was regarded as the beginning of the year. The king and people of Samarkand used to put on new clothes and cut their hair and beards. Then they repaired to a forest near the capital where they shot arrows on horseback for 7 days. On the last day, the target was a gold coin, and he who hit it had the right to be king for 1 day. In Upper Egypt, on the first day of the solar year by Coptic reckoning, that is on the 10th of September, when the Nile has generally reached its highest point, the regular government is suspended for 3 days, and every town chooses its own ruler. This temporary lord wears a sort of tall fool's cap and a long flaxen beard, and is enveloped in a strange mantle. With a wand of office in his hand, and attended by men disguised as scribes, executioners, and so forth, he proceeds to the governor's house. The latter allows himself to be deposed, and the mock king mounting the throne holds a tribunal, to the decisions of which even the governor and his officials must bow. After 3 days, the mock king is condemned to death. The envelope or shell in which he was encased is committed to the flames, and from its ashes the fellow creeps forth. The custom perhaps points to an old practice of burning a real king in grim earnest. In Uganda, the brothers of the king used to be burned, because it was not lawful to shed the royal blood. The Mohammedan students of Fez in Morocco are allowed to appoint a sultan of their own, who reigns for a few weeks, and is known as Sultan Tulba, the sultan of the scribes. This brief authority is put up for auction and knocked down to the highest bidder. It brings some substantial privileges with it, for the holder is freed from taxes thenceforward, and he has the right of asking a favor from the real sultan. That favor is seldom refused. It usually consists in the release of a prisoner. Moreover, the agents of the student sultan levy fines on the shopkeepers and householders, against whom they trump up various humorous charges. The temporary sultan is surrounded with the pomp of a real court, and parades the streets in state with music and shouting, while a royal umbrella is held over his head, with the so-called fines and free will offerings, to which the real sultan adds a liberal supply of provisions. The students have enough to furnish forth a magnificent banquet, and altogether they enjoy themselves thoroughly, indulging in all kinds of games and amusements. For the first 7 days the mock sultan remains in the college. Then he goes about a mile out of the town and encamps on the bank of the river, attended by the students and not a few of the citizens. On the 7th day of his stay outside the town, he is visited by the real sultan, who grants him his request and gives him 7 more days to reign, so that the reign of the sultan of the scribes nominally lasts 3 weeks. But when 6 days of the last week have passed, the mock sultan runs back to the town by night. This temporary sultanship always falls in spring, about the beginning of April. Its origin is said to have been as follows. When Mulai Rashid Sukin was fighting for the throne in 1664 or 1665, a certain Jew usurped the royal authority at Taza, but the rebellion was soon suppressed through the loyalty and devotion of the students. To effect their purpose, they resorted to an ingenious stratagem. 40 of them caused themselves to be packed in chests, which were sent as a present to the usurper in the dead of night. While the unsuspecting Jew was slumbering peacefully among the packing cases, the lids were stealthily raised. The brave 40 crept forth, slew the usurper, and took possession of the city in the name of the real sultan, who, to mark his gratitude for the help thus rendered him in time of need, conferred on the students the right of annually appointing a sultan of their own. The narrative has all the air of a fiction devised to explain an old custom, of which the real meaning and origin had been forgotten. A custom of annually appointing a mock king for a single day was observed at Lostwithiel in Cornwall down to the 16th century. On Little Easter Sunday, the freeholders of the town and manor assembled together, either in person or by their deputies, and one among them, as it fell to his lot by turn, gaily attired and gallantly mounted, with a crown on his head, a scepter in his hand, and a sword borne before him, rode through the principal street to the church, dutifully attended by all the rest on horseback. The clergyman in his best robes received him at the churchyard stile and conducted him to hear divine service. On leaving the church he repaired with the same pomp to a house provided for his reception. Here a feast awaited him and his suite, and being set at the head of the table he was served on bended knees, with all the rites due to the estate of a prince. The ceremony ended with the dinner, and every man returned home. Sometimes the temporary king occupies the throne, not annually, but once for all at the beginning of each reign. Thus, in the kingdom of Jambi in Sumatra, it is the custom that at the beginning of a new reign, a man of the people should occupy the throne and exercise the royal prerogatives for a single day. The origin of the custom is explained by a tradition that there were once 5 royal brothers, the 4 elder of whom all declined the throne on the ground of various bodily defects, leaving it to their youngest brother. But the eldest occupied the throne for one day, and reserved for his descendants a similar privilege at the beginning of every reign. Thus the office of temporary king is hereditary in a family, akin to the royal house. In Bilaspur it seems to be the custom, after the death of a Raja, for a Brahmin to eat rice out of the dead Raja's hand, and then to occupy the throne for a year. At the end of the year, the Brahmin receives presents and is dismissed from the territory, being forbidden apparently to return. The idea seems to be that the spirit of the Raja enters into the Brahmin who eats the kheer, rice and milk, out of his hand when he is dead, as the Brahmin is apparently carefully watched during the whole year, and not allowed to go away. The same or a similar custom is believed to obtain among the hill states about Kangra. The custom of banishing the Brahmin, who represents the king, may be a substitute for putting him to death. At the installation of a prince of Carinthia, a peasant, in whose family the office was hereditary, ascended a marble stone which stood surrounded by meadows in a spacious valley. On his right stood a black mother cow, on his left a lean, ugly mare. A rustic crowd gathered about him. Then the future prince, dressed as a peasant and carrying a shepherd's staff, drew near, attended by courtiers and magistrates. On perceiving him, the peasant called out, "Who is this whom I see coming so proudly along?" The people answered, "The prince of the land." The peasant was then prevailed on to surrender the marble seat to the prince on condition of receiving 60 pence, the cow and mare, an exemption from taxes. But before yielding his place, he gave the prince a light blow on the cheek. Some points about these temporary kings deserve to be specially noticed before we pass to the next branch of the evidence. In the first place, the Cambodian and Siamese examples show clearly that it is especially the divine or magical functions of the king which are transferred to his temporary substitute. This appears from the belief that by keeping up his foot, the temporary king of Siam gained a victory over the evil spirits, whereas by letting it down he imperiled the existence of the state. Again, the Cambodian ceremony of trampling down the mountain of rice and the Siamese ceremony of opening the plowing and sowing are charms to produce a plentiful harvest, as appears from the belief that those who carry home some of the trampled rice, or the seed sown, will thereby secure a good crop. Moreover, when the Siamese representative of the king is guiding the plow, the people watch him anxiously, not to see whether he drives a straight furrow, but to mark the exact point on his leg to which the skirt of his silken robe reaches, for on that is supposed to hang the state of the weather and the crops during the ensuing season. If the Lord of the heavenly hosts hitches up his garment above his knee, the weather will be wet, and heavy rains will spoil the harvest. If he lets it trail to his ankle, a drought will be the consequence. But fine weather and heavy crops will follow if the hem of his robe hangs exactly halfway down the calf of his leg. So closely is the course of nature, and with it the weal or woe of the people, dependent on the minutest act or gesture of the king's representative. But the task of making the crops grow, thus deputed to the temporary kings, is one of the magical functions regularly supposed to be discharged by kings in primitive society. The rule that the mock king must stand on one foot upon a raised seat in the rice field was perhaps originally meant as a charm to make the crop grow high. At least this was the object of a similar ceremony observed by the old Prussians. The tallest girl standing on one foot upon a seat with her lap full of cakes, a cup of brandy in her right hand, and a piece of elm bark or linden bark in her left, prayed to the god Wisganthos that the flax might grow as high as she was standing. Then, after draining the cup, she had it refilled and poured the brandy on the ground as an offering to Wisganthos, and threw down the cakes for his attendant sprites. If she remained steady on one foot throughout the ceremony, it was an omen that the flax crop would be good, but if she let her foot down, it was feared that the crop might fail. The same significance perhaps attaches to the swinging of the Brahmins, which the Lord of the heavenly hosts had formerly a witness standing on one foot. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, it might be thought that the higher the priest swing, the higher will grow the rice. For the ceremony is described as a harvest festival, and swinging is practiced by the Lets of Russia with the avowed intention of influencing the growth of the crops. In the spring and early summer, between Easter and St. John's Day, the summer solstice, every Lettish peasant is said to devote his leisure hours to swinging diligently, for the higher he rises in the air, the higher will his flax grow that season. In the foregoing cases, the temporary king is appointed annually in accordance with a regular custom. But in other cases, the appointment is made only to meet a special emergency, such as to relieve the real king from some actual or threatened evil by diverting it to a substitute, who takes his place on the throne for a short time. The history of Persia furnishes instances of such occasional substitutes for the Shah. Thus, Shah Abbas the Great, being warned by his astrologers in the year 1591 that a serious danger impended over him, attempted to avert the omen by abdicating the throne and appointing a certain unbeliever named Yusufi, probably a Christian, to reign in his stead. The substitute was accordingly crowned, and for 3 days, if we may trust the Persian historians, he enjoyed not only the name and the state, but the power of the king. At the end of his brief reign, he was put to death. The decree of the stars was fulfilled by this sacrifice, and Abbas, who reascended his throne in a most propitious hour, was promised by his astrologers a long and glorious reign. Chapter 26. Sacrifice of the King's Son. A point to notice about the temporary kings described in the foregoing chapter is that in 2 places, Cambodia and Jambi, they come of a stock which is believed to be akin to the royal family. If the view here taken of the origin of these temporary kingships is correct, we can easily understand why the king's substitute should sometimes be of the same race as the king. When the king first succeeded in getting the life of another accepted as a sacrifice instead of his own, he would have to show that the death of that other would serve the purpose quite as well as his own would have done. Now, it was as a god or demigod that the king had to die. Therefore, the substitute who died for him had to be invested, at least for the occasion, with the divine attributes of the king. This, as we have just seen, was certainly the case with the temporary kings of Siam and Cambodia. They were invested with the supernatural functions, which in an earlier stage of society were the special attributes of the king. But no one could so well represent the king in his divine character as his son, who might be supposed to share the divine afflatus of his father. No one, therefore, could so appropriately die for the king, and through him for the whole people, as the king's son. We have seen that according to tradition, On, king of Sweden, sacrificed 9 of his sons to Odin at Uppsala, in order that his own life might be spared. After he had sacrificed his second son, he received from the god an answer that he should live so long as he gave him one of his sons every 9th year. When he had sacrificed his 7th son, he still lived, but was so feeble that he could not walk, but had to be carried in a chair. Then he offered up his 8th son, and lived 9 years more, lying in his bed. After that he sacrificed his 9th son, and lived another 9 years, but so that he drank out of a horn like a weaned child. He now wished to sacrifice his only remaining son to Odin, but the Swedes would not allow him. So he died and was buried in a mound at Uppsala. In ancient Greece, there seems to have been at least one kingly house of great antiquity at which the eldest sons were always liable to be sacrificed in room of their royal sires. When Xerxes was marching through the Thessaly at the head of his mighty host to attack the Spartans at Thermopylae, he came to the town of Aulis. Here he was shown the sanctuary of Laphystian Zeus, about which his guides told him a strange tale. It ran somewhat as follows. Once upon a time the king of the country, by name Athamas, married a wife Nephele, and had by her a son called Phrixus and a daughter named Hele. Afterwards he took to himself a second wife called Ino, by whom he had two sons, Lurchus and Melicertes. But his second wife was jealous of her stepchildren, Phrixus and Hele, and plotted their death. She went about very cunningly to compass her bad end. First of all, she persuaded the women of the country to roast the seed corn secretly before it was committed to the ground. So next year no crops came up, and the people died of famine. Then the king sent messengers to the oracle at Delphi to inquire the cause of the dearth. But the wicked stepmother bribed the messenger to give out as the answer of the god that the dearth would never cease till the children of Athamas, by his first wife, had been sacrificed to Zeus. When Athamas heard that, he sent for the children who were with the sheep. But a ram with a fleece of gold opened his lips, and speaking with the voice of a man, warned the children of their danger. So they mounted the ram and fled with him over land and sea. As they flew over the sea, the girl slipped from the animal's back, and falling into water was drowned. But her brother Phrixus was brought safe to the land of Colchis, where reigned a child of the sun. Phrixus married the king's daughter, and she bore him a son, Cytisorus. And there he sacrificed the ram with the golden fleece to Zeus the god of flight, but some will have it that he sacrificed the animal to Laphystian Zeus. The golden fleece itself he gave to his wife's father, who nailed it to an oak tree, guarded by a sleepless dragon, in a sacred grove of Ares. Meanwhile, at home, an oracle had commanded that King Athamas himself should be sacrificed as an expiatory offering for the whole country. So the people decked him with garlands, like a victim, and led him to the altar, where they were just about to sacrifice him when he was rescued either by his grandson Cytisorus, who arrived in the nick of time from Colchis, or by Hercules, who brought tidings that the king's son Phrixus was yet alive. Thus Athamas was saved, but afterward he went mad, and mistaking his son Lurchus for a wild beast, shot him dead. Next, he attempted the life of his remaining son Melicertes, but the child was rescued by his mother Ino, who ran and threw herself and him from a high rock into the sea. Mother and son were changed into marine divinities, and the son received special homage in the Isle of Tenedos, where babes were sacrificed to him. Thus bereft of wife and children, the unhappy Athamas quitted his country, and on inquiring of the oracle where he should dwell, was told to take up his abode wherever he should be entertained by wild beasts. He fell in with a pack of wolves devouring sheep, and when they saw him, they fled and left him the bleeding remnants of their prey. In this way the oracle was fulfilled. But because King Athamas had not been sacrificed as a sin offering for the whole country, it was divinely decreed that the eldest male scion of his family in each generation should be sacrificed without fail if ever he set foot in the town hall, where the offerings were made to Laphystian Zeus by one of the house of Athamas. Many of the families, Xerxes was informed, had fled to foreign lands to escape this doom, but some of them had returned long afterwards, and being caught by the sentinels in the act of entering the town hall were wreathed as victims, led forth in procession and sacrificed. These instances appear to have been notorious, if not frequent. For the writer of a dialogue attributed to Plato, after speaking of the immolation of human victims by the Carthaginians, adds that such practices were not unknown among the Greeks, and he refers with horror to the sacrifices offered on Mount Lycaeus and by the descendants of Athamas. The suspicion that this barbarous custom by no means fell into disuse even in later days is strengthened by a case of human sacrifice which occurred in Plutarch's time at Orchomenus, a very ancient city of Boeotia, distant only a few miles across the plain from the historian's birthplace. Here dwelt a family of which the men went by the name of Salues or Sooty, and the women by the name of Olia or Destructive. Every year at the festival of the Agrionia, the priest of Dionysus pursued these women with a drawn sword. and if he overtook one of them, he had the right to slay her. In Plutarch's lifetime, the right was actually exercised by a priest Zoilus. The family thus liable to furnish at least one human victim every year was of royal descent. Where they traced their lineage to Minyas, the famous old king of Orchomenus, the monarch of fabulous wealth, whose stately treasury, as it is called, still stands in ruins at the point where the long, rocky hill of Orchomenus melts into the vast level expanse of the Copaic plain. Tradition ran that the king's 3 daughters long despised the other women of the country for yielding to the Bacchic frenzy, and sat at home in the king's house scornfully plying the distaff and the loom, while the rest wreathed with flowers. Their disheveled locks, streaming to the wind, roamed in ecstasy the barren mountains that rise above Orchomenus, making the solitude of the hills to echo to the wild music of cymbals and tambourines. But in time the divine fury infected even the royal damsels in their quiet chamber. They were seized with a fierce longing to partake of human flesh, and cast lots among themselves which should give up her child to furnish a cannibal feast. The lot fell on Leucippe, and she surrendered her son Hippasus, who was torn limb from limb by the 3. From these misguided women sprang the Olia and the Seleuis, of whom the men were said to be so called, because they wore sad-colored raiment in token of their mourning and grief. Now this practice of taking human victims from a family of royal descent at Orchomenus is all the more significant, because Athamas himself is said to have reigned in the land of Orchomenus, even before the time of Minyas, and because over against the city there rises Mount Lephistius, on which, as at Alis in Thessaly, there was a sanctuary of Lephistian Zeus, where, according to tradition, Athamas purposed to sacrifice his 2 children, Phrixus and Helle. On the whole, comparing the traditions about Athamas with the custom that obtained with regard to his descendants in historical times, we may fairly infer that in Thessaly and probably in Boeotia there reigned of old a dynasty of which the kings were liable to be sacrificed for the good of the country to the god called Lephistian Zeus, but that they contrived to shift the fatal responsibility to their offspring, of whom the eldest son was regularly destined to the altar, as time went on. The cruel custom was so far mitigated that a ram was accepted as a vicarious sacrifice in room of the royal victim, provided always that the prince abstained from setting foot in the town hall where the sacrifices were offered to Lephistian Zeus by one of his kinsmen. But if he were rash enough to enter the place of doom, to thrust himself willfully, as it were, on the notice of the god who had good-naturedly winked at the substitution of a ram, the ancient obligation which had been suffered to lie in abeyance recovered all its force, and there was no help for it, but he must die. The tradition which associated the sacrifice of the king or his children with a great dearth points clearly to the belief, so common among primitive folk, that the king is responsible for the weather and the crops, and that he may justly pay with his life for the inclemency of the one or the failure of the other. Athamas and his line, in short, appear to have united divine or magical with royal functions, and this view is strongly supported by the claims to divinity which Salmoneus, the brother of Athamas, is said to have set up. We have seen that this presumptuous mortal professed to be no other than Zeus himself, and to wield the thunder and lightning, of which he made a trumpery imitation by the help of tinkling kettles and blazing torches, if we may judge from analogy. His mock thunder and lightning were no mere scenic exhibition designed to deceive and impress the beholders. They were enchantments practiced by the royal magician for the purpose of bringing about the celestial phenomena which they feebly mimicked. Among the Semites of Western Asia, the king, in a time of national danger, sometimes gave his own son to die as a sacrifice for the people. Thus Philo of Byblos, in his work on the Jews, says, "It was an ancient custom in a crisis of great danger that the ruler of a city or nation should give his beloved son to die for the whole people, as a ransom offered to the avenging demons. And the children thus offered were slain with mystic rites." So Cronus, whom the Phoenicians call Israel, being king of the land and having an only begotten son called Jude, for in the Phoenician tongue Jude signifies only begotten, dressed him in royal robes and sacrificed him upon an altar in a time of war, when the country was in great danger from the enemy. When the king of Moab was besieged by the Israelites and hard beset, he took his eldest son, who should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering on the wall. Chapter 27. Succession to the soul. To the view that in early times, and among barbarous races, kings have frequently been put to death at the end of a short reign, it may be objected that such a custom would tend to the extinction of the royal family. The objection may be met by observing, first, that the kingship is often not confined to one family, but may be shared in turn by several. Second, that the office is frequently not hereditary, but is open to men of any family, even to foreign, who may fulfill the requisite conditions, such as marrying a princess or vanquishing the king in battle. And third, that even if the custom did tend to the extinction of a dynasty, that is not a consideration which would prevent its observance among people less provident of the future and less heedful of human life than ourselves. Many races, like many individuals, have indulged in practices which must in the end destroy them. The Polynesians seem regularly to have killed 2/3 of their children. In some parts of East Africa, the proportion of infants massacred at birth is said to be the same. Only children born in certain presentations are allowed to live. The Jagas, a conquering tribe in Angola, are reported to have put to death all their children without exception, in order that the women might not be cumbered with babies on the march. They recruited their numbers by adopting boys and girls of 13 or 14 years of age, whose parents they had killed and eaten. Among the Umbaya Indians of South America, the women used to murder all their children except the last, or the one they believed to be the last. If one of them had another child afterwards, she killed it. We need not wonder that this practice entirely destroyed a branch of the Umbaya nation, who had been for many years the most formidable enemies of the Spaniards among the Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco. The missionaries discovered what they describe as a carefully planned system of racial suicide by the practice of infanticide by abortion and other methods. Nor is infanticide the only mode in which a savage tribe commits suicide. A lavish use of the poison ordeal may be equally effective. Some time ago, a small tribe named Uwet came down from the hill country and settled on the left branch of the Calabar River in West Africa. When the missionaries first visited the place, they found the population considerable distributed into 3 villages. Since then, the constant use of the poison ordeal has almost extinguished the tribe. On one occasion, the whole population took poison to prove their innocence. About half perished on the spot, and the remnant, we are told, still continuing their superstitious practice, must soon become extinct. With such examples before us, we need not hesitate to believe that many tribes have felt no scruple or delicacy in observing a custom which tends to wipe out a single family. To attribute such scruples to them is to commit the perpetually repeated mistake of judging the savage by the standard of European civilization. If any of my readers set out with the notion that all races of men think and act much in the same way as educated Englishmen, the evidence of superstitious belief and custom collected in this work should suffice to disabuse him of so erroneous a prepossession. The explanation here given of the custom of killing divine persons assumes, or at least is readily combined with, the idea that the soul of the slain divinity is transmitted to his successor. Of this transmission I have no direct proof except in the case of the Shilluk, among whom the practice of killing the divine king prevails in a typical form, and with whom it is a fundamental article of faith that the soul of the divine founder of the dynasty is immanent in every one of his slain successors. But if this is the only actual example of such a belief which I can adduce, analogy seems to render it probable that a similar succession to the soul of the slain god has been supposed to take place in other instances, though direct evidence of it is wanting. For it has been already shown that the soul of the incarnate deity is often supposed to transmigrate at death into another incarnation. And if this takes place when the death is a natural one, there seems no reason why it should not take place when the death has been brought about by violence. Certainly the idea that the soul of a dying person may be transmitted to his successor is perfectly familiar to primitive peoples. In Nias, the eldest son usually succeeds his father in the chieftainship, but if from any bodily or mental defect the eldest son is disqualified for ruling, the father determines in his lifetime which of his sons shall succeed him. In order, however, to establish his right of succession, it is necessary that the son upon whom his father's choice falls shall catch in his mouth, or in a bag, the last breath, and with it the soul of the dying chief. For whoever catches his last breath is chief equally with the appointed successor. Hence the other brothers, and sometimes also strangers, crowd round the dying man to catch his soul as it passes. The houses in Nyas are raised above the ground on posts, and it has happened that when the dying man lay with his face on the floor, one of the candidates has bored a hole in the floor and sucked in the chief's last breath through a bamboo tube. When the chief has no son, his soul is caught in a bag, which is fastened to an image made to represent the deceased. The soul is then believed to pass into the image. Sometimes it would appear that the spiritual link between a king and the souls of his predecessors is formed by the possession of some part of their persons. In southern Celebes, the regalia often consist of corporeal portions of deceased rajas, which are treasured as sacred relics and confer the right to the throne. Similarly, among the Sakalavas of southern Madagascar, a vertebra of the neck, a nail, and a lock of hair of a deceased king are placed in a crocodile's tooth and carefully kept along with the similar relics of his predecessors in a house set apart for the purpose. The possession of these relics constitutes the right to the throne. A legitimate heir who should be deprived of them would lose all his authority over the people, and on the contrary, a usurper who should make himself master of the relics would be acknowledged king without dispute. When the Alake or king of Abeokuta in West Africa dies, the principal men decapitate his body, and placing the head in a large earthen vessel, deliver it to the new sovereign. It becomes his fetish, and he is bound to pay it honors. Sometimes, in order apparently that the new sovereign may inherit more surely the magical and other virtues of the royal line, he is required to eat a piece of his dead predecessor. Thus, at Abeokuta, not only was the head of the late king presented to his successor, but the tongue was cut out and given him to eat. Hence, when the natives wish to signify that the sovereign reigns, they say, "He has eaten the king." A custom of the same sort is still practiced at Ibadan, a large town in the interior of Lagos, West Africa. When the king dies, his head is cut off and sent to his nominal suzerain, the Alafin of Oyo, the paramount king of Yorubaland, but his heart is eaten by his successor. This ceremony was performed not very many years ago at the accession of a new king of Ibadan. Taking the whole of the preceding evidence into account, we may fairly suppose that when the divine king or priest is put to death, his spirit is believed to pass into his successor, in point of fact, among the Shilluk of the White Nile, who regularly kill their divine kings. Every king on his accession has to perform a ceremony which appears designed to convey to him the same sacred and worshipful spirit which animated all his predecessors, one after the other, on the throne.